Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieved a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself, entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4, I was confused, I didn't know what I was going to do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career, my kids are happy, I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed, I'm very excited, I feel more happy, I feel like I'm a better parent.
We are back on holding conversations on a bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, Project Hope. We have a special guest now, Andre Combs. Andre is an extraordinary entrepreneur here in Orlando, a restaurateur, and a graduate of the work extension program here at the mission. So Andre, thank you, brother. Glad you're here,
Thank you,
man.
Mr. Clayton.
All right. First off, I will tell you, he has restaurants, 4 restaurants called Eat My Grits, and they are spectacular. And I understand, I missed you. You appeared at the Lake Sunset Neighborhood Association meeting last Monday night, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, we make supper for them every month.
Okay.
And I usually go, but I had another thing I had to attend Monday night. But I heard people saying, hey, this guy who runs that place you eat at all the time, he was at the meeting.
Yes, yes.
So, awesome. So
Yeah.
you got to tell people about the restaurant?
It was a great experience. Mr. Black, Rich Black,
Yeah.
invited me, and
In fact,
I
he'll
came
be
out.
here sitting in that chair 11:30 today.
Okay, wow. Yeah, great person to know.
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity to meet the residents. And I have a restaurant right in that area.
Where is it?
It's on the corner of Goldwyn and Orange Center,
Okay.
right in the Lake Man area.
Right, yeah, right down west of where they meet,
Yeah,
west of West Lakes,
it's-
part of West Lakes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's been 3 months there.
Is it doing well?
Very well.
Good.
I mean, fantastic. A lot of support from the community. It was a food desert over there. It had needed for that type of home cooked meals, and the price is definitely the price point where they need to be at. With the economy and everything in that area. So
Okay, so start off by telling our audience about your restaurants, Eat My Grits, then we'll get to your experience at the mission.
Okay. Well, we me and my fiance, we based about a year ago. We was tossing and turning the idea over, opening up a restaurant, and at the time I had a mobile detailing business, and
So you go from mobile car detailing to running restaurants.
Yeah, well-
I can see the connection.
well, for the last 35 years, that's been my portfolio. I've been in restaurants all my life.
Okay.
and as well as a car detailing business. I had a car wash. But so we was tossing and turning the idea about the restaurant in Orlando, and we were just talking about when we go out, what do we want to see? And I was thinking about, well, a lot of people can't afford to go out because of lack of transportation, just the cost of living and all different other circumstances they face. So I said, well, what if we just find inner city merchant areas where we can just rent space for a very low price and give a good deal on the food, and because truly the meal is like a Michelin star restaurant. So I take pride in the desserts, the juices, as well as all the ingredients is homemade. So we thought about that concept and we tossed it around, and we came up with the name Eat My Grits, and because basically everything is based by grits, and it took off. We launched our first restaurant October of last year.
Was that the one on Westmoreland?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, Annie's?
Annie's Food Mart. That's 635 North Westmoreland. I'm there every day, 7 days a week.
I know, I see you there all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So that's home base for me. That's why I'm there so much, and we thought that this would be a great opportunity to showcase what my skills and her skills. She has fabulous skills for as marketing. So we put those two together, and we took off from there. And the community embraced us. They loved it, and not knowing that with that area, it was no food. The closest restaurant was a Wawa.
Yeah.
And I said to myself, wow, Burger King, other restaurants,
Right.
everybody, Pizza Hut,
Wendy's.
Wendy's,
all
everybody just
closed.
took out
Yeah.
and left the area due to some, I don't know what the reasons was, but I thought that it was an opportunity to launch a restaurant in that space, and not only to make good money, but to service the community.
Yeah.
And something that they've been lacking for a while.
Well, good job. Way to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's talk about your experience at the mission. When were you at the mission?
I was at the mission about a year and I would say 7 months,
Okay.
and it was kind of strange. You know, God has His way of putting you where you need to be at, and putting the people in front of you that need to be there. It was a divine meeting. I met with Joe. He's the director over the mission here, and I had a detailing business in Orlando, and he called on my service out to detail his vehicle. And at the time, I was married for 17 years, and I had just went through a breakup with my ex-wife, and I had custody of my kids, and she left me with the kids. And when she left, she also took her income. Well, she was a realtor. So, and I was had a mobile detailing business, so I was self-employed, and it was pretty hard. And I met Joe here. I came here to the mission. I didn't know what this was. I thought it was an office complex. I came here. I detailed his car out back, and when he started, I asked him, I said, well, what do you guys do here? And he said, well, you know, he told me about the program, and he said, never know, if you ever need me, give me a call. And right at that moment when he said that, I just broke down in tears, because right now I needed him.
Yeah.
And it was amazing.
We call that the networking of God.
Yes, yes. So he put me where I need to be at, and Mr. Joe where he need to be at, to help me transition. And that's what took place. I sent my kids back with their mom. I told them, I said, listen, I'm coming back to get you. Give me 6 months, I promise you. And I came here and just let God work. And I mean, the places was great. I mean, you get 3 meals a day, and you're talking about a Michelin star restaurant. I mean, I mean, they give 3 hearty, great meals a day. And one great thing about this program, though, that I enjoyed, every night at 7 p.m., they had chaplain service. And that's something that I needed at that time to embrace, to go back to my roots, to just worship, praise and worship every evening. And, you know, we had a 2-man room, shower, clean room. I mean, when people think about homeless,
Yeah. The homeless shelter.
the homeless shelter, all kind of strange thoughts go through their mind.
Right.
But I tell people all the time, you don't have to be on drugs, you don't have to be have mental issues or anything to be homeless.
Yeah.
It could happen to anyone. You're one paycheck away from being homeless. Right. And me myself, I had my own business. I was making about $7,000 a month, which wasn't enough after I paid employees, taxes, and living expenses for 2 kids and me. That wasn't enough to sustain my living. And that's how I found myself homeless. And the program really changed my view and thinking of the way I looked at people that that didn't have much.
Yeah.
Just out on the streets. So it was great. I mean, it was a 3-month program, and they give you another 3 months if need to be, if you did everything you need to do those first 3 months. And I said to myself, who could ever come up with something like this? This is genius. To put a program together that actually can help someone get back on their feet and function in society without skipping a beat. It was amazing. I enjoyed it. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't want to leave. You know, I mean, 3 meals a day. You know, they did everything but bring you fresh towels every morning. But they had a free laundry room. I mean, everything a man needs to get his life back together. I mean, it was a great opportunity, and I tell Mr. Joe all the time, I owe you everything for this. And he said, this was he always said, know God.
Yeah.
So you're right. That's what we owe.
Well, God bless you. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
So explain how you went from mobile detailing, which you were doing when you moved in here, to Eat My Grits, the four restaurants.
Well, like I said, for over 35
Yeah.
years, I've been in that restaurant space. I went to Johnson Wells Culinary School
Oh, did you really?
in Providence, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
In the early '90s, I worked at Block Island Resorts, Market Vineyard, uh, so Nantucket. I worked for an Italian family for 10 years. I was a pastry chef, and I was also the manager of the bakery. And I moved back to Jacksonville after 10 years working with them, and just got tired of the seasonal work,
Mm-hmm.
which was great, but I was always away from my kids and my family. And so when I was here doing the mobile detailing, I had a couple of surgeries, amputations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a diabetic, so I had some surgeries on my feet, and the doctor was like, "Well, you know what? You have to find something else to do because, you know, you're in water all day and your feet in the boots, and it's just not a good fit for you as a diabetic. And because your injuries, you know, your skin gets so
Mm-hmm.
soft, you cause injuries very easily." And so I was like, "Well, what could I do?" I said, you know, and God was like, "You can do what you always been doing, cooking." So I fell back on my second passion, you know, which was chefing, and that's when I met a beautiful young lady, and I met her while I was working, detailing, and here we go now. I mean, everything's been up since then.
That's
I mean,
great.
like I said, if it wasn't for this facility here, to be honest with you, I don't know where I would be at right now. I mean, between the praise and worship,
Yeah.
between the one-on-one counseling, everything a man needed, especially when you're broken and there's nowhere to turn to. And a lot of people, I'll be honest with you, I would say be embarrassed to ask for help.
Yeah.
That'd be the first, and and the shameness, to think that what my friend's gonna say, what family gonna
Yeah.
say, and I tell you what, when you get beyond that point, that's when God starts to use you in many different ways. And even with the facility here, I found myself witnessing the other guys, and I'm in the program with them. It's amazing. But I mean, this truly, I'll be honest with you. I wish that everyone had the opportunity that needed this program. I know we need more programs like this because you only can house so many
Yeah.
men, and it seems like it's always full.
It is.
So I mean, you know, that's a great thing you guys are doing in the city of
thank you.
Orlando. Yeah.
God
So,
bless you, my friend. Thank you, brother,
Thank
for
you.
coming by.
Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
I'll be by for a late lunch today.
All right,
All right?
please do.
Tell them it's grits, bacon,
Pork
and
chop.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I got you.
All right,
Standing on
brother.
it. All right,
Thank you,
Mr. Clayton.
man.
All right.
Love you, Andre.
All right, same here.
At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4, I was confused, I didn't know what I was gonna do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career, my kids are happy, I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed, I'm very excited, I feel more happy, I feel like I'm a better parent.
Hey guys, Freddie Clayton again. Orlando Union Rescue Mission, Conversations on a Bench. We have so a couple more of our questions, and I want to let you know if you want to ask questions, you can use the chat function on YouTube or Facebook, and we will get them on camera for you. So please do that. Additionally, we are, as you know, we operate solely on voluntary donations from individuals, some foundations and companies. We accept no government funding, and if you think you'd like to participate in transforming the lives of folks like the people you've heard talk last night and this morning, please go to OURM.org. That's OURM for Orlando Union Rescue Mission.org, and hit the donate button. I promise you that your donation will transform lives at the mission. So thank you for that. Additionally, we are at our men's home, Project Hope, at 3300 West Colonial Drive. If you'd like to get on camera, all you got to do is come by here between now and 3 p.m. today. We will be on camera live streaming continuously until then. You want to come by, ask to get on camera, and I promise you we'll get you on camera. The only limitations, you may not be profane or personally insulting, and you probably need to say something nice about me. Then you'll get extra camera time. All right, a couple of questions. Tell us a few things that you are most proud of that OURM has done for the unhoused in the city of Orlando. You probably have heard or seen, if you've been watching, some of the videos of the stories of our guests, or if you listened last night or this morning, Andre Combs, who now has 4 restaurants and is opening a 5th here in Orlando, was staying at the mission a year and a half ago. Got out, and he just said that he doesn't know where he'd be. He wouldn't be in the position he is if it hadn't been for his experience at the mission. Those stories, the stories of the individuals whose lives were changed by their experience at the mission is the greatest thing we could do for the city of Orlando, for the homeless themselves, and for, quite honestly, for God. So that's what fills us with a justifiable pride when we get to see these lives transformed through the generosity of our guests. So I want to thank you for that. All right, come over here. We now talk about an impressive and extraordinary guest, Mark Cavalieri, the world's greatest volunteer and one of the world's greatest men. Thank you, brother.
Absolutely, Freddie.
Thank you for coming today. Have a seat.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I pray for us, Freddie, real quick?
Well, that'd be awesome. Right. Go ahead.
God, we just thank you for the opportunity to be here, to serve you, God, to love you. And I just thank you for the amazing people that have dedicated 24 hours of their life straight to do this, God, just to glorify you, to continue to love on your people. We just pray that this conversation would just lift you on high, Father God. It's all from you. It's all about you. We do it all for you, Father God. And I thank you for this wonderful man on my left. We just praise you in all your names. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, buddy.
And there's one thing I got to do before we get started.
That?
I got to get dressed. I got to make it official here and get my bow tie.
You look much better in it than I do.
Can you help me with that, Freddie?
Certainly.
I don't frequent the bow ties that often. So.
Let's see. We may. It's gonna. Yeah, it'll reach. Hold on. There, got it. All right.
All right, there we go. Now I'm ready.
Now you look like a derelict. That's right. You look like a respectable person until
I did that, huh?
So, quick introduction. Mark is truly the volunteer extraordinaire at the mission. He'll tell you in just a second some of the stuff he's done, but from my perspective, what he does is love on the guests at the mission, especially the kids. At the family home right now, we have 72 children living with us full time. Mark volunteers for them tirelessly and enthusiastically, and he really does show the love of Christ to them in a really profound way and changes their lives. And he's been doing that for several years at the mission. It's been just an enormous blessing for everybody there. So thank you, my friend. God bless you. Okay, so tell us kind of what some of the highlights of your volunteer efforts at the mission.
So the first person I met at the mission, and he's behind the camera right now, Nick Wise, went to an orientation there. And for anyone who has not been to an orientation, bring your tissues. Because what they do there is beautiful, and the backdrop and the scenery there is beautiful. It's all 100% intentional, and it's amazing. And funny thing is, I've been serving the homeless community through another organization for about 12 years. Had no idea the mission was there, and got Nick's business card from one of the parents of a child that I was mentoring, who was a resident at the rescue mission, and wound up at the orientation, and then just hit it off with Nick and Mr. Doug, and got to know some of the other folks there, and just started doing family events on Friday night for the families. The first one we did was a Bible trivia, and talking to one of my great friends now, Mr. Tim. He's a great guy. He works there at the rescue mission. He's like, I didn't know how this was going to go. We've never done something like this, and it was a hit.
Yeah.
So, and now you guys can't get rid of me. So
That's
since
exactly
then,
right.
Sponsored some water days. I've been part of the fall festival. I've partnered with Mr. Doug and his team to do toy drives for the kids for Christmas in July, and then the Christmas in December. So I've been doing that. Christmas brunches for the families, getting up super early and making them some tasty food. And just helping out. Flag football, that's right. I've run a league there at the rescue mission that also got them hooked up with Discovery Church, my church, to get the kids to the flag football. So it's just been an incredible opportunity to be a tiny part of what y'all do in transforming lives. And it's family to me at the rescue mission. They got me about a month ago. It was my birthday. I turned 32. And if you believe that, I got some ice to sell you, Mr. Eskimo. So, but got to the rescue mission, and Justin was outside, the volunteer coordinator, and I was like, huh. And then Nick was in the lobby, and I was like, well, that's all my people are here. And then Miss LaDon was there, and then Mr. Doug was had kind of hidden himself in the kids area, so they walked me back to the kids area because I was just going to hang out with the kids. And then Mr. Doug's got the door open, and I was like, that's interesting. And then Miss Kyla's sitting at the desk, like shooting me daggers, and I was like, I did something wrong here. So walk in, there's balloons on the ceiling, the kids are there singing happy birthday to me. So it was a moment that I will never forget. And it's hard to get me, but I got that day. My spidey senses were not on. And I share that because it truly is a family there. I love going to the rescue mission. I watched Miss Alexis's interview last night. The food there is delicious. They really delight in the Lord and really delight in serving the guests there as well as the volunteers. So I love the rescue mission. It is, if home is where your heart is, well, that's home to me. So anything I can do to support what God is doing through the amazing people that work there, I am all in.
Well, God bless you. Thank you, my friend. And as Mark said, he has been a tireless volunteer and partner for 12 years with the mission and another homeless services organization. And in every situation, he reflects the love of God in a really profound way to everybody he touches. And he's become a great friend of Nick and me and almost everybody at the mission. We are grateful beyond measure for the love he brings to those kids. And it is almost unimaginable the time and effort that he puts into it. And as now his fiance has been roped into it just as enthusiastically.
Oh, she loves it. Yeah, so that's the biggest dupe job of my life, was getting her to say yes to marry me. She is amazing. And so she's been supporting the rescue mission now through different endeavors. She has a bunch of friends now that are really excited about joining the cause. So it's I talk to everyone I possibly can about that place to try to get as many people involved as possible.
So Mark, what is it about the mission and the kids and our efforts that inspire you like that?
You know, I was thinking about that this morning, and thinking about, in the Bible it says he created our inmost being, right? And so, and God's a God who transforms from the inside out, and I feel like that's what the rescue mission does. It really gets to the heart of a person, strengthening their relationship with Christ and allowing God to do what he's going to do. And I also love too that everyone has skin in the game there. I was watching another segment last night with another gentleman, and I recently went to benefit for UP, and it's a hand up, not a hand out. And I feel like the rescue mission also embodies that, because they ask for the residents to take part in what the rescue mission is doing there. So it's not just a bed, it's a place where you can truly change your life. And, God does that. And I'd love to share a bit more of my story, Freddie. If
Absolutely.
That's okay. So I want to share with everyone how God changed my life through serving the homeless community and really focusing with the children. I was a very broken man, and I still am. And this is the part where I'm going to get choked up. So, but I had been making poor choices in my life, substance abuse, angry, very, very angry, bitter man, needy, just strangling relationships, and making poor decisions as it pertains to my relationships. And my mom had passed away, and I endeavored to honor her after she passed away. So I just started seeking opportunities to serve the community, and I landed at another organization where I launched a flag football program there. And God had shown me, hey, 15 years later, you would have mentored almost 4,000 children. You'd be sponsoring events at the rescue mission. You'd foster children over the weekends. I would have said two things to him. One, you got the wrong guy, and I can't do it. And only one of those statements is correct. I can't do it. He did all of that. But he took a broken, bitter, and angry man who had no purpose, who had no name, who no longer wanted to be here, and he transformed him from the inside out to be a man that shines light on this earth. And again, I still struggle. I am not a perfect man, but I am a grateful man. And I feel like the rescue mission, not my story, is the rescue mission story as well. They take people like me and they transform them, and they bring them back to a place of self-sufficiency, and there's dignity in that as well. And so, like I said, y'all are stuck with me for the long haul here, and I'm grateful for my story to be a part of your story, and for your story to be a part of my story, and it's all God's story.
Yeah. It is an honor and a joy for us, that's for sure. The way you've touched so many lives, even beyond the mission, it is remarkable and inspiring for all of us. So we thank you for what you do, brother.
Oh, I love it.
Fabulous.
I love it. I'm a
So
grateful man.
what's the next big event you got coming?
Okay, so we're going to take part in the Fall Festival on the 24th. So we got 2 tables. We're going to do one craft. I've already got all the stuff shipping on Amazon, and then we're going to do an interactive treat for the kids. So we're going to do that. And then I'm going to launch the toy drive I talked to Mr. Doug
Okay.
a couple weeks ago, so he's going to start getting the wish list from the kids sometime in the next month or so, and then I'll reach out to my donors and my fellow employees and Lisa's friends and get that stuff going. And then we have flag football every Saturday, so we'll be at the rescue mission early tomorrow to pick up the kids, get them out to the field, and it's week 2 of the regular season, Discovery Sports flag football, and 2 of the coaches on the flag football program are 2 of the folks on your team, Nick and Justin, 2 of my great friends.
Awesome.
Undefeated.
You're
And Nick's
undefeated,
behind
Nick?
the camera. 1-0.
1-0.
And so Nick coaches.
You may retire,
yeah.
huh?
Well, he coaches the Dolphins, and I wish the Miami Dolphins of the regular NFL would resemble Nick's team. So, because I am a Dolphins fan, I wear a brown bag on Sundays. That's what I do. So, but after the Christmas season, I'll reach out to Justin and get back on the calendar for some family fun nights. But everything is booked right now, and that is amazing. I love that. I love that it's booked.
Well,
But I show up at the rescue mission, you know, a couple Fridays a month just to hang out with the kids and grab some dinner with them, and Mr. Tim, Miss Kyla, Miss Janae, Mr. LeBron, hang out with them and the kids. So I love that place. I love being there. I love you, Freddie.
I love you, man. We could never thank you enough for not just your time, but for the love you give all the folks at the mission. You treat them with dignity and respect and affection, and it changes their lives.
Yeah, I remember the first time I went to that orientation with Nick, and then I took Nick and Mr. Doug out to lunch, and I was like, "Hey guys, what can we get on the calendar here?" And immediately I sensed just a bond and a friendship, and also a level of trust that Nick and Doug were like, "This guy is for real, and let's trust him. Let's give him an opportunity to start serving here." And you know, that was the kickoff of everything that's happened there. And also, Freddie, I brought this for a reason. I brought my Bible. I bring it lots of places, but I brought this for a reason. So there's 2 sets of words in this particular book here. There's the words that God has written, and I love those. And then there's these words that I keep in the middle of the Bible. Here's my mom that passed away 15 years ago. But within this other pocket, I just have letters that people have written to me, my grandfather, some other folks, and let me see, I gotta pull it out here. And then after my first event that I hosted at the rescue mission, I get this letter in the mail, and on the letter on the outside, it looks like it was printed. And I was like, that's garbage, I'm throwing that away. I don't need to read some printed letter here. But it's not. It's from this guy here. I'd hosted one event at the rescue mission, and he writes me this letter here just thanking me for what I did for the families and the kids that day, and I was blown away by that. And so I treasure these words. I really do, Freddie. I treasure you, and I keep them with me in here. And this is something that I just use to remind me of who God is, right? And then also how God had made me and the amazing people that he surrounded me with. So if I have a tough day, I turn to this, and I might pull out your letter and read it, Freddie.
Thank you, Mark. God bless you, my friend. You humble me.
Well,
I wish I were as good as you.
Oh, come on.
It's true.
Come on, Freddie. Come on, Freddie. I am just a tiny speck in the things that you do there.
Love you, brother.
I love you, Freddie.
All right, so we can look forward to a busy fall up through Christmas?
Yes. It's a massive coordination. I remember the first year I did the toy drive, I was working with Nick. It's a massive coordination effort, multi-state effort. But every single kid gets exactly what they want. So that's the goal there. No tears.
Because then you do it twice a year.
Twice a year, yes.
Christmas in July and Christmas in Christmas.
And what's interesting is that what I do for a living, I'm a data guy by nature and finance and all that. And so I am quite adept with the Excel spreadsheet. And those skills that I've acquired at work for the Excel spreadsheet come into play for the toy drive, because it is a massive effort in terms of an administrative, organizational effort to get everything.
So, and I probably should know this, but I'm massively unaware of most things that go on at the mission. What age kids do you include in the Christmas in July and Christmas in December?
So initially it was just the older, the 5 and up, but now we've extended that to everyone. So, and last year, through the generosity of the people that I've been surrounded with, we were overfunded. That usually happens where I'm like, okay, Mr. Doug, let's start with a $50 limit per kid. All right, let's go to 60 now. And all right, so we just keep increasing it when more people jump in. That we were able to buy, Mr. Doug was able to send me a list of the things that the younger kids needed. So we bought communal gifts for their area, as well as gifts for those children as well. So we've extended the toy drives to every child that works at the rescue mission, and I always get to surprise Mr. Doug and Mr. Tim and their team also with gifts as well.
That's
so
fabulous.
so it's a
God
blessing
bless you.
to do
Thank
what
you.
God is calling me to do there, and just grateful for a place that is so talented and so gifted. So many people have dedicated their lives to work there on a daily basis, and they could command a much higher salary out in corporate America, but they choose to do God's work, and I'm grateful for those people every single day.
Yeah, thank you. We love you. We are so grateful for you, brother. And thank you for coming by today.
Absolutely. And I know you got food and all that, but I brought you a little caffeine
Awesome.
kick. I don't know if you drink that stuff.
Absolutely. I drink anything.
So.
I probably shouldn't say that on this.
We can edit that in post.
That's good. What I mean is I drink all kinds of non-alcoholic beverages. Love you, man.
Love you, man.
Thank you.
Let me just pray a blessing over you. Father God, to sustain him, fall afresh on him. And Freddie, look at me when I say this. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace.
Amen.
God bless you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
Love you.
Love you. Oh, and here, you get to keep this too.
All right.
Here, will you get that off me?
No. Sorry. You're stuck. Got it.
And it's got the crucifix on it, so that's for you, Freddie.
Fabulous.
God bless, my friend.
Thank you.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us, give hope, and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
All right, y'all are in for a delightful treat right now. Freddie Clayton, Conversations on a Bench, and we have an extraordinarily special guest, Tasha Cochran, who with her son lived at the mission several years ago, has agreed to come talk about her experience while they live there. So Tasha, thank you for being here.
Of course.
This is a special treat for us.
No,
okay, so tell us what time period we're talking about. When did y'all live there?
So we moved in a week before Christmas, 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long were y'all there?
10 months.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
And what was overall? What was your experience?
Oh, it was amazing. It was not what I expected at all. And,
okay, so tell us what you expected.
Ooh, I think probably what most people think of when they think of a shelter.
Yeah.
Is a giant room with a bunch of beds.
Kind of a warehouse.
Yeah.
For homeless people.
Yeah, they just pack you in. Yeah, it was nothing like that. Yeah.
So, how did you end up at the mission?
So I became a single mom when my son was about a year old. We spent about a year crashing on couches. People from our church kind of took us in. And it just kind of got to a point after a year of like being in probably 4 to 6 different places that it wasn't sustainable. We were not getting on our feet. We were just kind of shuffling around, looking for the next best thing until we found the mission.
So how did you find the mission?
So we were staying with an amazing family from church, and it got to the point where...
What church? Excuse my ignorance. What church?
At the time, I was going to Discovery Church. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we were staying with an amazing family, and then they started to go through something, and they could no longer accommodate us. And the wife of the family had actually volunteered at the mission, and she was like, "It's a great place. I think that you should go apply." And I was like, "No, I'll find somewhere else to stay
That's
first."
the last place I want to go. It's a homeless shelter.
Yeah, and then my pastor at Discovery, who I was very close with, Mike Shirley, I was telling him what I was going through and I had to find somewhere else to go, and he was like, "I really think that you should go apply at the mission." And so two people, not just any place,
Yeah.
two people specifically said the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and I was still like, "We'll see." And then I was in a single moms group, and my table leader, Susie Barr, who I did not know at the time, but she worked in the child care center over at the mission. And so she said, "I really think that you should go apply." And none of these people knew that other people. And so I was like, "Okay, I'm going to go apply, and it's going to show God how humble I am, and then something else will come through." And I got a meeting, an interview, and so that's how I ended up at the mission.
So, when in that process, the interview process and application process, did you realize that the mission was not going to be the kind of warehouse for slightly dangerous homeless people that you expected?
The second I walked in to apply,
Okay.
I walked in the lobby. There was couches. It was close to Christmas, so there was a giant, beautiful tree. I think people were eating dinner at the time in the dining room, and I remember, and it was quiet and it was peaceful, and I immediately was like, this. It felt like a peace that I really needed in like the chaos and shuffling around of my life at the time, and I wasn't quite sure how to process that because it was totally opposite to what I was expecting when I walked in. Yeah. And then the interview process, when I came in for an interview, that's when I realized, like, oh no, this is what God has for me next, and very thankful that he sorted me out in my pride there.
And who was your case manager when you were there?
Yolanda Owens.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, she's still there.
Mm-hmm. We still talk.
Oh,
we talk a lot on Facebook. Yeah.
Fantastic. So tell me about your experience when you moved in.
Yeah. So when we moved in, I was living in Kissimmee, working in Altamont, and my son's daycare was in Oviedo. So I was driving in like this crazy triangle. We left the house at 5:30 every morning, did not get back till 9 p.m. All of our meals were fast food in the car. It was crazy. And
it's incredibly difficult to save any money.
Oh yeah,
or even
gas
to
and
survive.
tolls,
Yeah.
gas and tolls alone, and then
And
the
fast
daycare,
food.
and then the fast food. Yeah, I was, after paying where I was staying, I had nothing. Like I said, I realized I was never going to get ahead like that. And I remember the first morning there, my 5:30 alarm went off, and I got up and I was like, oh, I don't have to rush around. And I got my son dressed. We went downstairs. We had breakfast together at a table, and I took him to the childcare there, and it was free. And and then I calmly got in my car and drove to work, and I was like, it's very different. I felt like I wasn't just surviving anymore. I felt like this is the beginning of what my life can look like when I'm not in survival mode. And I didn't know that was possible. So it was beautiful. I remember telling Miss Yolanda about that, and just how insane it felt to just sit down and have a meal with my son and not feel like I had to run around just to exist.
So was Lynn in the early learning center the whole time y'all were there?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his experience there, or what was your experience of the care he got?
Yeah. It was amazing. I have a specific memory. In March, so I had been there for about 2.5 months, and I had gotten into a car accident, and my car was totaled. And so for a few days, obviously, I didn't go to work. So for the first time since we had got there, my son had a few days where he didn't go to the center. And then after a few days, I took him there. And when he walked in, after just a few days of not being there, the teachers there and all the kids were like, "Lennon!" And they ran and hugged him. And I was like, oh, he has community here. And we were just looking for a place to live, but we really did find community with the residents, the volunteers, the staff, and it extended to my son in that center. And I thought it was the most beautiful thing, because he was only 2 and he had people that missed him after 2 or 3 days of not seeing him.
That's awesome. Congratulations. For those of you who can't see, Lennon is over off camera to our right, watching his mom become a star. You worked full time while you were there?
Yes, so actually around the same time that I got into the car accident, Discovery Church was offering me a job working as a early childhood coordinator for their children's ministry. And I remember telling Miss Yolanda, like, oh, I don't think, like, I would feel like I was taking advantage of this program if I had a career shift while here. And she was like, no, that's why you're here. We're here to support you in transitioning to the next thing. Like, we don't want you to just survive anymore. And so I went from working like a draining, soulless desk job to being a early childhood coordinator at a church. And it was the most fulfilling job I've ever had. And I would have never done it if I was in survival mode, because the transition was a little rocky. And so I was just so grateful to be supported in that transition during that time.
I think, I don't know if you remember, Discovery Church had a breakfast, and y'all had invited some of the outreach ministry partners, and we ate at Discovery.
Yeah.
And I remember walking in and thinking, wait a second, I think she lives at the mission. And I didn't say anything. I wasn't brave enough. I'm a coward, and I didn't say anything. But I remember thinking, I think she lives at the mission. I think that's Tasha. And then when I got back to the office, I said, okay, could it be? And oh yeah, that's Tasha's down there. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So, how would you assess your experience there at the mission?
It took me from, at the time, I really just needed somewhere to stay that wasn't going to make me feel like I was a burden for existing. I did not experience, or I did not expect to experience the community that I did, the discipleship that I experienced there. I did not expect to leave with not just a fresh start, but a totally new expectation of what my life could look like. I had no idea that life could be something where I thrived, because I grew up in a situation where my mom went through the same kind of thing. We were always crashing on people's couches, and so as a single mom, I was like, this is my life now, just looking for the next way to survive. And the mission showed me that that was not God's plan for me, so to just survive.
So when you moved out 10 months after moving in, so in October roughly?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
it's actually exactly 6 months last week, or 6 years last week. Yeah.
Where did you move?
Oh, so we found an apartment above the garage of a family that worked in like a what, Crew? Is that what it's Crew?
Yeah.
Yeah. They
Campus Crusade.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they worked there, and they had an apartment above the garage. It was very small, but it was utilities included, fully furnished, you know, and it was just me and Lennon, and he was only 2, so we jumped at it, and we lived there for about 2 years, and it was a beautiful experience. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I want you to know how much I appreciate you coming in and talking with me, and you need to know that everybody still has incredibly warm memories of you and Lennon. From the mission.
Thank you. We have great memories of being there. Yeah.
And thanks for coming to tell your story here in front of this. And now what I'm confident is a wildly applauding, gigantic audience out there. You're a saint for doing this.
No, I'm honored too.
No, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4, I was confused, I didn't know what I was gonna do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career, my kids are happy, I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed, I'm very excited, I feel more happy, I feel like I'm a better parent.
Hey gang, Freddie Clayton, Conversations on a Bench, and boy is this a special segment. You probably recognize the superstar seated next to me, Stuart Moore, the most famous television personality in the nation. He is it's true, as you know, he is the chief anchor for West 2, and he sits on the board of the mission and is a great friend of both the mission and me, and a blessing to everybody who knows him. And we've invited him to come by and kind of turn the tables on us, and he's gonna interview me. Now I will tell you, I have no idea what questions he's going to ask. And so one goal here is not to embarrass myself excessively. I always embarrass myself at least moderately.
Oh boy.
But not excessively. So thank you for being here,
Freddie,
my friend.
thank you so much for having me. God bless you.
Love you, man.
I'm going to steal a second just so I can share this, so that I can make sure that it hits more people. And I've been watching it off and on over the last. Oh, absolutely.
Do I look really drunk most of the time?
No. It's not that type of 24-hour show. There are shows like that. This is not that one. Okay. All right. Here we go. I have now officially shared it. We are on the bench together. Freddie, obviously, this is a huge thing that you are doing.
Yeah.
How do you come up with the plan that this is the way to reach people?
Well, I wish I could tell you it was an original idea. Sadly, there's not an original molecule in my body.
I wouldn't say that.
We are members of a national organization called Citygate Network. It's a group of missions across the country. And the mission in Fresno, California did this last year and mentioned it at our national conference this past June. So we decided, and they're actually launching it with a whole bunch of missions across the country this year. And we are kind of pariahs in the process because
if it works, don't fix it.
That's right. Everybody else is letting Citygate control theirs. They're doing it through Zoom, and in order, we decided to do it on our own because they also wanted 2.5 hours for them to control on what they were broadcasting. So we decided to just do it on our own, on a shoestring and bubble gum. But because we have superstar celebrities like you coming on, we knew at least part of it would be competently done.
Well, I think the good thing is when you have the plethora of resources of people who care.
Yeah.
And when you have many people who care, it's not as hard to fill the 24 hours. Now, I say that as somebody who's going to sit here for 30 minutes, not someone who sat here for 24 hours. I'm going to give you a break to talk just for a moment, and I'll tell a little bit of my story, and I'm going to get back to you.
Please do.
I know you're talking probably more than you've ever talked before, and that's saying a lot for Mr. Freddie Clayton. I am on the board here at the Rescue Mission, and it's been an honor of a lifetime to serve not only here, the people that are coming here to work alongside Freddie and others, but to serve God in this role, because ultimately that's what we're doing. A friend of mine recently posted on her social media page, she was like, love people who love God's people. And when you are a person who loves God's people, which we all are, as a boy, we always have questions about every single thing as you're learning. And my pastor at the time, I went to a Pentecostal church, Pastor Johnson. I said, Pastor Johnson, what's the difference between, because I'm from South Carolina. We've only got like Baptist, 2 Catholics. We don't have a lot of division as far as how religions go. But I asked him, I said, what's the difference between Baptist, Presbyterian, Catholic, Muslim, Jewish? And he literally looked at me and he said, we all pray to the same God, just in different ways. And that was eye-opening to me as a child, because it really just highlighted the fact that, in the South, we say y'all. They don't say y'all in other places. It doesn't mean they're not saying you all. It just kind of brought it to a very microcosm for me. So I joined the Rescue Mission Board several years ago. I don't even know how many at this point, Freddie. But it's after doing stories with WESH2 on how people are impacting other people's lives in a positive way. So many times as members of the news, we have to do stories on negative things that are happening in our community. But oftentimes, too, we get the chance to really highlight what's happening that's great. And the rescue mission is one of those things that happens that's great, because you've got people who used to live here, who are down in their luck with their families, who now are thriving in this community and giving back here at the rescue mission to the people that help them. Freddie, your personal story, how did you get involved with the rescue mission to begin with? Because you were a board member before you became the president and director.
Right. Well, I think about
which I don't want your job, by the way.
You're way too qualified. All our board members are way too qualified. About 19 years ago, Mary Olson, the chairman of our board, asked me to join the board. And this won't shock you or Colin, another board member who's here. I had a whole range of flimsy, self-serving, self-absorbed excuses for not joining the board. And Mary, in her wisdom, said, oh, I know that, Freddie, you're just so important. But if you can't join the board, would you at least come by and just let me give you a tour?
Oh,
and I
once
did.
you get the tour.
Absolutely. and I did. And when I finished, I said what we now call the 4 magic words. I had no idea. I've lived, at that point, I'd lived in Orlando for almost 20 years, and I'd driven past the family home 100 times. And I never knew what went on there. And I had no idea that there was an organization providing that range of ministries to help homeless people escape homelessness permanently in the name of Jesus. And so...
Add one to the cry counter for Freddie.
I told Mary it would be one of the biggest honors of my life to serve on the board here. So that's how it started.
And when people think about, we say to end homelessness. We the people that come and the people that stay at the mission, the goal is to end homelessness for them.
Right.
Walk us through the program that they go through for the year and a half or so that they're here.
Well, one of the cool things at the mission is that what started out as a 4-bed emergency overnight shelter, no food involved at that point, it was just 4 beds they could come in and sleep in, has turned into 2 major facilities, residential facilities, where we have 158 single men living here at Project Hope, our men's home, and 172 men, women, and children living at our family home. And the scope of the ministries is remarkable. The first thing that's so impressive is we have an accredited high school for adults on campus that we operate, that issues high school diplomas, not GED certificates, to our graduates. And we have a graduation ceremony every year that's delightful, and the person who gets the highest grades, our valedictorian, has to give a valedictory address at it. We have a preschool, the Early Learning Center for the young kids of the parents who live there. Everybody has 2 days a week of case management, biblical case management we call it. Every guest has to work at the mission. We have duties. They have, when we call it, it's work therapy. And the goal is to help them understand that they need to develop the habits that will make them a good employee. We tell them there are 3 secrets to that. You show up every day on time, you follow instructions from every recognizable authority, and you get along with everybody. And we know as employers, if you have employees who do that, they are golden, and they will be able to find a job forever.
Yeah.
So then it's, I look at it, we have two kind of intersecting and complementary tracks of the program. One is the functional stuff. Addiction recovery. We have an aggressive and successful addiction recovery program. At the men's home, it's 95% of our guys when they move in are addicts. At the family home, it's probably 25% of adults. They have the addiction recovery program. And then the school, the preschool. For school-age kids, we have a full range of after-school programs, including homework assistance and tutoring. And last year, the board was extraordinary in funding a separate program where we hired a person who's got a master's degree in education to run our academic support program for the kids who are way behind. And they do a custom tutoring program, work with the counselors and the students in the schools. And all this, at the same time, we are introducing them to a personal relationship with Christ. Because we know from experience that second component, you have the functional track and then the spiritual track. That second component is essential for their long-term success, both in life and spiritually.
Believing in something to help you get somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
Freddie, obviously there's the connotation where when people leave, it's like, okay, now what?
Right.
But people don't leave the mission with nothing.
Right.
You've given them so many tools as far as education goes, as far as the hard workmanship goes, from having a job while you're here. But they also leave with something that was theirs the entire time.
Yeah.
The money that they've been saving.
Absolutely. So typically, after at the men's home, it's typically a year they live with us before they even get a job, and then they still continue to live with us. And that's because they spend a year overcoming the addiction.
Yep.
But at the family home, it may not be a year, it may be 90 days, it may be 6 months, or for some of our guests, it's probably a year, where then they get a job, and then they continue to live at the mission. Everything is still completely free, and we mandate they save 75% of their income. And for most of our guests, that is the first time they've ever had a bank account. And they will leave, and they will have from $10,000 to $25,000 saved. And one of the things we do is we have personal finance classes to help them understand that that's not money to spend because all of a sudden they're free and they're rich. That is a nest egg that needs to grow and can be spent only for essential items. So it's and one of the things we're getting better at, Stuart, is hooking the guests up with churches with which they can be involved significantly when they leave.
Yeah.
So that they have a church community that can help hold them accountable and give them something to do on the weeknights at the mission. They are controlled. They aren't subject to those temptations that are literally right outside our doors. When they move out, they are. So what we hope is that they get integrated into a church that has activities during the week, a small group, a men's group. It may be Celebrate Recovery at their church, so that they are busy during the week, so they don't have idle time that with our guests, before they move in, is usually used for destructive activities.
Yeah. Now, the first story I ever did on the rescue mission, which I think was 12 years ago, it was to highlight West 2's Second Harvest Food Bank partnership, where we do Share Your Christmas every single year. And we collect, tons of food and money.
Literally tons of food.
Literally tons of food and money. And, $1 is 4 meals at the rescue mission. And we highlighted Second Harvest in conjunction with the rescue mission because a lot of the foods come here. Tell me about the partnerships that the rescue mission has, not only with Second Harvest, but the entire community.
Oh, it is humbling to see it. With Second Harvest, we work so closely with them. The truth is we get so much food from them at massively reduced prices that it allows us to feed somebody literally a full meal for $1.24. And that includes the cost of preparation. That actually includes the amortized cost of the land and the building.
Wow.
And it's $1.24. Second Harvest is a huge participant in that incredible deal. We also work with a ton of churches on all kind of activities. With First Baptist Orlando, where they have we have a block party, a back to school party. We do activities with them. With First Methodist Oviedo, with Discovery Church, with Summit, a ton of churches that we have volunteers. As you know, my favorite volunteer activity and the biggest one we do is the foot washing.
Yeah, yeah. It's a fight between the volunteers, not in a physical way, but in a rush because so many people want to be involved in God's work. Talk us through what happens on Easter every
Okay, so 3 holidays a year, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter, we have a public banquet to which we invite all the poor and homeless in Orlando.
Don't have to live at the mission.
No, these are for people who don't live at the mission, here at the men's home. And we have it on the day before Thanksgiving, typically the Friday before Christmas, and Good Friday before Easter. And 7 years ago, we integrated into the Easter banquet. So they come in, they have a short chapel service where they hear the Easter story. Then they go get a gigantic feast.
Open
Easter
the doors
feast.
and they come on in.
Yes, they did. And then they come out here and we have 40 foot washing stations set up, and we wash the feet of and give brand new shoes and socks to all these folks. And last year we gave away 487 new pairs of sneakers. We give brand new shoes and socks. And so we spend, beginning in January, we will begin asking the community, we need lots of shoes. We got to have roughly 1,200 pairs of shoes because we don't know what size they wear when they show up. But it's, the first year we were able to do it because First Baptist Orlando and First Methodist Oviedo brought a bunch of volunteers when we weren't sure we'd have enough volunteers to do it. Ever since then, we've had to limit the number of volunteers any church can bring.
It's a blessing.
It is. So First Baptist, every year, how many can we bring? And because they were the first, they get 75 people. This year, Action Church, for the first time, participated with us. They asked if they could bring 200.
Wow.
Because they had heard about the foot washing and they donated a bunch of shoes. And they said, we want to volunteer and we want to bring 200 volunteers. And we had to negotiate with them. They're kind of hard-nosed about how many they could. We had 30 spaces we could give them because we allowed them to bring 50, and it was fabulous. So they've already asked us this year, how many can I bring? And you're right, it's so cool to see the enthusiasm for people to come out because they're imitating Jesus as he washed his disciples' feet.
I was going to make you give us some scripture here. Obviously, if you know the scripture, that you know that Jesus washed the feet of his disciples, and a moment of complete selflessness to not only show that he was not greater than them, but also that he was humbled to be able to be in their presence and to be able to wash their feet and give service back to them. Because who would ever think that someone in a position of Jesus would kneel down and wash the feet of someone who was just a regular person? And who would ever think that people who have a home, have a family, have cars and wealth and treasure would kneel down and wash the feet of people?
But you've seen it. It is an awesome image to see these, to be candid, wealthy, successful people kneeling in front of homeless men and washing their feet.
Yeah. That's just one of the amazing things that happens here at the mission. But Freddie, the mission isn't new in Orlando.
No.
How long has it been around?
77 years. And like I said, It was a Broadway Methodist church gave an office into which there were 4 businessmen, one of whom was George Stewart, Commissioner Robert Stewart's dad, and another of whom was a guy named Gene Kelsey. And somebody from Kelsey family or Kelsey Construction has been on the board for 77 years.
Wow.
We now have the, I guess you'd call it grandson-in-law or great-grandson-in-law of Gene Kelsey on the board. And the continuity of that is really kind of, for me, it's heartwarming to think that these families are involved, after all these years, still involved in the mission, and you see how the mission has expanded those ministries from 4 beds to this incredible range of ways that they express the love of Christ by helping the folks Jesus called the least of these, my brothers and sisters.
I want to highlight one thing, because a lot of people say, well, what can I do to give back?
Yeah.
I don't have money, I can't give back that way, but what can I do to give back? How can people get involved and become a volunteer at the mission?
Okay, the easiest way is to go right now to OURM.org.
Open a separate window, don't close this one.
That's right. There's a volunteer button on there. You'll be put in touch with Justin, who is our volunteer services coordinator, and we always need volunteers for everything except the foot washing. But you can even volunteer for that. Sign up now.
Are we getting wrapped? We're going to take a break. We're going to be right back. I do this, Freddie. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more from Mr. Freddie Clayton coming up.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieve a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
There's so much blood in my hands from things that I have done. People that have been addicted from the drugs that I sold. These people were part of a gang. These individuals, they don't take things lightly, so either you're working for them or you're working against them. I wasn't afraid of the fact that they wanted to kill me. I was more afraid of the harm they could cause to those that had nothing to do with this. So here I am, homeless, planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with And all these things are just rumbling through my head. I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then things start coming to my head. Well, just take your life. I lived a very flashy life, would be the proper wording. Eating in high-end restaurants, insane amount of money and luxury things, whether it's clothing, hotels, it didn't matter. You had so much coming in, you didn't mind spending so much, I got involved very heavily dealing drugs. So I was moving up and up the scales, but things kind of hit the fan. There was a big drug bust in the city, and they started investigating me. I found myself wanting to leave the area, so we decided to move to Florida. I could no longer deal drugs with the people I was dealing, so I had to stop. And if you're not an asset to people, then you become a problem, because you know people, you know things, you know places. So we get to Orlando and we find ourselves having issues with the persons we were staying with. When you are living in a life where you expend so much money in stupid, unnecessary things, money runs out. Because I had not been working for about a year when I came out here. The moment they seen that there was no money flow from my end, they no longer were my friends. They were no longer the ones that were protecting me. It kind of switched real quick to cause us harm now. The threats started coming through, so I didn't want to offend anyone, especially people from that kind of environment. I tried actually finding a job, and I couldn't land anything. My wife was pregnant, and my son was a baby, and I had enough to put some gas in the vehicle and buy food. So I knew after that we were down to nothing. And I said, babe, we don't have any more money, we were homeless. So here I am planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then, things start coming to my head. Well, hey, just take your life. My wife, man, living in the life that we live, she was totally the opposite. She continued to say, hey, I've been telling you, we need to seek help. So in this brochure, she called the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
The folks who arrive at the mission are typically men and women who have run out of other options. Typically, they have made a series of bad decisions that have rendered them homeless. And at the mission, we want to help them change that decision-making process that will ensure they don't end up at the mission again.
I explained that we also had some issues with the people that I was dealing drugs with, and they had threatened my life and threatened my family's life. And they said, well, you're not going to be the first. You're not going to be the last. And they were willing to take us in as it was. And I kept telling my wife, I said, but I don't want to be here. She said, but we didn't have another option. I'm not going to lie, it was a struggle for me. I had to remove my earrings, I had to watch my mouth, things that I was not used to doing. It was different. It was a different environment, but I can say that right off the bat, one of the things they did for us was they showed us love and respect.
Our program is very structured and disciplined. They attend chapel, they attend Bible studies. The guests will work in the kitchen, on our landscaping crew, facilities maintenance, help with our preschool, or do housekeeping.
I never prayed in my life, never read the Bible, never been a religious person by no means. So it was interesting to me, to hear these things. It was bringing some kind of hunger, and a desire to understand. And these brothers took the time to do that and to teach me and help me understand.
Heavenly Father,
April 17th, 2011,
I surrender myself to Him. I turn my back on the life that I had and the life that I lived. It did not matter if things that I had done in the past caught up to me, that whatever happened, I was going to be kept. And that my soul had been redeemed, that my soul had been saved.
The generosity of our donors and volunteers transforms every day the lives of Juan and our other guests. They share God's love and spread His kingdom.
I didn't think I was going to make it the year after, but here we are, 11 years later. So I can truly say that if it wasn't for God using this place, I would be dead. My family would not exist. I'm forever grateful for God using this place, man. I will forever be grateful to the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
And welcome back. We are having conversations on a bench, Mr. Freddie Clayton. I've already taken over starting us the introduction back, Mr. Clayton.
So, well, you do all of it much better than I do.
Yeah, well, you know, you're going to get a lot of practice over the next day or so. We were talking about donations and how impactful they can be here. And a lot of people obviously can give their time, but some people can also give their treasure if they don't have the time.
Yeah.
Tell me what money does to the people that live here.
Fundamentally, money transforms their lives. We've been able to tell some of the stories. We've got a couple more coming up between now and 3 o'clock of folks whose lives have been transformed by the mission. As you described it, they go through the program, they graduate, they get out on their own, and they live productive lives of dignity and hope for the rest of their lives. And that is possible because of the partnership of all our donors. As you know, we take no government funding. We rely solely on voluntary gifts, and every gift transforms these lives. Yeah. It is a remarkable privilege to watch it happen.
I tell folks who say that they want to give money in certain ways, I say, listen, you know, we would love for you to give $500 to the rescue mission at any moment, $1,000 to the rescue mission, whatever it is. But if you could tie it to your workplace, if they give back as well.
Amen.
I'm fortunate enough that I have the money that I donate to the mission comes directly out of my paycheck, so I never have to see it. And the wife never gets to see it because Amazon never gets to see it. But I joke on that part. But my business, West 2 Hearst, matches everything that I give. So any impact that I make, the corporation that I work for is doubling it. Tell us about how people should maybe do that, even if it's $10.
Oh, it is. Well, even if it's not matched, $10. We are incredibly blessed. The median gift we get has gone up over the past several years, and it's now $37.25. So we look at it as we have so many donors who are giving us the equivalent of the widow's mite. They are folks whose gift is sacrificial at $25. They can check with their employer about matching gifts. Employers usually love the idea of matching gifts because it shows that their employees are engaged and committed in the community, and it obviously is it's a charitable deduction for the corporation as well as the individual. So please, we'd encourage every donor out there, check with your employer to see if they will match. We get regular notice from employers that, for example, Universal Studios, they match. West 2 matches. There are probably 15 or 20 companies that notify us that they got notice that Steve Jones, who works at ABC Company, said he gave $25. If we confirm that, they'll match it for us.
Awesome.
And it is a spectacular way, as you noted, for any individual donor to double the difference he makes in the lives of homeless men, women, and children.
All right, I'm going to talk a little bit about you for a second, Freddie.
Okay.
You've been out here. I'm not going to give the weather forecast because I'm no meteorologist. I only took one class. But there's a tropical wave that's been sitting off the coast of Florida. How has it been out here for the last several hours?
Last night,
because I heard the rain last night.
It was pretty brutal. I was sitting here and it was blowing in on me the whole time. But not the whole, for what, an hour? Maybe two. Okay, it was really bad. But the guests stayed dry pretty much, kind of. And the most important thing was Nick and Paul and the guys running back behind the camera, they stayed completely dry. And at one point, they said, do you want to move it? It was when it was raining hard. Do you want to move it? And I said, no. I said, I was really thinking, taking everything we have out into the middle of the rain and all of us running out there in this rainstorm, we're going to be soaked anyway. And I said, no, we stayed here. And it was not because I was a good prognosticator. It was just God smiled on us, and it stopped raining it slacked off about 30 minutes later.
I use that moment because I want to highlight one thing.
Yeah.
There are so many people who don't have a roof to put over their head. They don't have a tent that's over their head. and they weren't able to escape that rain last night. What's the
You
need
know,
like in
exactly.
Central Florida?
It's almost unimaginable. As you know, as a board member, we give a report every month on how many people we have on a waiting list. And for the first probably, well, I've been now at the mission almost 10 years. So the first 7 years I was at the mission, we would have a waiting list, almost always of between 5 and 15 applicants, folks who want to move into the mission. I get a report every Wednesday, and as of last Wednesday, and it had gone down recently to 112.
Wow.
So it is.
Gone down to 112.
Yes, it had gone down to 112. So the need is exorbitant and heartbreaking. There are so many people, especially moms with kids, who are sleeping in their cars or they're couch surfing, and they're running out of options with friends and relatives who can put them up or will put them up because it's so inconvenient. They are sleeping under the overpasses. And I would encourage, we have a waiting list, but I'm going to be candid that while the waiting list is generally chronological, you waiting list and you move up as people move in or they find something else. But we also work with partners, a bunch of churches who will call us and say, I have X, a woman and 2 kids, and they're literally sleeping on our front steps. We'll go pick them up, and if we've got a couch, we'll put them up temporarily, because it is unfathomable to think that a mom and her kids have to sleep outside where they are exposed not only to the elements but all the other dangers that exist out there. And so we've talked to a bunch of political officials, our public officials. We got, I don't know if we have any more this morning, who are public officials, about what are they doing and what can they do. And to be candid, they are as befuddled as anybody about what they can do, because we keep spending more and more to reduce homelessness, and homelessness keeps growing. And I haven't heard a convincing explanation for how that is, if we're not doing something wrong. I mean, to be candid, if we're not wasting money in some way. And I will tell you, I don't know the solution.
I was going to say, it's not unique to Orlando.
No, oh no, it's across the country in most major cities. And most major cities are having the same experience we are. They keep increasing spending and then increasing the number of homeless people. Now, the Trump administration has announced last week, they announced a proposed change in funding that is really significant. And it has every social service agency I know that receives government money, because even the local money originates in the Department of Housing and Urban Development. They send the money to local jurisdictions. Every one of the organizations that we work with on a routine basis and receive government funding are terrified, because they want to change dramatically the programs they fund. And they're saying that if they do that, they can save almost $2 billion. So they're looking at cutting this funding by $2 billion and rearranging the allocation. And now it won't change anything we do.
Yeah, because we don't take government funding.
Right. But for these other organizations, it poses a significant risk.
Yeah.
Because they've built their programs based
off
on what has been funded.
Yeah.
And for the government to now say, we're going to change it as of, I don't know, October 30, well, I mean, October 1st, whatever August, I've forgotten the fiscal year we run on, but they're going to change it as of that date. And now they have to revamp completely their programs.
In a year. They got to do it in a year's
and
time.
And even if they think that what they're doing is working, because it's not going to be funded clearly at the same levels. Now, the same thing happened about 9 years ago when they switched the funding programs from what they had been doing to what they're doing now. It's permanent supportive housing and housing first are the two catchwords for it. And they adjusted, and now they've shifted all their programs to catch that funding. So we are incredibly blessed, as you know, because we don't have to accept it, that we can continue to conduct and refine the programs that we know work. I mean, because you talked to, just before you got here, Tasha Cochran was here. Tasha and her son lived, and she is now living, she's married and has another little girl, and everybody is flourishing.
Yeah.
She comes here and she talks about, she didn't know what they would have done. They were out, they had been couch surfing and were out of options, and somebody at her church said, go to the mission. And she said, it was interesting. She said, I was afraid to go to the mission because I thought it was going to be a big warehouse with a whole lot of scrungy
Which
people.
is a scary thing to do.
Absolutely.
Put your child into.
When she had a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
2-year-old little boy. So, and then she said, as soon as she walked in the lobby of the mission, she said, I knew this wasn't like that.
You get your own individual apartment, you
Yes.
get your own place to stay.
Yeah, and everything is clean, and she said everybody is so pleasant. So anyway, but that's, you ask a question. Tasha and Lennon, her son, are what our donors invest in the changing of lives like that.
Yeah.
And that's what happens because through God's grace here.
You know, there's the current saying, how much time we got left?
6 minutes.
6 minutes left. There's the current thing that a lot of people are saying is, yesterday's price is not today's
Yeah.
price. It's a
Yeah.
huge difference in what things cost. How much is that fueling people to, one, move out of the mission, but two, not have to come here in the first place? Because apartment living is crazy.
It is, and that is obviously a significant factor in the increase in homelessness. We don't have, by far, we don't have enough apartments. I mean, depending on whom you ask, we are somewhere between 40 and 75,000 apartments short in Central Florida of what we need. And we are not doing much, and this is an editorial comment, we're not doing much to alleviate that shortage. We're doing a lot of announcements and very little substance as far as I'm concerned. But I don't even know if we opened the spigot up like I would want to and eliminate most of the land use restrictions, which is what I want to do. But I realize, as my wife tells me constantly, okay, you have bizarre ideas. I like to say they're just eccentric.
There you go.
I'm not sure how much that would resolve within 5 years.
What's the future of the mission looking like? Because I know that that's one of the big projects we're working on.
Yes, we are looking to open a transitional village. It is a small apartment complex, 108 apartments that will house our graduates and other families and individuals who are referred by partners. And it will be that they will pay a program fee to live there. And it will be somewhere between 50 and 60% of market rate rent. But they can't live there forever.
Yeah.
Because the idea is to give them a chance to catch up, live in a place, and they will have restrictions on what they do. There won't be any alcohol or drugs on premises. They will have to save 10% of their income.
And they've already been used to that if they've been graduated from here. Yep.
Yes. And they will donate 1 day a quarter to working on a neighborhood service project. They'll have to participate in things like Neighborhood Watch, because we want to let them know part of being a member of a community is working with the neighbors.
Yeah.
And you're not just getting the cheapest apartment. This is a program, just like the program you've left. There's a lot more freedom and a lot fewer restrictions, but you still have to participate.
And it gives people a chance.
Oh,
because like
absolutely.
you said, they leave with the $10,000 or $25,000 in their savings account, and the cost of rent is beyond what they're capable of doing.
Right.
Then it's going to be gone instantly.
Right. So this allows them to afford an apartment, continue to save some money while they progress in their career. So they get 3 years, say, of raises and promotions, so that they can afford a market rate apartment in 3 years, or they can qualify for some of the income dependent subsidized apartments that are available. But the waiting list now is 18 months to 2 years.
Wow.
So, and we work regularly with them because for our graduates, but that means our graduates, by the time they're ready to leave, we can't have them live with us for 2 more years because there are too many people who desperately need that room right now because they're sleeping in their car.
Got to help somebody else. And this will be the last thing, and then I'll let you go, Freddie. Tell me your why and the why you hear from other people who donate time and treasure to the mission.
I think there are two things. First is to commit to the injunction that we are our brother's keeper and that we are supposed to help the least of these, my brothers and sisters. And the idea of helping transform a life. They're not providing just immediate relief with shelter, food, and clothing. They're providing those, but only as components of the larger program that will transform lives through the mercy and grace of God. And I think that's why people give.
How much longer you got out here, Freddie?
Let's see, I have 6 more hours.
6 more hours to go.
Hours, yeah.
Who have you had
Before
so
the
far?
wheels
What's
fall
coming
out.
in the next 6?
Okay, so in the next 6, the gentleman to your right, Congressman Dan Webster, is next up.
Who volunteers here
Yes,
all the time.
all the time. And I will tell you, one of the glories of working at the mission is seeing folks like Congressman Webster. He will call me on a Tuesday and say, "Hey, Freddie, may I show up tomorrow morning and feed the guys at the men's home?" And he doesn't bring an entourage, doesn't bring any security or media. He just shows up and feeds our guys. Which is an extraordinary. And the idea when we planned this.
Was it last Thanksgiving? We had an Olympic boxer.
Yes, it was
we had a commissioner. We had 2 commissioners. We had the congressman. It's just people in here.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing God's work.
With big hearts.
Yeah.
You're right. We had the only American that won a medal. Who won a medal?
Amari.
Yeah, wasn't that cool? Anyway, and we had Florida's biggest media celebrity.
Here he goes again. And my 2 little kids who are out here handing out book bags too, because you got to teach them young. You got to teach people to appreciate
God bless you for
everything
doing that.
they have and everything that they do. Freddie, thank you so much for having me on.
God bless you, my friend. Love you. Love what you do, man.
And you guys back at home or around the world, share this story, share it to other people, and get involved with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, get involved with the missions that are in your neighborhood, and just give back. Because if you're giving back and you're loving God's people, God loves you, you love them. All right. Thanks so much.
God bless you, my
for having me.
friend.
God bless you.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Welcome back, guys, to Conversations on a Bench. We now have the extraordinary privilege and honor of hosting Congressman Daniel Webster, one of the best public servants you will ever meet. I tell the story constantly, and it's true, that Congressman Webster is the kind of guy who will call us up on a Wednesday and ask if he can serve breakfast to the men at Project Hope, our men's facility, on Thursday morning. And he shows up here with no media and no entourage, just to serve our guys. And he does that on a routine basis. And he also shows up at an awful lot of our public banquets. Stuart was just saying that was it Thanksgiving? We had an Olympic boxer, a U.S. Olympic boxer, Congressman Webster, 2 city commissioners, and Stuart Moore, a media superstar, all dang here to serve homeless people. It's remarkable to get to work at a place like the Mission. So welcome. Thank you for
Good
coming.
to be here.
This is
Great
a
to be
delight
here.
and a treat for us.
Well, it's awesome for me too. I love it.
Okay, so as soon as you go back to work and we reopen our government, I understand you're going to resolve homelessness. Is that right?
I'd love to say that's true. I'm going to just keep giving and working and serving.
Yeah.
And maybe someday we'll end
Yeah.
it.
Well, God bless you. Thank you for all your work. You probably have access to more of the broad information about homelessness and its status and causes and consequences on a nationwide scale than anybody we can talk to. So how would you describe your perspective on the state of homelessness and why it keeps increasing?
Yeah, well, number one, it increases in Florida because this is a warm climate. And people don't like the cold, and so they like to move here. And they think this is sort of the land of opportunity, which in some cases it is, but they find out they're still homeless here just like everywhere else. And so this is a great thing that the Orlando Union Rescue Mission does, is just meet those needs. And you meet them as well as you can, and better than the ones I've seen, and it's just fantastic.
Well, you're very kind to say that. I know you know this, that our goal is not to provide just the immediate relief they need with shelter, food, and clothing, but to help transform their lives, give them those things as part of as components of a much broader program.
Yes.
And you have been an enthusiastic, staunch supporter, both with your volunteer times like this morning and your donations, and we are grateful beyond measure for what you do.
Well, I thought about how the rules are good. And so I know there are people along Old Winter Garden Road, our businesses there. They stop in, they need money, whatever, and we point them down to your way. Well, we don't like going there because there's rules there. And so
yeah,
that's a good thing, because getting the people a job solves a problem that is going to be continuing. We're just giving them food. That's good for that day,
right?
But it doesn't solve the problem. So the idea of taking the whole person and feeding their soul and feeding their spirit and feeding their belly, it all works out. And
well,
it's
thank
good.
you. Thank you. That's we try to do that. So I probably should know this, but I'm kind of dim-witted and thick-skulled, so I don't. How long have you been volunteering? Because when I joined the board and would serve at the old downtown men's home and serve at the banquets, you were there already. You've been doing this for a long time.
Yes. Well, Don Moody first got me involved, and I remember him coming to our church looking for money, and we ended up supporting that way, and also just volunteering. And I found out it was just a great blessing to come down and serve, usually at Christmas or Thanksgiving or sometime like that. So I don't know how long it's been. Don might remember, I don't know, but it's been a while. It has.
So I mean, it must be 25 years, 25
Probably.
years at least.
Yeah.
And again, I should know this. I need to do more research, but I've been up since 5 o'clock yesterday morning. So if I did the research, I don't remember anything. How long have you been serving in Congress?
I've been serving in Congress for 15 years.
Okay.
I was in the state Senate for 10.
That's right.
I was in the state House and for 18 years.
So
I started in 1980.
Did you really? That's all. Okay. So what I gather happens is that you identify a legislative body that needs to be improved dramatically and decide to run for it. Is that it?
Well, actually,
isn't that right, Pam?
Yes.
Okay.
We had a problem with our church, and I was the building committee chairman. It was just a volunteer position, and we needed a zoning exception for a house we bought along Pine Hills Road. So I remember somebody said, well, you need to go down to the county and get that exception. So I did. I filled out the paperwork, turned it in. A few weeks later, I don't remember all the time frame now, it was a long time ago, but I remember that it said denied. And I just looked at the guy, I think it was, can't remember his name, but anyway, denied. I was kind of naive. I said, "This is the United States of America. How could it be denied?" And so they said it was adverse to public policy. And I said, "Okay, if that's adverse to public policy," I said, "who sets public policy?" And somebody said, "The Florida legislature." I remember calling my mom up right after that. I said, "Mom, I'm running for the Florida House of Representatives." And she said, "Don't you think you should start a little smaller?" Maybe I should have. I don't know. Never run for office before. That was my first try. And back then, you had to run county-wide.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was the whole county, and I just
Well, okay, so
started out.
the conclusion I draw from that is that we ought to thank that guy who denied your application because it got you involved in politics, which has been a benefit to the entire country.
Yeah.
All right, what's his name? We'll send him some flowers.
Okay, that'd be a great idea.
So,
anyway.
all right, do you run again next year in 26? Are you
Yes.
going to run?
Well, I feel like as
Awesome.
long as I be effective, I'll do it.
Good, good. But keep marking off some days for us at the banquets, okay?
Okay.
Because it's again, you show up and just work at the banquet like everybody else, and it is a delight to see, and it's heartwarming.
Yeah.
So thank you for your humility in that regard.
In recent days, we've got a president I don't think that goes to bed, and so we've worked a lot passing some of his stuff,
Yeah.
and so it's taken up some of my time in the early part of this year, but now I'm freed up now.
Okay, and you need to know that when your office told me that because of the shutdown, that you would be able to show up in person and not just have to Zoom, like because y'all would be in session otherwise. I think our leadership team at the mission was the only group of people in the nation praying that we would not reopen the government, because we love having you here in person.
I'm glad I got freed up. That's really good.
So are we. So are we. So, are you aware of the president's proposed change in funding through HUD? You may. I mean, it's nothing. I think only homeless people and service providers. The HUD announced last week that they were thinking they were proposing a potential change in funding. Now, it wouldn't affect us because we take no government funding, but it would be a switch from the programs they fund primarily, from the current ones. The catchwords are housing first and permanent supportive housing. And those are the programs that HUD funds. And as you know, the monies that the local jurisdictions here, our city and county spend, fundamentally are HUD money.
It is.
Yeah.
It's federal money.
And so they're now saying they want to get away from funding these two main programs and go back to what they funded 10 years ago. And I think it's because people like me ask the question. Locally, we spend 3 times as much money as we did 5 years ago to reduce homelessness, and we have twice as many homeless people. And so the question I ask, and it's why probably I'm so unpopular around here, is does that indicate we're doing something wrong if we keep spending more and more money to reduce homelessness and we get more homeless people? Maybe we ought to re-examine what we're doing. Now, I know that what you said, undoubtedly there's truth to it, but they haven't had twice as many people move in those 5 years. But I guess the HUD has announced that they're considering this change. Now, it may be one of those trial balloons that they launch to see how people react, and then they go back and modify their plan. But it caused a furor locally because as far as I know, we're the only local homeless services agency that accepts, or organization that accepts no government funding. So it wouldn't affect us at all. But everybody else was fired up.
Yeah.
And we've talked to a lot of them on the bench the past 27 hours, and they're very fired up.
Yes, well, I think that's a picture of the fact that most people's answer is money.
Yeah.
And so if there's anybody that's touching money, moving money, talking about reducing money, whatever,
yeah,
they're up in arms. But that's not necessarily the case, and maybe we'll come up with a better plan.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your efforts. You're a hero around here. I hope you know that. You're kind of a legend, as a matter of fact.
Well, I love the mission. It's just a fantastic thing, and you're right. You just come and you. I'm a tray carrier.
That's right.
And, that's my title. Yeah, you got.
And you do it well.
And so you go in, you fill it up. You go. You don't have to even have to unload it. Somebody comes along. There are the people who are the unloaders. They pass them all out, and then you go back and get another set.
So if this congressional position doesn't work out, you got a career to fall back on.
Yeah.
Okay, as a server. Okay, well, and I'll write the recommendation for you.
Okay, that'd be great. Yes, I can serve those plates.
But do you have any questions about the mission?
No, I follow it. I watch it. I want to do everything I can to help it.
Well, you do
personally and otherwise, and it's just a beautiful thing to see a community, especially the one I live in, see a need and go out and find a way to fund it and go do it.
Yeah.
And it's not like you have to go drum up support for people to come here and stay.
Right.
They're out there, and we just talked about the fact that that's even increasing, and it needs we need more. But this is a great
Well,
mission.
thank you. We had one of the guests just before you was a young woman named Tasha, and Tasha lived with us for about a year with her, at that time, 2-year-old son, and they had been sleeping on couch surfing with friends and relatives, and they had run out of options.
Wow.
And their church called the mission, and they moved in, and it gave her breathing room to get on her feet, and it's just delightful to see, as you described it, that she gets on her feet and she escapes homelessness permanently, and she now has a wonderful life with her husband and 2 kids now, and it's gratifying to see that it works. And I don't know if you knew, we were founded in 1948. 4 businessmen in downtown Orlando thought they had a massive homelessness problem because they thought there were 6 men who they thought were homeless in Orlando. And they opened a little overnight shelter with 4 beds. That's how they started, in what was really an empty office. They didn't even serve meals. It was just, we give you a place to sleep. And I was talking with Stuart more before you got here, how extraordinary it is that in the 77 ensuing years, God has inspired the development of all these ministries here that provide education. We have, as you know, we have a school on campus for adults that we conduct that issues a high school diploma. The preschool for the kids, and all the range of services we provide that transform the lives of our guests. At the same time, we spend virtually identical efforts in making sure they are introduced to Jesus, because we know that is essential for their long-term success and happiness.
That's the key.
Yeah.
And even for the future beyond life here on Earth.
Absolutely.
And so it's a great thing. Like I said, it's the soul and the spirit and the body, and you take care of all those needs. And I'm just really thrilled to be a small part of it.
Well, you're much more than a small part. Thank you, sir. God bless you, and thank you for coming by.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you, Congressman Dan Webster and Pam. Thank y'all.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4. I was confused. I didn't know what I was going to do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career. My kids are happy. I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed. I'm very excited. I feel more happy. I feel like I'm a better parent.
All right, thank you for returning to Conversations on a Bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I'm Freddie Clayton, and we continue for another almost 6 hours. And we'll be done on it with our 24-hour marathon abuse. God bless you for coming here. What a treat that you come by and entertain us.
Of course, of course.
So explain how long you've been
involved
with?
Yeah. So I've lived in the Orlando community, and I was feeding people out in Lake Eola a while, like years and years, and then I found this job here when there was only one front desk person when I started here at this office. One front desk person and me, who had no idea what I was doing. Quite frankly, I had no idea. But we work at the clinic over here, Doctors United Group, where it's an HIV clinic, STD clinic, and we have a psychiatrist as well now. But and my job was outreach, and basically I got into my boyfriend's beat up car. It's banged on this side. So you can't put a person on the left seat in the back because the tire, it'll push down. And I mean, it was just, and that was the vehicle that I used to go out and find our first patients.
Oh my God.
Out in the community. And some of the old patients, they remember that beat up old car that we just started in, you know what I mean? And now we have 2 vans, 2 doctors, a psychiatrist, a regular doctor. We have 4 medical assistants. We have a boss now, which is great.
Yes.
There's an adult in the room now. And then you have 2 outreach too. And the things that I've been able to do for the community have just been astounding. Do you know that 2 police officers flagged me down the other day, and I'm like, oh God, still fear of police, like, oh, okay, what did I do? And they said, are you the one that's been doing this, that, and the other? And
Really?
I said, yeah. And they said, I want to shake your hand. Thanks for cleaning up the city.
Wow.
Yeah. That's amazing.
The only times the police ever shake my hand is right before they put on the handcuff.
Well, that's been my experience. I'm an addict and an alcoholic. So for years and years, for 10 years, I was out there with the homeless people.
Yeah.
I was one of the homeless people that was, constant. When I got clean and sober, I was 87 pounds.
Oh my God.
87 pounds. I was an IV drug user. I was homeless. I had lost my children. All of those things, terrible things that happened to you. And, I didn't know that people could get clean. I didn't know that places like this, and I work with these California rehabs too. You know, some the things that you guys are able to do here for the men that just come in so beaten and just hopeless, and then, you know, a couple days in, you start to see them kind of wake up. You know, they're just a little bit awake, and then, you know, fast forward, and you see these just men come out of this place. Real men, like little broken boys come in, and then real men come out. It's a it's a beautiful thing.
Thank you.
It really is. It really is. I want to grow the women's side more. That's what I want to focus on, is growing the women's side. So that way people can, when they're down and out, they can come in, because there is such a long waiting list at the women's side. They're so good that nobody ever wants to leave on the women's side. Nobody ever wants to leave. No women, they get in there, they're in there for life, boy. They're lifers. They're like, I'm not giving this opportunity up, and they're smart not to, because this is a
you
place.
You are so kind. But Doctors United Group gave us a solution for providing medical care to our guests that we've wrestled with for probably 77 years since our founding. But I know in my almost 10 years at the mission, we have had 3 false starts about providing medical care in some way, until y'all showed up, and you resolved the issue for us. I mean, it is a spectacular partnership.
It is,
and it's so cool that we can now tell our guests, both the men, and they can come over from the women's side, and we're talking about giving y'all some space over there.
Yeah.
But the idea is that, I mean, and I don't even know if we've instituted it for doing opening early one day.
That would be a beautiful thing.
I think that's what we're getting planned.
I think that would be lovely. Yeah. I'm a morning person. I know my boss is a morning person. We're up at the crack of dawn, so that would work well for us. Yeah. You know, and as long as we can find we just got to get a doctor to wake up that early. That's all.
Okay, that's your issue. I'm not going to touch that.
I'll solve that. I can be rather convincing, if you believe it or not.
Good, I believe it. Yeah. So we are incredibly grateful to Doctors United because of what you have all done here and provided medical care for these folks who otherwise have, as you know, very difficult time.
It's nearly impossible, because like when you're out there, a lot of times you're an addict and an alcoholic, and I speak from personal
Now, when you say
experience.
You're an alcoholic and an addict, you don't mean me personally.
I mean me, not you, not you. I can't tell your story. I mean, you know, your family can, but I can't. But you're out there and you're struggling, and a lot of times when you've used those substances for so long, I had mental health challenges. Yeah. That was my #1 battle, and I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was my #1 battle. I thought that the drugs and alcohol were, but really, my brain's just a little bit off center, you know? I mean, this is your brain on drugs. Yeah. You know what I mean? It does affect you. It does. And to have the psychiatrist that these people can get, and then to have incentives to keep them coming back to get their medicine, it's amazing. And then to have a place like here where I can tell people, some men that haven't heard about this place, when we pull in here, they're like, what is this place? And I'm like, it's a shelter. You can actually stay here. They feed you and they give you God and all sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. They introduce you to Jesus. And, you know, Doctors United just loves the symbiosis, maybe, I don't know what word I'm trying to use. Maybe of our relationship, and I think that opening up early in the morning is a great idea, right after they get done with their service in the morning, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and y'all would open early and 1 day a week, so that our guys could know.
That's
go
the
over
day.
There, yeah.
That's
and I know that Ryan, who runs this facility, is talking with what's her name, the HR person.
It could either be Melody.
Yeah. About doing that. So anyway, so thank you.
That's amazing. Yeah. That's really great. I don't know how. I don't know about the front desk girls, but I know that I'm happy about it. Yeah. No, this place is just it's given life and hope.
Well, you're kind.
You're a hope dealer. That's what you are. Is a hope dealer. Kind. You guys are, man. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing. The other night, Joe and I were up. Oh my gosh, it was like 7 o'clock at night on last Friday. And there was this blind man who had just gotten released from this place that I tried to get him into, and you guys worked. I mean, I ended up calling Joe at like 7 o'clock. I'm like, look, I really can't find anything to do, and you guys made it work for him. You made it work for him. You didn't have any space, and you know, I told him, I'm like, is there anything that we can do? I don't care if he just sleeps in the back of my van, like whatever can we do? And he made it work for him. And then, you know, and so many times these people, we can give them a soft landing, but if their families and if their peers don't support that landing, then it doesn't stick. But here, the men get an opportunity to be completely absolved in the solution. That's solution based every day, and it's amazing. I love it. I love it so much. I think it's just a really great thing, and I think that if more people knew about this, then this would be the way that a lot of other places would run too, because you give them an opportunity to go out and search for a job. If they want to go and look for a job in the morning when they get out of here, they're up bright and early. A great breakfast. The food is amazing. I used to eat it all the time whenever they had the old chef. I used to eat it all the time. Now I don't get to eat it as much, but he used to sneak it to me all the time. I'd get a plate full and I'd be like, yes. I literally didn't bring lunch for like a year, but then he found out he wasn't supposed to be doing that. But that killed that. But the food is amazing. I literally had a steak the other day that my boyfriend works at Del Frisco's, which is like this place they get $10 bottle of water for them. Anyways, the ribeye, this man made a ribeye back there, and I took a bite of it. It was the best ribeye I've ever had. Hands down. Like, even the steaks that he brings home that are $300 don't compare to the food that is here. It's just, it's good people cooking good food, serving a lot of love.
You're very kind.
Yeah.
That's a goal.
It is. Well, you
thank
guys
you.
succeed
God bless
every
you.
day.
You're very kind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so
for
much.
coming by.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
All right. All right. Thank you guys. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us, give hope, and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
All right, we are back on the bench holding some conversations. And our guest right now is, okay, one of my favorite pastors in the world, Pastor Patina Ripke.
You say that about everybody, but that's fine.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
because my pastor from St. Michael's is coming on in just a moment, and just between the 4,000 of us.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to say that about him. Pastor Patina Ripke from First Methodist Church of Oviedo is a spectacular partner of the mission and a wonderful friend. And I'll tell you when we met.
Oh, yes, this is good.
8 years ago, probably.
Probably about that, yeah.
Pastor Patina had brought a group to serve supper for the first time at the mission. And I like to go down, and whenever we have a new volunteer group in for the first time, I like to go down and meet them. to make sure they meet my standards. And
and we failed miserably.
and I met Pastor Bettina. She was clearly in charge, and she asked if after supper if I could give them a tour. And this was at the family home, and I took them on a tour. And she had the same reaction that most people do when they take a tour of either of our facilities for the first time. It's God is so good at building a ministry that does so many things so well. So after we finished, we were walking out back through the dining room, and she said, you know, this was in January. She said, you know, do y'all have anything coming up that we could volunteer for? And this was 2 months before our very first Easter banquet foot washing. And she had no idea what she had just stumbled onto. So I began to tell her about the foot washing, and her reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. And she said, we are in, and they have been in ever since. We now have to limit the number of volunteers they can bring because they are so spectacular in serving and imitating Christ that we have to limit the number of volunteers they can bring to the foot washing. But they are enormously regular volunteers at tons of stuff. They serve every month, serve supper at the family home, and participate in our fall festivals and entertaining our kids. And it's a wonderful partnership. And they are they're significant donors to the mission. And I am tickled that you would take the time to come visit us today.
You know, I've had a great night's sleep. I feel awesome.
That's okay, because I've been drinking most of the evening.
We are in the morning now, you know? Okay.
Yes, okay.
All right, just wanted to make sure. No, I really appreciate you having me for this time. And you're coming to our church.
Yes.
In a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And you'll get to talk about the mission there with a few of our other core missions that we support in the community. But I really appreciate also the fact that you said that that we're friends, because I feel like we're friends.
Yeah.
I feel like we're friends, but we're deeply connected through Christ.
Yeah.
And the thing about when you told me that day what you were going to do with the foot washing, I remember instantly just sensing that this was God's work and that the Holy Spirit was moving. I really did. And I remember, I think when we first started, even the conversations were, well, maybe you could get like a few people to come. And I think I said, no, we can get 30 people, you know, like that. And I mean, not that we have that many people, but it was just, I just felt strongly about it. The other thing I want to say is when you did the tour, you gave me the tour. I remember thinking, this is the most unbelievable homeless, I don't know what the right word,
well,
how you
homeless
go,
shelter.
Shelter, you know, I've ever seen, because it's more than that.
Yeah.
It's more than that. And I felt like, this is a weird thing to say, because I've done a lot of, I'm from Tampa, and I've ministered in different areas over there with the homeless community, and I felt like I could trust, I knew I could trust when I talked about it with our church family, that I could say, we can spend money and give money here, because we can believe that this is a place that is doing the right things and helping people to become better at their lives and become followers of Jesus, all the things, children, taking care of children and considering education of those who come in. I mean, with a lot of respect. And I knew that our church could trust you to do that, and I could tell them that. And then I remember thinking when we went into one of the rooms, I'm like, this is beautiful and clean, and even donations are like, you know, maybe like buy new things for the people that live, like we show respect and dignity to the people that come in to the facilities. So I've always known it is hands down the best organization that I've worked with.
Well, you're very kind.
100%
It's,
truth.
As you know, it's the work of Jesus.
100%. And you, as the face and the organization, the leader of this organization, I know you came into it after it was already existed.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, you're not 150 years old, whatever. You probably feel like it right
No,
now.
I only look 145, right?
Yeah, right now you look. But I mean, your enthusiasm, your humility, and your all of that, and the people who work here. Anyway, I could go on and on and on.
Well,
It's amazing.
Thank you. So, gosh, I had a bunch of questions to ask. And you've already answered them all.
No, I was like, I feel like I can't answer like most of these questions, but yeah.
Oh, no, so a question, and I've talked about this with Pastor Brian, who is the other pastor at First Methodist Oviedo. What is your impression of the obligation of the body of Christ to work on things like homelessness? I mean, I know what you clearly think your church should be doing because you do it.
Yeah.
But I guess because Pastor Brian has given me the consent that when we get ready to launch this capital campaign, we've got a giant gift. It's a matching gift now, and to come talk to your congregation and just say, I mean, I've already planned it. It's a kind of, I'm going to tell it's a congregation participation effort.
Mm-hmm.
You know, raise your hands if you notice that homelessness has increased dramatically in Central Florida over the past 7 years.
Yeah.
And of course, everybody's going to raise his hand. And then you say, raise your hand if you think Jesus calls us as his followers to serve the people who are homeless as the least of these. And everybody's going to raise his hand. And then I'm going to say, raise your hand if you have no idea how to do that as an individual or as a congregation. And I'm going to say, I can tell you one way, and it has nothing to do with money. It's pray for the mission and this specific project, because we're going to, on a risk, build 108 apartments that we will let to our graduates and folks who are referred by local ministry partners, and they will pay a program fee that will be about 50 to 60% of market rate rent. But they'll only be able to do it for probably 3 years, and there are restrictions. And I said, because I know my congregation, we can't build an apartment complex, we can't open a soup kitchen, and we certainly can't let homeless people have our fellowship hall for sleeping. So what can we do? And this is, and it really is, it's pray for organizations like the mission, but specifically pray that this is God's will and that he inspires people to make it happen, to provide the resources for it. So I know what the heart is of First Methodist Oviedo. But I guess I look at the state of homelessness and the fact that we have so many more homeless people in Central Florida, and yet our government spends 3 times as much as it did 7 years ago to reduce homelessness. And I think, okay, I don't believe the government's going to solve the problem.
That's right.
And I know one group, one population has literally a divine obligation to help.
So you've answered the question, really. I mean, because
Yeah.
so the answer is, do I think the church has an obligation? Well, there's a couple, it's a deep conversation, but the answer is obviously yes. And I've said, maybe not to you, but I've said to 2 people, if the church was doing what the church is called to do, then the government wouldn't have as much,
right?
And so I'm like, we should be doing this. Now the question is, what you said, which I'm super glad you talked about, like what do we do? Because coming from the church I was in Tampa, I was much closer to where there were a lot of homeless people, and they would come to our church all the time. And I was wrestling with it because I am a person of, I want to help everyone. And so you're trying to help. And then I'm like, but am I helping? What's help?
Yeah.
You know, what does it mean? And so I've kind of like really, it seems like there's like different things. I know you guys have like an immediate, for people who have an immediate need
Right.
and all those things and emergency needs and that kind of stuff. And I love that, but you go beyond that. And so for those who want, like, it's like there's people who want to change,
Right.
and there's people who don't want to change. And so when I was in Tampa, I really did wrestle with that a lot, and served in local soup kitchens, and I went to serve women in a halfway house who, that was kind of different, but a little bit the same. And then like would see people, I've had people in my car, I've been going to, providing housing for people, driving them to where, I mean, the whole thing. And then I realized one day I talked to a guy over there, and he said he'd been in ministry for a long time. He's like, listen, you got to find out what's helpful. It's not always helpful to be throwing money out and this and that. So to give direction to a congregation, that's what they need. That's why I like the mission, the OURM, because there's like, okay, here's what you can do. We've been doing this for a long time. We have a proven track record, and here's what you can do to help right now. Praying is huge. But the other thing for a church too is like praying, monetary support, but also I always say, you guys need to like get a little bit dirty here. You need to like step out, and you need to interact with people who are different than you are, and with respect and love. And when you live in a bubble, Oviedo's kind of a bubble.
Most of us live in a bubble.
Yeah, most of us live in a bubble. We do everything we can to put up guardrails, especially nowadays. Like, let me cocoon myself into this little world so I don't have to deal with all the stuff that's out there. So that's kind of a threefold thing for me. It's like, making things easy for the church at first, kind of letting them tiptoe in, giving them a good picture of what the needs are, and then asking them also to take another step, which is, how are you going to interact? We do have a group of men that come here to the men's home too,
absolutely.
which is awesome. So yeah, no, the church, if we don't get involved, then we've missed the mark. Everything Jesus did.
Yeah.
Like it makes me, yes, Jesus was making disciples, but like he's touching the leper who nobody had touched. He's healing the woman with the issue of blood who hadn't been able to be because she was considered unclean for years. So somebody who's unclean, and the people who were on the outskirts and on the other side, all of that. Jesus went to find the demoniac Legion, the man that doesn't even have a name. They, call him Legion because he had so many demons. It makes me cry in him that, he went to the other side specifically for him. Yeah. Who his family wasn't around, and he's in the tomb screaming and yelling and cutting himself. And but Jesus knew he was there, and when he saw Jesus, he saw him from a distance and ran toward him. So yeah, the church has to be in this 100%.
So we need to be able to give them ways to participate. Now, and
Yes.
obviously, you and Pastor Brian emphasize that as part of their obligation, and I know that builds a healthy church. I mean, I often wonder when I look at the churches with which we are fortunate enough to work, and they are all like y'all, active outside the church. The church is outwardly focused. And they're healthy churches in every way. They're healthy financially. They're healthy with respect to the number of participants, the size of their congregations. And I often wonder which is the cause and which is the effect. That do y'all attract a whole lot of people because people are inspired by your dedication and Pastor Brian's dedication to serving outside the church. That's what Jesus wants you to do. That of course you want to worship Him on Sundays, and you want to build disciples so they can go out, but you build them so they can go out.
Yeah.
Or are they able to do all that because they're already healthy churches, and now they have the resources to make a significant donation to the mission and to buy everybody cool T-shirts and bring them out to the foot washing? I presume it's the former, that one reason you're healthy is because you do that, and you attract people who are dedicated to serving Christ beyond showing up.
You know, it's interesting because there are many churches today that don't teach the truth from the Bible. And when you teach and preach the truth from the Bible, how do I want to say it? People change, and they begin to operate and understand what the Holy Spirit's role in them is, and they begin to be filled with the Spirit, and they want to do more. And then the leader, if your leaders are like that, it's just kind of this whole spiral of things, like giving at our church, like as far as missions, there are people who, some people have a ton of money, not many, and they just say, I want this to go to the mission, because they trust what we're doing. So it's multiple things. The other thing that we believe in strongly is serving, but not serving to be a social justice organization. Serving under the banner of the name of Jesus Christ. So serving also with the intent of leading people to the most amazing Savior ever. Yeah. You know, that's really, and so when people start realizing that that's, you know, they're doing both of those things, they have an opportunity to talk to people at your foot washing. I don't know who she was. This year, this woman started like talking about her situation, and I don't even remember how it all went down, but by the end of the conversation, I said, would you like prayer? Like, would you like to confess that? Would you like to be a follower of Jesus? And she said, yes. And so we had the whole prayer. I'll never forget it. And she's praying, and I'm telling her, here's what you need to make sure you know that who Jesus is, and that He died for your sins, and that you can accept Him as your Savior, and you can ask for forgiveness, and the whole thing. And she prays the whole thing. And I'll never forget when we're done praying, I looked at her face, and all of a sudden she had this huge smile, and she's like, it was totally different than before. You know, she had made a decision. So it was serving her, but then God like placed her right in our lap to be able to have that conversation. So it's both. I mean, I think the churches that are serving understand the gospel message, and that they're not just serving, they're not just like I said, a social organization. They're doing something very deep, eternal.
Okay, so you won a soul with that at the foot washing, and you know that Pastor Brian asked me to come over. There was a woman whom he was serving at the foot washing, and he asked her, he said, don't you need more help than just this? And she said yes. So he came and got me, and she and her 2 boys are living at the mission now.
Wow. See, it's all of it. It's all of it together. Yeah. That's amazing. And you know, you guys are such a, like I said, a respected, you show so much respect to the people, and I'm sure she's doing very well.
She's doing great.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
So thank you.
Wow.
Thank you for both those things. The foot washing. Oh, you need to come more often.
I know. Yeah, I'll be there. Are you gonna have one tomorrow? I'll just show up with my towel and at the mission.
One at a time. We'll leave the bench here.
Yes. Seems like there was something I was thinking about too. Is that someone else? Oh, here he is. Okay, I'm not going to tell him. We're on mic though right now, so let's pretend we like him.
No, yeah, he knows. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, are we good?
Are we good?
We got 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Do you have more interesting things to say? Because I never have interesting things to say.
Well, let me look at your questions because
Okay.
you were asking about childhood, feeling, calling.
Yeah. So I don't, you know what? I don't know a whole lot of your story, and our audience needs to.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the audience needs to know. Well, see, I'm always on the other side where I'm asking these questions.
She has
so,
a spectacular podcast.
I mean, but.
And she's lowered the standards twice.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it went way low down. Anyway, no. Well, I was raised in Central Ohio. Nothing fancy. I mean, my parents were very humble. I would say I didn't realize we were on the poorer side, and we lived out in the country.
But that's remarkable of your parents that they never let on.
No, my dad was a small church pastor, but he was also he was bivocational. So he worked at Nestle's in the lab.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And he did that his whole life. And then there were 4 kids, and so we were out in farm country. Like, we weren't farmers, but corn on both sides of our yard. And so I was raised like that. His family and my mom's family are both from Kentucky and West Virginia. Mm-hmm. And so we used to, like, our family roots are like pulling up in the middle, finding the holler in Kentucky or West Virginia, and our relatives, like, they had no running water, or, outdoor toilets, all that. So I was raised like that. I was very sheltered. I grew up in a real small school, like 100 people in my graduating class, Mennonites all around. And then, but when I started working, I started being exposed to, like, different kinds of people. And I worked at a really big research and development company for 16 years. And it was amazing. It was amazing.
Where was that?
In Columbus, Ohio, real close to Ohio State University. It's like right across the street, big lab. It was scientists and engineers, and I was like, I stuck out because I was not that, but got to meet some really smart people from all over the world, and I started understanding the world a little bit better. But I won't go into all that, but it was had some ups and downs, and I haven't been a Methodist my whole life. So I was raised as a Baptist, and then I married a Catholic, and it's a whole thing. But I lived in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and this is Shauna, my daughter.
Yeah.
She was born, and then I moved to Chattanooga, Tennessee. I married a man. This is interesting, who was older than me quite a bit, not my husband now. Married this guy, went against my parents' wishes, went against God's wishes for me, and I knew that for a fact. Married him, didn't know he was a total alcoholic. Moved to Chattanooga, Tennessee, because he said he wanted to go to a Christian college there, even though he was completely walking around. And it was awful. I mean, I made $4 an hour, working part-time, he was never working. He would be laying on the couch when I would come home. And we lived in a really poor part of Chattanooga, Tennessee. We had, like, the window broken out, people broke into the place we lived, all this stuff. And then I ended up leaving him, and I felt really, really bad about my life and really guilty about it, and struggled with that for many, many years because I went against what God wanted. And he ended up, he never recovered. I wish there was a place like this around where he was, but he ended up dying in a homeless shelter. So he was homeless. And so that's like a kind of like my history, and I mean, that's a little bit feeds into why I support this place so much, because you provide hope and give people who think they have no way to overcome this, you give them that hope. So anyway, that's a little part of my story you probably didn't know.
I didn't. That's awesome.
Yeah. So, all right. Are you awake yet?
No. I'll wake up at 3:30. No, No, Susan and I fly out tomorrow morning at 7. Our youngest grandchild is being baptized in Austin on Sunday morning. So we're going out for that and flying back Sunday afternoon at 5.
Listen, you need to take care of yourself. Are you insane for doing this?
Yes, yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, Susan will confirm it.
Yeah. I know, I like Susan. That's why. She's a very truthful woman.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
God bless you.
Yeah.
Love you.
Love
You're the
you
greatest.
too.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieve a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
There's a lot of things I'm not proud of in my life. To think about where I've come from is mind-boggling. The largest robbery in juvenile history, 211 houses. The gang I was in, we didn't care. Our lives were what we can get next, you know, and what I got was an addiction to seeing the fear come over them every time that I pointed a gun in their face. It's evil, and it's a vile place to come from. I was in prison and jail from 15 to 30, in and out, collectively around 8 years I spent in jail throughout that time.
I remember we broke into a car and found a gun, so now it turned into, let's go hold somebody up and see what they'll give to us, you know? And so from going to hanging out outside and playing basketball or football outside, went into hanging out at night and trying to get alcohol and smoke cigarettes. By the time that I got into middle school, I was already heavily involved with a street gang. When I was like 17 or 18, I tried cocaine and then so on and so forth until I was heavily addicted to cocaine. I mean, later on in my life, around my 20s, there was days where I couldn't go without it. If I didn't have cocaine, I was sick to my stomach. Like I couldn't do anything. I remember one time we were trying to sell a bunch of weed, and that was at a gas station, and these guys saw me there, and they decided that they were gonna try to rob me. I'm running away, and the guy shot me. He shot me twice, and then the first time he shot me, I laid on the ground and just waited, and I turned around and I saw the guy coming right for me, and I remember he pointed the gun right at my face and said, "Say goodnight," and he pulled the trigger. I kind of flinched, and when I flinched, I kicked him on accident, and it made him drop his aim from my head to my chest, and it hit me in the chest. I remember I died, you know, and when I died, I knew it because I can see myself on the ground, like as clearly as I'm seeing you right now. You know, I just was laying there and it looked like I was looking in the mirror. And then I saw the EMT cut my shirt open and stick me in the heart with a needle. And when that happened, now all of a sudden in the back of my body, I'm looking around and there's blood all over the floor. That was the moment that I came to the knowledge of who God was. You know, that there was a God. You know, I didn't have any idea of who he was. I just knew that he existed. From that point on, I know that God had his hand on my life. Even though I still messed up, he still didn't let my life go. He still didn't let drugs overtake me to the point of overdosing. He still didn't let other gang members kill me. He still didn't let me get hurt in prison. The same judge I had for like 10 years of my life, the judge looked at me and he was like, "When are you gonna get your life together? Look at where you were when I first met you. You know, at least you had something, you know, to call yours. Now what do you have? You don't have nothing to show for the last 10 years. He goes, you need to either go into a program, a rehabilitation center, or I'm gonna send you back to prison. You know, those are your two choices." And he gave me his card, and I told him I would try the rehab center. And he told me where to go, and I went there and I did the interview process, and they didn't take me. They wouldn't take me because of my violent history. God had his hand on my life. He took me through all of that just to bring me to the point where I needed the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. And that's where I found who God was, who Jesus Christ was as my eternal Savior. When I first came in, I was right here by this bullpen. I remember waiting at this gate, hoping that they had space for me. And this is where I spent my first 2 nights, right here, bed 9. This is where I came, my first chapel service. I would sit right here all the time. This is the spot. This is where I found Christ, right here. Art offered me a position here as a maintenance technician, and I couldn't be happier.
In the 3 or 4 years that he's been with us, he has really gotten to a point where he has grown quite a bit so that he in turn can lead the disciples that we have had, that we have now, to also develop, to also grow, and it's been a blessing.
Great person, great personality, good leader, good coach. You know, he came from the bottom, and now he's pretty much up there, somewhere where I want to be.
When I first came to the mission, I needed a place like this, but not that I needed it for my benefit. I needed it to get me through probation, to get me not going to prison. I needed it to get me out of trouble. And now it's a privilege to get to be here, to find people who have the same walk of life as I have and who have had a hard time, and to be able to instill in them what somebody took the time to instill in me. And that's just really the gospel of Jesus Christ. I pray that you would just draw them as you did my own life, Father. That you would just bring them to a place where they realize that they can't do anything without you. I pray that you would bless them on their journey, Lord. Each and every one of these men here deserves to have a life as I have. And that starts with knowing you, Father.
Back, Conversations on a Bench,
at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, Project Hope Our Men's Home. I'm Freddie Clayton. I work at the mission, and our special guest right now is very special. He is my pastor, Father Rick Luoni, the rector at St. Michael's Episcopal Church in Orlando, and he's an outstanding person and a wonderful pastor. And he has such low standards, he agreed to let us interview him. He's one of the pastors who brings his church, a bunch of volunteers from the church, for the foot washing that we've talked about a couple of times over the past day. So welcome, Father Rick. Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
Of course.
Oh yeah. Okay. So tell our viewers, and I think it's about 6.5 million now.
Okay.
It's between 7 and 6.5 million, I think. A little bit about yourself. Where you grew up, how you ended up as a Episcopal priest.
Okay. I originally from West Virginia, grew up in West Virginia, and as a kid, my family had 2 older brothers, mom and dad, and faith was not something that was. In other words, we weren't members of a church. I didn't grow up in the church. My parents took me on occasions. I went to church with some friends, but at one point I said I'd never be religious. And then I met a guy when I was a sophomore in college who became a mentor to me and led me into the faith. And the thing that really captured me about it is when our first conversations, he told me, he says, Rick, God loves you. And in my image of God and my experience of many Christians, I wasn't aware that God was a God of love. And so that really stopped me in my tracks, and it opened me to listening to him. And over the course of a few months, he and I kept meeting and talking, and one thing leads to another. And one evening, I just had this profound spiritual awakening. God became very, 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 very real for me. And it wasn't in the context in the 4 walls of a church building, right? And so I had this incredible experience, and it never, ever, ever left me. It just kept pursuing me and growing and deepening. And of course, I found an old Bible in the closet, began reading it, and eventually found my way into the church. I sensed from the very beginning that I was called to do this. And I'm thinking, okay, I remember going to the Roman Catholic school as a kid, and I'm like, I can't be a Roman Catholic priest because I like girls too much. And my other experience was the guys on television with the slick back hair. Yeah. And I wondered why a guy
And that
like
wasn't
me,
your self-image?
that wasn't my self-image. And so I wondered, how could a God, use a person like me? Where do I fit in? And of course, I was young, but over the course of the years, the feeling and that inner pull to ministry, I tried serving in numerous capacities. And even though I did those, it never lessened, it just grew deeper. And so eventually I left it all behind, man. After college, I'd gone into work with an ad agency with one of my professors and did that for a few years. Then I was kind of recruited into the television side of the business, lived in Charlotte. After that, I moved from Charlotte to San Francisco and was exploring, the various opportunities there. Ended up starting my own advertising agency there. Strangely, I was successful, and I wasn't trying to be, because in the back of my mind and in my heart, it wasn't a matter of if, it was just a matter of when I would do this. And the grace of having my own business, it provided me the resources and the financial resources and everything else to allow me to go away off to seminary and eventually be ordained into the Episcopal Church. So that's a quick version
And
of it. But it's
how
the
old
love
were
of
you
God.
when you went to seminary and were ordained?
I think I was ordained, let's see, it was 19 years ago. I'm 41. I'm kidding. So I was around 42, maybe.
Okay.
And so I had 20-ish years in the corporate world, and then the last 20 years in the church.
Fabulous.
Yeah. And but it's the thing that got me the very first night when I met this gentleman. His name was JP. Was that, Rick, God loves you. And I knew there was a God all of a sudden, and I knew that it knew me, and I knew that this God loved me. And if this God knew me, I wasn't pursuing God, but that God was pursuing me. And if it knew me and it loved me, that must be true for everyone. And so it just shaped the way that I see the world and see people. You know, in relation to the context of church, I just have a heart for people whom may not speak Christianese, you know, and might not know the traditions, and may think that there's place for, you know, they're too messed up or too broken or too whatever for the church. And I've had people say, you know, oh my gosh, if I show up, you know, lightning's going to crash, and that isn't the gospel. You know, as I say every Sunday, you know, folks, you're loved with the love you didn't earn, and it's a love you can never lose. And so our role as Christians is to walk in love, just as Christ loved us and gave himself for us, an offering and sacrifice for the world. And so every person, every human being on the planet who has ever lived, was created in the image of God. And then regardless of how that image has been smeared, broken, distorted, or whatever, deep within them, they bear the image of God. And one of the ministries, or the ministry maybe, is helping people to recover that image that's in them of God that's on them. It's like this coin, you know, you've looked at an old coin or something, and that coin, over the years, it gets smeared, right, and worn down. But when it's a newly minted coin, you can see, if it's a quarter, you can see George Washington just perfectly well. And I think that's much like that for our soul. You know, our souls bear that image. But through time, we get dropped, we get smudged, we get forgotten, we get stepped on, we get lost, all of those things. But that image beneath all of that is still God. And so every person here on this planet bears that image. And so our role, I think, is to be a loving incarnational presence to people that can help restore that image. And we do that in a million different ways, whether it's sitting down with someone in the church office who's gone through some hardships in life or whatever, whether it's something like the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. Ultimately, that image of God that's in that person, you're helping them, or we're helping them through God is using us to help restore that image. And once we know our deepest, truest identity and worth in God, that changes everything. Because I'm convinced that it's not that people are bad or just sinful, ugly people. People have been broken, people have been lost, people have been hurt. And what they need is a God, a church, a community that comes in search for them to help restore that broken, lost image. And that's why I love the mission so much, is because, yes, I know a lot about what you guys do, But ultimately, when everything all through the education, through the rehabilitation, through the housing of people, through the feeding them, through everything that you do, essentially what you're doing over the course of that period of time is you're helping and being used by God to restore that image of God that is in them, right? And it's through Christ, but that's what's happening. So it's not just about feeding a person. It's not just about housing, giving a person an education. It's not just about giving a person a place to sleep. All of those things are good and well, and they're tools or instruments, but the ultimate is restoring that image, reconnecting them to that God who actually is in pursuit of them. That God never stops pursuing, whether we're consciously aware of it or we think God's left us, that's not the case. God is in search for that person, and God wants to restore the image of God, who is love, in that person. And when that connection starts to happen, and when that coin starts to get a little clean and some of the smudge, they start to see a little bit better the truth of who they are. And when you know that you're made in the image of divine love, and you start to embrace that inside your heart through all the pain and the trauma of our lives, when we begin to see ourselves as God's beloved, that changes not only how I understand myself, my values, everything, but it shapes and shifts how I then begin to see the world. And so it all comes back to that God image. And that's the most beautiful thing that we can do on this earth. That's the gospel.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm preaching a little bit.
No, that's all right.
I'm working for you because I know you're not going to be there Sunday,
job.
so I need to get you, right? And I need to get him while we're here. So that's, that's kind of my story that led me into this.
The collar.
The collar, yeah. The $50,000 collar is what I call it.
What obligation, and it's one of the questions I sent you, what obligation does the church as the body of Christ bear to help homeless people or help resolve homelessness? And you and I've talked, and you've said that I'm welcome when we launch this capital campaign that will launch next week, that you'd give me a few minutes at the pulpit to ask people the three questions there that raise your hands if you think homelessness has increased dramatically in Orlando in the past 7 years. And then everybody in our congregation will raise his hand. And then I ask, raise your hand if you think Jesus calls us as his followers to address the issue, because we're supposed to love our neighbor and help the least of these, my brothers and sisters. And of course, everybody will raise their hand, just because we'll shame them if they don't. Right. I'll call them out by name. And the third is, who feels lost about complying with that obligation, or doesn't know what to do to comply with that obligation? And that's where I will say, I know how you can do this, and it doesn't involve your money. It's pray for us with our new transitional housing.
Yeah.
But
Freddie, I think we love because he first loved us. And aside from regular just being cultural Christians in this world, I'm a Christian because I'm an American, or my mom and daddy raised me in the church, and so it's a good civic duty or something. That isn't the gospel. Yeah. It's like John Newton, who wrote Amazing Grace. I once was lost, I was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace. And when I recognized the truth, even though I grew up pretty much life was handed to me on a silver platter, I know apart from God, that I was lost, I wasn't going to find myself, and I wasn't going to cure myself, and I wasn't going to be ultimately fulfilled with people, places, and things. And so when I recognized that it is purely the love of God that saved me, it then becomes imperative of me. I cannot not look at another human being and judge them in a way that they're unworthy or they're unimportant or whatever, because God has demonstrated me my worth and value in the eyes of God through Christians in his church. And likewise, I see the church, the body of Christ, right? The body of Christ. So when we're baptized, Freddie, we're not just getting sprinkled and it's cute and we just accept Jesus as our Savior and we get to go to heaven when we die. Isn't that beautiful? No. That might be true, but we're buried with Christ in his death. We're raised with Christ in his resurrection, and then we're sealed, right? And we share in his life, right? So we now have become grafted into the very life of Christ. That's the whole body, the church, right? And so it's not an option. It's just not an option. Even if I want it to be an option, it's not an option, because God has done something to me, right? God has done something to you. God has done something to us. He's made us one. And we now share in that life of Christ. And one of the promises we make in our baptism is that that we will seek and serve all people, right? Respecting the dignity of every human being. Because this is exactly what God has done for us. And so homelessness or just people in general bear the image of God, and we're just to go do likewise. It's not about deservingness. It's not about worthiness. It's not about right or wrong. This person bears the image of God, and God has entrusted me and you and his body to see them, recognize them, and do whatever we can in our power, right, with the resources that we have, is to give back to them the very same thing that God has given to us. And the more deeply we're aware of what Christ has done for us, and we're more deeply aware of the beauty and the gift and the grace and the mercy of God that's been given to us, then we can only, at that point, really begin to share that with another human being. So this is not a civic duty. This is not just a nice economical thing or a financial thing or whatever. We're just being good people. No, we are embodying Jesus. We're a loving, incarnational presence of God here, just like Jesus was. That's the point of the church, right? And so homelessness or whatever it may be, it's not an option.
Right.
It's tell that to Jesus, right? Jesus, I have this saying, and it really upsets people. Because sometimes, people want to complain and gripe about church and this and that. You know how we do, right? I used to be a spectator, I know. But we have all the excuses and the rationalizations and the justifications in our minds, right? Mm-hmm. For, I get it, right? The only problem I have with that is that I just find it really, really difficult to kneel at the cross beneath the one who hung there, the broken, the bleeding one who gave his life for me. I have a real hard time kneeling there, looking him in the eyes and rationalizing, justifying why I won't do it. I can't do it, man.
Yeah.
And so when I look at it that way, there's not an option. It's not an option.
All right, so how do you feel about the comment that if the body of Christ would follow the injunction from Jesus, we wouldn't need the government to do half the things it does?
You know, there's a guy named G.K. Chesters.
I love G.K. Chesterton.
Right? And one of the things he said, hasn't, I'm going to paraphrase it, but I'm sure you've heard it. He said, it's not that Christianity has been tried and failed.
Right.
It just hasn't been tried.
Yeah.
We've reduced Christianity down to a belief. What do I need to believe to be okay with God? That's not the image that Jesus portrays in the gospel. Jesus talks about the kingdom, right? And for Jesus, the kingdom isn't this far away, distant place.
Heaven.
It's not what we call heaven, right? The kingdom is God's reign, God's dream being lived out here on earth, right? And so when the church actually lives into who it is, not what it's capable of, not what it's, no, when the church acts and lives into who God claims it to be, who has ordained it to be, then all of this, we do it, man. But I think there's a part of us in our culture in the United States that with the decline in, I don't know, you know, I'm not an expert on this, but I see this shift. We now look to government. I don't care if you're right, left, or middle, or whatever. We see government, whatever that is, and all the little representatives of it, as this demigod who's going to save us, who's going to make it right, who's going to fix it, who's going to, and it's government's responsibility to actually do the things that Christ has mandated us to do. And because we've put our faith, hope, and trust and energy into our politics and our political ideologies, we've failed to put our faith, hope, and trust into Jesus's ideologies, right? And that's the shift that has to take place. We just continue to slowly turn to Jesus because the church has been mandated by God. It's God's dream. It's God's idea. The church is God's plan. There is no plan B. Government, not government, nothing. The church is God's plan, and there's no plan B. It's up to us. And so, yeah, I know how we look to government, but part of the reason is because we always want to look at somebody else and not say, hey, wait a minute, I got skin in this game.
That's their job.
That's their job. No, it's mine. And I have to see that as a follower of Jesus. I have to do whatever I got to do to get that into my heart. To sit with Jesus, go kneel before the cross and say, Lord, I'm yours. What is it that you want me to do? Right? What is my responsibility? What is my obligation? What is it that you have, Lord, who do you want me to be? And then you show me, you direct me, you lead me, you use me in whatever way you want, man.
It's a dangerous, subversive act.
But you know, man, daggone it, Jesus said this. Jesus said, and look, Freddie, I grew up in a nice upper middle class neighborhood. I was taught, son, if you work for it, go to school, get it, you can have this life. Well, and those things are all wonderful and good. There's nothing wrong with those. But the ultimate thing, the life life, real life. And I think real life is I got my education. Man, I got this beautiful career in San Francisco. I don't have to look at the cost of basically anything, right? I've done it, man. I've arrived. I've got life. And then I sit and I go, okay, well, what's next? What's more? Yeah. And so Jesus said to experience life, we have to paraphrase him, we have to let go of this egocentric self. That's why it's hard.
Yeah.
Because this egocentric, beneath the surface of our souls, this unconscious part of us that's defended, that thinks it has to hold on and have control, to let that go feels like dying. Yeah. But Jesus says, now he was a pretty spiritual guy. He probably was in tune with God. Maybe Jesus knew a little bit. And he says, no, if you want a pattern, man, if you want to model my life, if you want to experience this life that God has intended for you, then you must deny yourself. That is that false constructed self. Pick up your cross and follow me. And he says that will actually give you life. I just shared with a group of about 30 people the other day. We were all discussing the Gospels and this and that and Scripture. And we like to do that, you know, because it makes us feel in control. And I just so happened to have my phone in my hand. And I said, you know, the spiritual life is simple. This is a piece of cake. It is. Jesus, Christianity, that's a piece of cake. It's a piece of cake. It's not hard. It's simple. This is your life. This is your hopes. This is your dreams. This is your wishes. This is all about you. Your hurts, your hang-ups, your joys, your all of that. This is me. And it's simple. It's simple. You just take me and you lay it in God's hands. And you say, here I am. Use me. Everything before that happens is just a bunch of noise. But that's the key and that's the way. And Jesus says, you're just going to feel like dying. You're going to think you died. And Jesus says, that's when you're going to discover life as God intended it. And that's the beauty, and that's the gospel, and that's the gift. Man, this is the real deal, Freddie. And I know you know that, brother. Now, I think you might be crazy for doing this for 24 hours straight, but that's why you're here doing this, is because I know that you believe this with every ounce of your being. I'm not saying you're perfect. I know you're almost perfect, but you're, you know, you might have an imperfection or two. But, Freddie, this is why the Orlando Union Rescue Mission exists. I know this is why you give your heart, soul, and life to it. I know this is why everyone that is on this team and all the people that give, it's because they are making God's dream a reality for these people. That's doing the work of Jesus. And I know this is the one we quote all the time, but Jesus says, man, what you've done to the least of these, you've done it to me. You know, and I got to say this, and then I'll shut up and you can ask me anything or send me home or whatever. When I lived in the city in San Francisco, I was walking with another priest, and I was in the process of, you know, my ordination process and seminary and all that. And in case you've never been to San Francisco, beautiful, beautiful city. But there's some homelessness there. And if I was going to be homeless, probably the area I would go, because the weather's great. Nevertheless, my buddy and I were talking, walking down the street in the city, having a conversation about the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. And we're talking about this and debating this theological sacramental reality. And we both simultaneously step over a homeless guy that's lying in the middle of the city sidewalk. And we just step over him. And we take a step and we go, and I'm like, you know what? I think we just stepped over Jesus. Yeah. The point being is Christ is present there. And what you've done to the least of these, Jesus says, you've done it to me.
Yeah. And that's him.
That's him. And you know, and then I'll shut up. I'll be final. How many times have you served someone, done something, worked with people, and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, I was just scooping bread pudding, man. Or I was just, you know, working with these I had this thing with heroin addicts I did in San Francisco. But I walk away sky high, spiritually speaking.
Yeah.
Felt like I was walking off 10 feet off the ground. And I'm like, man, I just felt like, dude, I was with Jesus. Yeah. And the reason I felt like that and the reason you feel like that is because you are, and you were, and you have been. That's where Jesus is. You want to meet Jesus? To the least of these. That's where Jesus finds us.
Amen. Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank
brother.
you, brother. No. Love you. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieved a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375. Welcome back, guys, to Conversations on a Bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I'm Freddie Clayton. I work here, and I have a great friend of the mission and me as our next guest. This is Commissioner Regina Hill. She's been a friend since I got to the mission, and she has a spectacular story to tell you about her introduction to the mission. Commissioner Hill, thank you. God bless you for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's
my
a blessing.
pleasure.
Yes, sir.
My pleasure.
And
Okay,
thank you, Freddie, for all that you do for this community, because this is not a job for you. This is your anointed ministry and your calling.
Thank you. Okay, so give everybody a quick summary of how you grew up and how you met the mission.
Well, good morning to everyone, and I just take it as a humble pleasure to be here to talk about something that's near and dear and personal to me, and not just as elected or community servant. But when I moved here to Orlando, my mother left us in the country at Tavera East, Florida. But then she went to college over here, and then she came back for us, Freddie. And where we landed, because she was making meager wages there in the Paramore area as a single parent, owned a place is no longer there. It's called the Bryant Street.
Yeah.
And Bryant Street is now where you would find the Federal Building, and directly next door to our apartment there was the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. Across the street was the men's shelter, but on the corner there was where the administration office was. And up there was 2 stories, and upstairs was where there was a little a community component there with Mr. and Mrs. Moody. And Mr. and Mrs. Moody would get us neighborhood kids that live within that perimeter and teach us Bible study, would feed us in the afternoons and evenings, and also would, first time I learned how to swim was as Ellie and Jed Clamp say, a cement pool, a cement pond. And they would take us over to Pine Hills to their homes. Me and about 4 other kids that live in that building. And they loved on us, they taught us about God, but more so they exposed us to something that was greater than the community that we lived in, which was at that time some pockets of poverty. Taught us how to swim, taught us Bible scriptures. And so that was my first formal introduction to the work of the ministry, and I benefited from that. So I'm forever grateful to the Moody's. And then, of course, my first view of those experiencing homelessness was when I would walk out the door, and that was one of the first shelters in the Orlando area. It was right there across the street near then the old OPD station.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you. And thank you for your constant support of the mission and its ministry since then. I'll give y'all a quick summary of how I really met the commissioner. The mission was looking to move its men's home. The Magic wanted to buy the old location, and the city had come up with a series of 3 different locations they wanted us to move to. And every time they would tell us, oh, here, you may move here, and we will make sure you get all the regulatory and land use approvals necessary, but we'll make sure that happens. And then what happened every time was the local neighbors objected because they didn't want a homeless shelter next to their house. And we had a contentious neighborhood meeting at the Jackson Community Center one night, and that is the district in which at that time Commissioner Hill was serving on the City Council, District 5. And we had a meeting, and some of the neighbors were less than polite in opposing us. They were yelling profanities and not letting one of our men who lived with us speak. They shouted him down. And Commissioner Hill spoke. And I didn't know her at the time. We'd met, but I didn't know her. And she told her constituents that what the mission did was essential for the city of Orlando, and that although she recognized they didn't think we should move the mission to that street, it was Anderson Street, she was going to vote for it, because if we didn't get there, it would degrade the city. The city needed the mission, and she got hooted and hollered, and she said, look, I know what I'm talking about, and the mission is great for the city, and I'm going to vote for it. And I called her the next day, and I told her that she had displayed more political courage in one evening than every politician cumulatively in the state of Florida over the past 10 years. Because no other politician I know would tell that to her constituents the way the commissioner did. So she warmed my heart and became
a favorite friend at that point, and she has been a consistent enthusiast and advocate for the mission ever since. And I also got to know her better working with her in the local neighborhoods around the mission, both facilities. And she has been steadfast in her support of the mission, and she has been just as steadfast in her promoting the interests of the constituents in District 5. And she has helped the mission navigate a lot of those neighborhood issues. And she's been fabulous. So I want to ask her, as a neighborhood activist and a person who probably knows District 5 better than anybody in this city in history, how she feels about it. Several things. First off, we've seen a significant increase in homelessness in Orlando, and I presume you'd agree with that over the past 5 to 7 years.
Yes.
So over the past 5 years, roughly, we have tripled the amount of money we're spending to combat homelessness in Orlando. And at the same time, we've doubled the number of homeless, or the number of homeless people has doubled. I won't say we doubled it, but it has more than doubled in that time. Does that indicate that there's kind of a disconnect or an issue with what we're doing to spend the money, or is it simply that the social, cultural, economic forces are overwhelming us no matter how much we spend?
Of course, and thank you for that question, Freddie.
You're welcome.
Which is a complex question,
Yes,
and many
absolutely.
of us avoid. And I try to be as transparent and forthcoming, even though there's no right answer,
Right.
and the answer you give, everybody isn't gonna like.
Right.
And what I have found that, yes, we've moved the needle slightly, but there has been millions and millions and millions of dollars gone towards homelessness. And one of the things that I love about the Orlando Union Rescue Mission is that, for one, you don't take government funding, right? And everyone needs those monies for social issues. But what the mission does here at the mission is you address the social needs, you address the spiritual needs, you address the mental needs, but you give access and opportunity for those disciples and the residents at the home, because you don't have a shelter. See, and that's what I tried to tell the community. It's not a shelter. It's a home of hope. It's a home of opportunity, and it's a home of restoration. And so those are the key components that I feel like we're missing. Yes, let's give more money, but of course, I've been one of the folks that have spoke to all of the agencies, because all of the major agencies are concentrated in District 5. And so that's why I think optic-wise, we see the increase, because it's not scattered throughout the county or throughout the city or the tri-region. So yes, it has tripled in one particular area. And that's why we've seen so much. But I do think we have to, while we're giving these dollars, which is much needed, the focus should not just be upon feeding or housing in a shelter, but helping others to become self-sufficient so that they can transition out of homelessness into self-sufficiency. And that's what and why the mission is so near and dear to me. Because you give these folks, first you give them shelter, but you do it in a holistic manner. And then you start to heal them mentally and physically and spiritually. So now that that trauma of being out whatever they're going through, now they're becoming self-confident. Now they know that there's some compassionate people, and no matter what they went through, that they can get through. Yeah. And you're holding their hand along the way, but you're educating. You're giving them the word, and that's one of the reasons you don't take government money, because most times they say you can't mix religion and government. But we know that foundation and that of whatever your religion is, you need to have someone, meaning whatever God you praise.
Yeah.
You need that. You need spirituality in order to walk by faith, right? Walk by faith, because you can give all the money in the world, but if people don't have that spiritual component, usually they fall back because they don't have nothing tangible to hold on to outside of materialistic things. So I do think that there needs to be more focus on building people and not just building buildings for them to be housed in.
So I know you are intimately aware of the 2 efforts the city has made in the past year, roughly, to open big shelters. One on Washington in District 5, and one, I think it's in District 3, or no, District, Penny Sheehan's, the one
they
on
denied
Cayley.
that one, yeah.
Yeah, they denied them both.
Yeah. Well, no. The one,
Cayley?
They denied the one on Cayley, but the women and children has been approved.
Yes,
that would be
at the coalition.
At the coalition.
Yeah. So, and I know that you were a very active member of the think tank, the mayor's think tank. You and Dr. Spooney, and he sat on the bench yesterday afternoon and talked about that.
And no disrespect to Mayor Dyer, which has been a great supporter of mine in the efforts, but that was the think tank I put together.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. They called it the mayor's think tank. But
it was because it was community residents and leaders that I brought together. But the mayor does have a homeless think tank. It's not the one that you're referring to.
One of the things that Dr. Spooney mentioned was that the think tank made a couple of recommendations that the city has kind of ignored. Like the first one was open a series of smaller shelters outside District 5. And as you know, the mission offered to operate one of those for free.
We rode around the whole city looking for one.
Yeah. And I guess as someone who is a hugely significant leader in the neighborhoods of Paramore, do you still support that notion of dispersed shelters? And what should the city be doing?
Well, absolutely. You know, I still support Mayor Dyer's efforts in homelessness. You know, we had gotten $58 million of American Rescue dollars that was focused on affordable housing and also addressing those experiencing homelessness. So with some of those dollars, those rapid refund dollars went towards agency that help people with being housed. And I asked them to really focus on women and children and seniors that were on the streets of Orlando being unhoused. And also to continue our efforts toward multi-family housing that was affordable, and a percentage of that going towards those working with other agencies to house those that was homeless. And so those efforts are being done. Now, I do think there needs to be more affordable housing throughout the city, and creating a certain percentage that's set aside for those folks like your disciples that are transitioning out of the program, you know, and of course seniors and veterans. And I will say this, that with the Coalition Women and Children, even though it's a larger facility, I supported that. I did support that, because I don't want to see women and children sleeping on the sidewalks or in tents in Orlando. I do think that able-bodied men shouldn't get those privileges. They should be able, if they're not disabled or if they don't have any mental health issues. But if you're able-bodied, I don't think we should continue to give all those tax dollars for free haircuts, free showers, unless you're going to get some job, or if you're trying to further your opportunities with getting some skilled training so you can overcome those hurdles. I do believe in hand-ups, not just handouts. Might not sound right, but I've been there. You have to strap up your bootstraps and march forward and use those opportunities that the government government assistance,
Yep.
so that you can better yourself, and don't block that gap so others can come through.
Yeah.
So I believe in those efforts. I don't think that we should continue to throw good money and people aren't trying to transform their lives. And that's why we continue to see more and more and more, because, you know, all the great services we have,
Yeah.
but I want to see more success stories. I think many of those dollars should be towards prevention
Yeah.
of homelessness. I you know, nothing against our homeless population, which I support, and you know that. But I do get a multitude of calls, and you've helped me with this, where people are being evicted because the affordability of rent, or they failed on some hard times, and they need somewhere to stay. I've called you so many times, but you always answer the phone. And when there's no room, you make room, and I'm grateful for that for others, but I think more needs to be poured into helping people with rental assistance to help them through that tough time, so they don't end up on the streets of Orlando. Not just administration.
Yeah.
Most of those funds oftentimes go towards administration fees, and that's something that, you know, it bothers me. It should go directly to the people, because if your heart is in this, you almost would do it for free.
Yeah.
So if you're top heavy with administration monies that we're giving, and then there's no real sustainable services to transform their lives outside of feeding and saying, hey, we let someone sleep here for the night, that's not really addressing the issues. I know it sounds tough, but that's my view.
Well, it's a view of an awful lot of folks in Orlando as we wrestle with it. And as you said, it's an incredibly complex issue, and there are no easy solutions.
Right.
One of the things that frustrates me is when folks who should know better act as if there's a simple solution. And all we have to do is X, as opposed to recognizing there are multiple facets to this. And as you said early on, there are no right answers, right and wrong answers. There are just different ways to approach what we all hope is the correct outcome. We know it's the correct outcome, is reducing homelessness. So, anyway.
You know, I do, what I have seen, those, the bulk, because I still ride around the neighborhood every day, and I look, you know, I watch everything, is that we do have to address addiction and mental health.
Absolutely.
And that's primarily because most folks that have lost a job or had a health issue related, they can usually overcome, especially with services such as you all that you put together, especially housing them, giving them another opportunity, and through education, your educational component, and working with the different partners we have out there to make living and high wages through vocational training. And then you setting aside a certain amount of their monies from job opportunities. And once they graduate the program, they have $10,000 to $25,000 to either go and get them, and I hope a home. Hopefully we have gotten them to where now they're homeowners, and now they can build generational wealth, and most definitely have some stable apartments. And that's what I love about it, supported your vision and the mission vision of expanding from just housing to multifamily housing on your property.
Well, thank you. All right, well, God bless you. Thank you for coming by.
Yes, sir.
You are a hero to lots of folks in Orlando, including the people at the Mission.
Oh, well, the Mission has always been available for my constituents and those in need. And as I say, I am a product in a roundabout way from a biblical and spiritual component. And the boutique that you have over there. You know,
that's why you're the best dressed woman in Orlando.
But no, I do go there often. No, I do go there often, and I love there. That's my therapy. But not only is my therapy, that has been a saving grace where residents from District 5 and Paramore and throughout can make sure that their children and their families have a great, slightly worn clothing for their families. So
Amen.
thank you, Freddie.
So God
it's
bless
been a
you.
pleasure to be here.
I love you.
The work continues.
Amen.
You've kept your promises.
Love you. Thank you.
And
Let me
God
grab
bless
this.
you.
I'm going to grab this. God bless you. Thank
Yes.
you. And thanks for giving us so much time.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us, give hope, and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Welcome back. This is the Conversations on a Bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I'm Freddie Clayton. I work at the mission, and I have an extraordinary guest for us right now to talk about homelessness and the city of Orlando's response to the issue. Travaris McCurdy, who works for the Orlando Housing Authority and is a very active member of the downtown neighborhoods and a fierce and delightful advocate for the folks who live down there. Thank you for being here, Travaris. Appreciate you, buddy.
I couldn't think of any place I'd rather be.
Oh, you're way too kind.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so tell us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, how you ended up working in Orlando and at the Housing Authority.
Well, Fred, I'm a local. Orlando is my hometown, born and raised right here in the beautiful city of Orlando. I've seen so many changes. Went to public school here.
What schools did you go to?
I went to Orange Center Elementary,
okay.
Robbinswood Middle School, West Orange High School, and graduated from Olympia the inaugural year in 2002. So
congratulations.
First graduating class from Olympia High School. You know.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was the first graduating class from my high school. It was a few years before 2002. Mine was 1973.
We still got something in common. We were first. You know?
Yeah, and one of us is young and handsome.
Yeah. Well, one of us still has hair, but that's not what we're here to talk about today, you know?
Okay, so after graduating from Olympia, where'd you go next? What'd you do next?
I went to Tallahassee, studied at Florida A&M.
A Rattler.
Yeah, studied political science, and came back home eventually, and I began my work in public policy and politics. Working for the late Senator Geraldine Thompson. Actually, prior to that, your previous guest, I worked on Commissioner Hill's first campaign for a District 5 City Commission, which led me to working with the late Senator Thompson. And it kind of, that path, that trajectory, which I'm still fulfilling today, being able to work with wonderful people like Ms. Vivian Bryan at the Housing Authority, having met people like you and forged those types of relationships. I've been blessed. You know, my lineage, the names of people that I've been able to have pour into me, it's been a blessing, and it's something that I'm very proud of. Yeah.
That's awesome. So you worked on Commissioner Hill's first campaign.
Yeah.
That's when she won.
That is.
Oh,
well, she's always won.
That's a dang truth. She's a juggernaut. Man.
She is.
All right.
But
so go ahead.
No, well, just being around those types of individuals, having those kind of relationships, being a young man from Orlando, you don't have to go far You don't have to go outside of this community to see people that you admire, to see people who you can aspire to be like, to find folks who are like-minded, and to eventually, hopefully, make our community better. The community that we're from, we're not transplants, and it means a little something. It's a little deeper with us, right?
Yeah.
It means something a little extra when you walk down the same streets or walk by the same boys and girls clubs that you went to, you know, and you try to build it up and make it better for the next generation. So it means a little something different to me. It's a little deeper. It's more personal.
That's awesome. Thank you for saying that. So what does your work at the Orlando Housing Authority entail right now? What are y'all doing?
Great question. You know, so we're doing a lot of interesting projects. Obviously, a lot of majority of our funding comes from HUD. We're in a government shutdown right now. You know, which is interesting.
So it's
in
just
itself.
party time at OHA?
Oh, absolutely
Okay.
not. Absolutely not. Because we don't put all of our eggs in one basket, Freddie, right? You know, so there are multiple, for instance, we have the Choice Neighborhood Initiative that we're going after. We have the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program that we are applying for to eventually demolish and rebuild a lot of the dilapidated and just older housing. Similar to what we did with Griffin Park just a while ago. So these are some of the things that we're trying to address to alleviate the issue of homelessness. There are people that have a place to live right now, but they're maybe one paycheck away, one emergency away from actually being classified as homeless. And people don't, everyone who is homeless or unhoused, depending on how you want to phrase it, everyone doesn't have mental issues, right? You know, there's just some there's some life situation, life happens. You know, in my community, people say life be lifing, Freddie. And sometimes life is just life. And people are just, unfortunately, just an issue, an incident away from being negatively impacted. And it can lead to homelessness.
Yeah. So how would you describe the state of homelessness in Central Florida now?
Well, the state of homelessness in Central Florida, I'm glad that it's kind of like top of mind for everyone. I'm glad that it's a priority. I'm glad that it is driving conversations. It's not a problem that is new. Obviously, it's a problem that is expanding, that is growing, and that's for a number of reasons. Especially when we have new rules or laws that are criminalizing homelessness, and it's concentrating people into certain pockets of our community. So. The state of homelessness here in Central Florida is one that is going to take all hands on deck. It's not an issue that is going to be solved in City Hall. It's not an issue that will be solved in Tallahassee. It's not an issue that will be solved in D.C. It's an issue that we need everyone, you know, to play their role and take ownership in what you can and can't do, and for everyone to work together, and for people to support organizations like the mission, like the Orlando Rescue Mission, right? Because you don't take government dollars.
Right.
And so when we talk about the things that we want to see for our community, the things that we want to see for our neighbors, it's one thing to identify, but what are you doing to help address the issue? What are you doing to help find solutions to those problems? So again, the issue of homelessness in Central Florida is vast. It is something that you see it impacts people from various age ranges. It impacts no matter your ethnicity, no matter your sexual orientation, no matter who you choose to love. And so we have to take that. We have to be compassionate people. I'm a Christian, and I know that the missions, you know, you stand on the shoulders of, you know, of Christ. You stand on the Word, but we need to bring more compassion back to the conversations, and I think that compassion will eventually be shown in some of the solutions that we bring forth here in our community.
So while I think everybody recognizes the issue is enormously complex and that we are not going to solve it with any simple solution, what kind of programs or activities do you think the city or county or state or federal government should be funding to try to reduce homelessness in Central Florida?
Well, in order to do that, we really have to invest in people. and not just buildings. You know, you have to invest in people. And I think what you're doing with this initiative is very important. We got to get out from out of those four walls. We got to come outside. We got to come to where the folks are. We got to meet people where they are. And when you talk about investing in people and building people and not just buildings, that's something that, you know, that is extremely important, because you can house somebody, you can feed someone, but unless they have the necessities, the basics, in order to be self-sufficient, which has probably been a running thing with a lot of your guests, then we're really not addressing the issue in its totality. So we have to build people in order to build families, in order to build communities.
So what kind of actions can the governments take to do that? I mean, I know you know this, so that's what we do at the mission, but we can only do it for 320 people at a time. And we have, choose your number, 2,500, 5,000 homeless folks in Central Florida. To invest in people, what kind of programs, activities, actions do you think we ought to be doing?
I'm talking about financial literacy. I'm talking about moving people to home ownership. And again, it's not just about throwing money.
Yeah.
It's not just about throwing money at people, and not just about throwing money at programs, but it's about building that sense of that network, that pipeline, and making sure that folks have the education that they need. Again, financial literacy is something, you know, making sure folks have wills and trust in place, you know, for the end of life, you know, leaving property to descendants. These are all sorts of things that will aid, and I believe that will build up a person, build up an individual, again, build up community. And something else that I think is very important and often gets lost. People will always say, we need more resources. We need more money. We need more this, we need more that. But it's really not just about money.
Right.
It's really not about money. We need more people with faith, with stronger faith. Churches are dwindling. You know, we see the numbers and participation in religious institutions that are being diminished. We have to build people's faith. We need to build people's character. We need to cut some of the red tape, and I think that is something that government can do. It's not about just asking government for resources, right, but what are some red tape? What are some hurdles that people face now? And not just individuals who are facing homelessness. What are some issues that you are dealing with? Some of the red tape that you find yourself having to navigate through. And I think that is a way that government on all levels can help aid in this problem. It's not just about the money. Granted, we need your money, we need your resources, we need your prayers, but we also need you to make it easier for us to do the things that we need to do, whether that's rezoning, but cut some of the red tape, you know, and make it easier for organizations, for entities to address the issue.
One of the things that you mentioned just a moment ago really struck a chord, because we have probably had 10 people over the last day talk about how specifically the Christian church, but the broader faith community, so non-Christian organizations, faith organizations, should bear a significant burden, because I know that and I'll talk specifically about the mission, as an organization that is expressly and enthusiastically Christ-centered, we know we have a divine mandate to help the least of these. Yeah. And now I've forgotten whether it was Dr. Joel Hunter or Dr. Robert Spooney, yesterday afternoon, one of them, and I think it was Dr. Spooney, said, we have to recognize that if we were doing what Christ commanded us, we wouldn't need all these government programs. And that the faith community has the resources if they can be inspired to do exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah. Well, we used to say back in the, I mean, I'm not as young as I used to be, but I remember, you know, a few decades ago, we would wear wristbands and people would ask WWJD, what would Jesus do? Yeah. And like you said, we have that mandate. We have the instructional guide in the Word, in the Bible. We have the instructions. And what did Jesus do? He fed people.
Yeah.
He housed people. He cared for people. He
loved
prayed for
people.
people. He washed the feet of people.
Yeah.
He cared for people. So we have the example right there in front of us. We have the blueprint. We have the guide. And so we just have to get back to, again, the sense of community, the sense of village, in order to make our community not just world class in the venues and the amenities that we offer, but world class in the people that we build, the people that we have that are a part of our community.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you. Okay, so you mentioned earlier the what time is that? I can't read. Okay, we got time. We got time. Okay, you mentioned earlier, you made an allusion to the no camping law, no public camping law. Okay, so what is your perspective on that? And I gather you would repeal it if you could.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you do anything to replace the idea that we need to ensure that our public parks don't get overwhelmed by tent cities? So what would you do if you could wave your magic Tavares wand?
Well, I'll tell you something that I would do, and it's really not a secret. I'm a former state lawmaker, and I've been around these conversations in these spaces. And what we see here specifically here in the city of Orlando, where I'm from, that means so much to me, is a lot of our, the homeless population that we see is largely concentrated throughout one district
we
primarily.
know that.
Throughout
Absolutely.
one district primarily. And so, again, we can have these folks at the table, but until everyone is ready to raise their hand, take ownership, and play their role and do their part, we have to, the issue is not exclusive to one district.
Right.
The issue is not even exclusive to our state.
Right.
The issue is going to take all hands on deck. So I really would like to lead with compassion and to show people that we all have a stake in this. We all have a role to play, and there are things that we can all do, and we have to. We like to spread the love, and we have to spread the responsibility too. Yeah. We have to sometimes spread that burden, so that it doesn't look like we have just an ongoing issue and problem because it's just concentrated in one place. So when you talk about the mobile units to allow people to get haircuts, take showers, how can we expand those types of programs, right? And again, what services? Who are talking? Who's canvassing the population of the unhoused to find out what their actual issues are and where their needs actually need to be met? Again, everyone who is unhoused is not because they're on drugs or they have mental issues. Let's get to the root causes of these problems and not just tell people what they need without listening to them and asking them what they need and how we can help.
You probably have some significant expertise with respect to this next question. We hear pretty regularly, or at least I hear pretty regularly working with other social service agencies, that homelessness is a housing problem. Now, I'm going to tell you my cynical perspective on that is that comes from people who provide social services, not housing. So I worry that they're simply saying, oh, it's not our fault, it's their fault.
Yeah.
So from your expertise with the Housing Authority, to what extent is it a housing problem? We just need more units, and to what extent do other factors contribute to the issue?
The actual buildings is just, that's just a drop in the bucket, right? Yeah. That's just a piece of the problem. So again, it is financial literacy, because you can give someone everything, but if they don't know how to sustain it and be self-sufficient and to grow it and maintain it, you're defeating the purpose. Yeah. You're really defeating the purpose. So it's not just about the buildings. It's about making sure that housing is affordable and that folks can afford it. So that means that we have to make sure that people are finding employment that pays livable wages, because housing is one thing, but it's becoming increasingly hard for Floridians to live here in the state of Florida, right? And that's not a secret. And those are just some of the, it's not just the building. It's not just building more houses, more apartments. Obviously, we do need that. But again, we have to be serious and take a step back and realize and recognize people can't afford. People just simply can't afford. When you talk about the increase in living expenses, increase in gasoline, increase for buying food, and then we have proposals that are potentially coming from the federal government that are putting 2-year bans on Section 8 public housing. You know, so we have plans, we have organizations, we have supporters, we have groups that are willing to do the work. Sometimes we need to cut red tape. We need to expedite processes. I can tell you right now that a government shutdown is not helping the issue that we're talking about, because right now, currently, we could be applying for different pockets of money, for example, through HUD. But there's nobody there right now to even review the applications, to even make determinations. You know, so those types of things. And again, people love coming to Florida. The weather's, even on a day like this, you know, there's some folks who still rather be here than anywhere else in the country, right? And so, yes, we have to not ignore the fact that the population is increasing in general. But again, people need to be able to afford to live, work, and play here in the City Beautiful.
All right. God bless you, my friend.
God
Thank
bless
you, Charles. Thanks for coming by, brother.
I wish you the best.
Thank you.
How much
Thank
longer you got, my friend?
3.5 hours, about. Yeah, 3.5 hours.
I owe you a Red Bull.
Thank you, my friend.
You got it.
Let me grab this. Hold on a second. All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming by. The man, you know Susan. Do you know Susan? Did you meet Seal Humphreys? And you know Nick.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape.
Did I marry?
But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us, give hope, and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helps me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieve a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests. and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
Hey guys, Freddie Clayton from the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, here with our next segment of Conversations on a Bench. Two quick announcements. First, if you'd like to get on camera live, come by our men's home, 3300 West Colonial Drive, and let us know you want to get live and we'll put you on. Second, you've heard some pretty significant stories over the last 20 hours of the way God has transformed lives at the mission. And that occurs because of the generosity of our donors. So if you'd like to transform lives, please go to our website. That's OURM for Orlando Union Rescue Mission, OURM.org, and click on that donate button. We will appreciate it and we will be grateful forever. Thank you. All right, now I have like one of the greatest honors of my life to introduce a great friend and the kingmaker in Orlando, Mr. Rich Black. He is the proprietor and publisher of Onyx Magazine, the statewide magazine, and he is, most important, the president of the Lake Sunset Neighborhood Association. And Rich, I want to appreciate you coming by, brother. Thank you, my friend.
We appreciate you having us, and I want you to know we're going to make a $500 donation.
God bless
Start
you.
out
Thank
on a
you.
positive.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right, that's a matching gift now, guys. Rich, I've had the pleasure of knowing Rich for probably, what, 7 or 8 years, right?
If not more.
We have the honor of participating pretty actively in some of the neighborhoods around our two facilities. And Rich has recruited us into Lake Sunset, and it is a blessing for us. We get to know our neighbors. We get to understand the difficulties they face, specifically with respect to homelessness. And they help us ensure that we minimize any difficulties that our facilities or our guests cause. So I want to thank Rich publicly for all he does for the mission and even more for the community as a whole.
Thank you.
So thank you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, so I need you, I don't even know this, I need you to give me a quick summary of where you grew up, how you grew up, and how you ended up being the publisher of the most important business and cultural magazine in the United States of America.
Man, too kind. Well, first of all, thank you for having us. We applaud your work. I think I'm sort of kind of tied into this work. My parents were civil rights leaders back in the day. The first blacks owned a restaurant downtown Orlando.
Oh, really?
First time I ever seen racism, ever. Because at the time they were restaurant owners, they were not supposed to be downtown.
Really?
And this was in the late 60s, early 70s. And they stayed there until the gas embargo, and they moved then to Walt Disney World, my father. But my father was very involved. He worked with Mr. Brooks, who was principal then over at Carver High School, and some of the other leaders, Mr. Hawkins, who was over the bank. And they would come together to work on community issues. If someone went to jail, they would get the pastors together to get the money to bail them out because the mother or grandmother's calling. We had some of the individuals, if they were taking trips, my parents would donate money for them to take the trip. My parents were Bahamians, so they were from Nassau, Bahamas. So they were very well-read people. And as a result, they would always tell us that to whom much is given, much is required. So that was my father's thinking. If he gave you 25 cents, that meant that you should cut your entire yard at one time, not break it off at one time. So we got involved with that. I worked on an initiative to build a statue of Mary McLeod Bethune, which was unveiled in 2004. I worked with Harris Rose and Shaquille O'Neal Lucille O'Neill, Bethune-Cookman, all of the HBCUs, the Divine Nine, and the statute was unveiled in 2004. I met Harris Rosen. He says, Rich, anything that you don't raise, I'll be the safety net. So we raised all of the money and we donated some of the money back to the school. But he watched me work and he says, you have the gift of communication that you move people. I didn't realize that, but the following day after the project was over, I received a lot of calls. And at that time, diversity and inclusion was the new buzzword. So they were looking for directors of their diversity inclusion programs. So since I did this project, they said he would be the ideal person. So I would get all of these calls, and Harris Rosen heard the people calling in. And he says, Rich, don't answer the phone. I worked in his office at the time of the project. He says, I'm going to meet with Frank Santos, and we're going to talk about what you're going to do here at Rosen Hotel and Resorts. I became the first diversity director of corporate initiatives. And I worked with him maybe about 9 years doing that. Lil and Lester Sears own Onyx Magazine. We brought them in to be a PR piece for the statue, not knowing that years later, I would become the publisher and owner of Onyx Magazine. So God has a sense of humor.
Amen.
So
All right.
that is how we got started.
So how long ago did you buy Onyx?
It's been about 11 or 12 years now. Yeah.
And I personally want to thank you for the support you have given the mission over the years in the magazine. You've written a couple of articles about us, so thank you for that.
Well, it's important that we control our narratives and that we share our stories to empower our community, and that we're all singing from the same sheet of music, maybe different parts, but we have the same sheet of music. So.
Okay, so you and your neighbors have experienced some of the detrimental effects of the increase in homelessness over the past 4 or 5 years.
Absolutely.
Okay, so how would you describe the current state of homelessness in Central Florida?
I think post-COVID changed the world.
Yeah.
And people moved. I think with those who started to work remotely, who could work on the New York salary but moved to Florida, it caused people to increase the rent, increase the value of the property. And as that was increasing, it was displacing people. And I think as a result of the lack of housing, affordable housing, we find that a lot of people are not able to secure housing, so they become homeless. I've spoken to many of them, and many of them are very decent people. Just fell on hard times that they lost their house, lost their job, and they were displaced. So how do we get our footing again? So I think this is what has caused the problem. I think as a result of insurance, a lot of them have different modalities, such as, well, I need to have this for my diabetes, I need that requirement, and they don't have access to medical care. So because the wraparound programs are not there, it then leads them to where they are.
All right. So do you think that explains that significant increase we've seen over the past 5 years, roughly?
I think we have the perfect weather, more so than any other place.
Yeah.
So many of the people who were living up north where the properties are out of reach, they've moved to Florida. And I think because we have the sun and fun and we have social programs, they move here and they stay.
Okay.
And so this has become a beacon.
So in your areas, specifically in District 5 overall, what would you recommend as policies or activities to alleviate those issues?
You know, first of all, I think that if we're going to deal with the issue of homelessness, I think it needs to be a community initiative. You and I, we sat on the task force. When you don't have all parties at the table, you don't come up with the best solutions. Sometimes you can have different people at the table, and then that becomes more of a problem. But I think if we were to engage leaders of the neighborhoods and tie them to people like you, who sort of kind of know the business, we can help with some of these different initiatives. I think because we don't have it, we have problems.
Okay, and
So-
and so you because we don't have a community
It's not a
organization with
unified
those leaders.
effort with those leaders.
Okay.
And I think that anytime if you're going to deal with a crisis that's around the clock,
Yeah.
a lot of folks go home at 5 o'clock, but the problem still is here for those of us who live here. I think if we engage and we are the guardians of these communities, we become almost a resource to say we know there's an increase in this area. We know that that has died down, and we start sharing the notes.
So the think tank made, I think it was the first big recommendation it made was the dispersed smaller shelters, right?
Right.
And as far as I know, the city's never done anything in that regard. Do you think that is still a viable response?
To have more shelters
in
District 5?
No, just the opposite.
Oh.
The dispersed shelters outside District 5.
I think that each
that's my
district
recollection.
needs to carry a little bit of the burden, share in the burden. When I think they say that that is a District 5 issue, and they try to pack all of the social ills in this small component, I think it becomes a problem. Until we say that this is a tri-county issue and handle it like that, we'll never be able to really put an impact on what we're trying to do. It would just be Band-Aid over cancer.
Have you made, and I don't want you to divulge any confidences. Well, I wouldn't mind if you do that. That's fine.
Right.
Allow us to make some news. Have you talked with any of the local public officials or leaders of the major governmental social service agencies about what you would recommend, how we address homelessness, both the immediate issue of getting folks off the streets and the longer term issue of increasing the housing and making it more affordable?
At the time we had the task force,
right?
We were able to communicate. But now we don't know who's on first, who's on second, who's on third.
Yeah.
So no, that communication is not taking place.
Okay. Would you recommend something like
I would.
resuscitation of the task force, or
150%? We need it. And if we're all talking the same language, communicating, I think we can resolve, not totally resolve, but I think we can give it a big punch.
Yeah.
But until we bring all people to the table, it's not going to happen, because someone's idea from 9 to 5 is not going to be someone's view and opinion who lives in it. It's going to be totally different.
Does specifically Lake Sunset neighborhood, which is the neighborhood kind of immediately southwest of Camping World Stadium, the old Citrus Bowl, right? Is that a good description of where it is?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Do y'all still suffer from significant?
Yeah. We had an increase in break-ins in the neighborhood, mostly homeless guys who are on drugs. They live in our parks.
Yeah.
They know when you come, they watch the park. I mean, they watch the neighborhood from the park. And it has increased. Currently, we don't have the leadership for District 5 that would even speak to us about the issues. And that's a challenge within itself. So lack of communication brings a lack of results. So.
Do you have, well, I'll take it back. What is your perspective, opinion on the no public camping law that the legislature passed, went into effect last year? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Right,
okay.
right.
What's your perspective on it? How do you feel about it?
I think maybe it was something to push the different communities to deal with the issue.
You mean the cities and counties?
The city and counties to deal with the issues of homelessness in our communities. I don't know how effective it is, because I still see the camps.
Right.
Hopefully our community isn't suing the city or the county, because surely the money could be used in a better way.
Yeah.
But again, we need to get back to the basics. And the basics is that we all sit down and understand what is the problem, and then we look for the solution together.
Do you have any proposed solutions, either the short term or the longer term yourself? Would you make proposals to that committee or task force?
I think there's a lot of vacant land, Freddie, that the county has. And they have this thing called tiny houses now.
Yeah.
And I noticed that a lot of homeless people, they just want a place where they can live. Not so much they want to own a Porsche or a Mercedes-Benz, a place where I can take a shower, live, and put my things. If we can invest in tiny homes and properties that would allow them to do that, I think that can be a beginning. Because if you put people where they want to be, then you're not going against a mindset that I'm not going to do it because you say do it. Allow them to have some skin in the game. Maybe talk to them. Say, you're living out here in the park. You're living it. What would you prefer? How could we help you? I think sometimes we try to help people without knowing what the problem is. It's like a doctor saying, let me take care of your issue, but you don't know what my medical problem is. You haven't asked me what's the problem.
Do you see any activity in that regard? Anybody reaching out to you or the other neighborhood leaders?
No. It is almost as it is the folks over there and the community in the neighborhoods over here. The only thing we hear about homelessness and how we address that, we get that from you. And I'm not saying it because I'm here. We get it from you.
All right. You got anything else you want to share with us?
Keep up the great work.
No, you're very kind. God bless you, my friend. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hopefully,
all right.
Hopefully they won't bomb my car.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4, I was confused, I didn't know what I was going to do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career, my kids are happy, I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed, I'm very excited, I feel more happy, I feel like I'm a better parent.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I am Freddie Clayton, work at the mission, and I have the distinct privilege of discussing homelessness with the woman who is probably the best informed and most coherent thinker on homelessness in Central Florida. Martha R. is CEO of the Homeless Services Network, which is they call it a continuum of care. It's the official agency that distributes funds for all the homeless services agencies in the area. And so Martha, thank you very, very much for being here. This is a treat for us. It really is. Thank you. All right, so start off, and this is something I don't know. Tell me about where you grew up, how you ended up in Orlando, all that kind of stuff, the personal stuff.
All right. Well, I grew up in the South.
Okay.
I was
all over the South?
Yep, born in Mississippi and then moved to Alabama and then to Georgia and then North Carolina and then made my way down here. Grew up, come from a long line of clergy types and was drawn to this work through the example of my family. And you know, when I was young, I had different family members going on mission trips and doing, you know, exciting things like that. And I thought, you know, maybe when I grow up, I want to be a missionary or something. And then there was this problem that to take those overseas trips, you had to get shots. And my needle phobia didn't pass until way past that decision-making time on career. So, you know, during my years in Atlanta, after things really changed in some ways, I was in Atlanta when we really started to see a more visible population of people experiencing homelessness. And I thought, this is, you know, we got third world poverty right here, and don't need to go overseas. I mean, there are people right here who are really suffering. And so I had my calling come about in that way.
So what was your professional progress? Where did you start out and how'd you end up finally running all the homeless people in Orlando?
I started in Atlanta and worked at a shelter and then worked for a local coordinating group. Then I went up to North Carolina and got
Where in
another.
North Carolina?
Went to Chapel Hill and got a degree there. And after that, I worked for an advocacy group, and then I did some community organizing with people experiencing homelessness from across the state of North Carolina. And then I went out, had the delightful 7 years working in Asheville, in the lovely Asheville, and worked with.
Were you working with COC there? That something like that?
Not yet. I was working in an organization. I was the head of an agency that. We had street outreach services and a day service center and shelter and transitional housing and a whole bunch of different things like that. And then while I was there, I founded a statewide homeless advocacy group and then migrated from there to go work for the state of North Carolina for a while and was kind of the state's point person on homeless issues. And then I you know, was encouraged to come down here and thought this was a great community and doing good work. And so I've been delighted to be down here for the past 10 years.
It was 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
I remember meeting you. In fact, I think somebody had told me when I got to the mission, not quite 10 years ago, and went to my first HSN
At that time, they were weekly meetings, I think, for a while.
Could have been.
And met you there, and somebody said, "Oh yeah, she just started." So,
Yeah.
well, thank you for what you're doing in Orlando.
Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. Okay, so how would you describe the state of homelessness in Central Florida?
I would say that our dynamics here and the way our community has grown, and we are a fast-growing community, and we have been for quite a while. You know, with leadership like yours and the other really high-quality leaders that we have in organizations across this area, the ability to partner and to strategize together and think about how we do things better and who's the best one at doing this puzzle piece and who's the best one at doing that puzzle piece and how can we put those puzzle pieces together to make the best picture possible given what we have. That ability, that commitment and desire to work together has, I firmly believe, actually kept our numbers of people experiencing homelessness lower than it would have been if we didn't play well together in the sandbox. And so that's, you know, that's a real positive thing in our community that definitely shapes what we're seeing with people experiencing homelessness right now. But there's no doubt that we're a fast-growing community, and fast-growing communities struggle more with how to keep just the numbers down because of all the complicating factors dealing with the availability of housing and the availability of transportation and how that impacts people's lives and their ability to stay stably housed.
So, given the fact that I don't believe anybody presumes we're going to see a significant reduction in our growth of population, we will continue to have, depending on whom you ask, 1,200 to 1,500 people a week moving into Central Florida. Are you optimistic or pessimistic about our ability to keep up with the rising tide of homelessness? Can we, even if we can't, at least for the short term, reduce the number of homeless people we have in Central Florida, can we keep up with the number that otherwise would increase by specific activities or programs now?
I think if we continue to collaborate, if we continue to recognize the diversity of programs that we have and the diversity of programs that we need, and that all of them serve viable
different
functions
populations,
and different and people who are at different stages in their journey, first time around, third time around, whatever, you know, all that. That certainly helps. And I think that the more we do this education, like what you've been doing, and the more we help the community learn about what can be effective, the more we pay attention to data. Because you know we can get really sidetracked by the anecdotes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so the more we can actually look at good data and use that to drive some of our decisions, we'll be in a better, you know, that'll improve our odds.
So
I think it's going to be hard though. It's going to be hard. We're going to continue to grow, and at some point we'll, you know, need to embrace more and more out of the box thinking about how we help keep more of our neighbors housed.
Okay, so you said that with a twinkle in your eye. You must have an out of the box, at least one out of the box idea. Are you willing to share it with us?
Well, let's see.
Because you need to know, I think of myself as an out of the box thinker in some regards. My brilliant wife says, no, you're just bizarre. Okay. So
I'm not even sure I'm in either of those categories yet, but you know, it's things like, you know, we in this country and certainly here in this area, you know, as we've had trends where like our housing gets bigger.
Yeah.
You know, our houses are much bigger than they were
than when I was a kid.
Yes. Yeah. You know, and so we've got, so we can have conversations about it's both how do we create more housing more housing units, but also how do we use the space that we already have better? And how can we use that to help our neighbors who are
Now,
challenged
hold
with
it.
that?
I don't want you to go around suggesting that because we're an empty nesters that we have a couple of extra bedrooms and that might be available.
I wasn't sending anybody to your door to sign up. But I do think that shared housing is an option.
Yeah.
That can make sense for people, but we've kind of moved away from that as being a socially acceptable thing to do.
It's interesting you say that because an increasing number of our graduates, especially our single women, we direct them into shared housing because for a lot of them it is the best option.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
so is it, and I apologize, is it kind of disfavored right now among?
Well, I mean, like if you think about 100 years ago, it was very
yes.
common standard for
Absolutely.
single men to live together in a boarding house.
Yes.
You know, we don't have as much of that kind of thing, but there's also dynamics around what does a lease look like and which landlords are willing to have, you know, people who are not related to each other sharing a unit, and what do those leases look like, and what do those dynamics look like, and what happens when one moves out, and who comes in next, and those, you know, so there's some tricks to it, but we know that we have some space that's not being, you know, that's not being used well, and many people, you know, folks have turned. So we've got some folks who've taken houses and turned them into Airbnbs, and that's a dynamic that affects this community a lot because we have a high rate of Airbnbs due to the theme parks. But there's also efforts to, instead of, if you've got that property, we can also turn that into shared housing for several people, and you still get paid rent, and you know, things can happen like that. And so there's some other creative ways that we can look at how do we use the space that we have as a community.
I'd never thought about it until just now. Does when Homeless Services Network is working with clients to find housing, do y'all consider shared housing as a viable option for some of your clients?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
I figured you
And
might.
some of it is, you know, we have to, some of it is, you know, the landlords are not always as happy with it, or they hadn't thought about it in a while and they got to work through their thing. And another piece of it is just, again, kind of culturally we've moved away from that.
Yeah.
And so we need to help people feel better about that as an option for their own lives.
Gotcha. Okay. So I hear regularly now that homelessness is a housing problem or housing issue. Is that accurate? Is it simplistic? Is it wrong? What do you think?
It is accurate and incomplete.
Okay.
So, and I know you've had some other folks speak to this, and
I'll tell you, one of the things you just mentioned a second ago, this has been great for me because I think people feel like they're just talking to me, and they say things that are some of them I know wouldn't say in front of a group of people standing there, and it's fascinating because they are people who are involved in one way or another, either in developing housing or with one of the homeless services organizations, and they have significantly different opinions.
Yes.
And it's interesting because some of them I know are philosophically compatible.
Right.
And so it's interesting because I know I know on some of these issues how a lot of the folks who lead these social service agencies think, because we talk about it.
Right.
And it's interesting for some of the people whom I've talked with over the past day who aren't in that market, and they disagree completely. But it's fascinating because for me neither one of them is acting in bad faith or malicious or foolish, but they come to
really markedly different conclusions. And so what you said just a second ago, that this education, I mean, for me personally, it's been a great education because I get these opinions about specific issues from people I wouldn't ordinarily talk with it about,
Right.
because I don't see them often enough.
Right. Right.
Anyway.
And as my beloved friend Thomas Chapman used to say, this is one of the most complicated issues he, and that he hadn't realized how complicated it was until he kind of got into it, and then learned so much.
Well,
So
one of the premises on which I operate is that if there is a problem in a complex system, there is very, very unlikely to be a simple solution.
Yeah.
And I can think of few more complex systems than housing in America.
yes, you are very right. You are very right. You're
So
very
when
right.
people offer what I think are simple solutions, I think one of two things. Either they're relying on anecdotes, or they know what they're talking about, but they're doing that to make a point about what they think is the biggest factor,
Yes.
the biggest issue.
Yeah, yeah. I agree.
So-
I agree. So I'll give you an analogy.
I'm accurate but incomplete about it's a housing issue.
Yes.
So
I'll
complete
say,
my thought.
well, I don't know if I can do all that, but the analogy that has worked the best for me, and that and if somebody's already gone through this with you, you can stop me. But homelessness and housing is kind of like an advanced game of musical chairs, and that if we were sitting in a big circle and everybody's playing the game, and you pull a chair, and eventually you pull a chair and somebody doesn't have a seat, there's a really good chance that the guy with the broken leg who's using crutches is going to be the first person who doesn't get a seat. And so when we look at why didn't he get a seat, and we ask him, why didn't you get a seat? He's going to say, well, I got a broken leg. I couldn't compete in the same way, right? So it's accurate that that's why he didn't get a seat. But the reason someone didn't get a seat was because there weren't enough chairs. So what we're looking at in Orlando is a market where we're playing musical chairs, and we are putting some more chairs in. We're adding some chairs to the circle.
We have people come into the room,
but we're gaining a lot more players.
Yeah.
We're gaining more players. And then a hurricane comes through and knocks some of those chairs away. And so that's kind of an understanding of the numbers, all right? Why we have the game of musical chairs is why we have the numbers. The more players we add, and we're not adding the chairs at the same rate, then the more folks are not going to get a chair. But the fact that some people are more likely to be the ones who don't get the chair is also true. And so in the world of homelessness, we know that people with mental illness and people with substance use and large families and people with criminal records, and there's certain people or profiles of folks who are more likely to be the ones who don't get the chair. So we absolutely need to make sure that our services are designed to help people with those challenges to get back in the game. And so we shouldn't be denying that there's some folks who are going to need certain supports in order to be able to get access to the chairs again. But it's not quite the same as saying your mental illness is the cause of your homelessness.
Right.
It made you more vulnerable to becoming homeless. And so there's a slight,
Sure.
a slight subtle thing there. But I do think it's important because if we're going to change a dynamic, we can't ignore the fact that the housing and transportation market is going to be a driver of our numbers. And if we're tempted to just blame people for becoming homeless in a market that didn't allow them housing, then we will be challenged longer at ending that homelessness, because then we're just moving some people into a chair, but we have to move somebody else out to make the space, and we don't want to play that game either.
Do you think that, I presume the answer is yes, do you think that we need to build a lot more housing in Central Florida?
We need to build more. We need to build more density. We need to use our space better. We need to use the available units better.
Okay, so
and we have to have subsidies so that the housing can be affordable to people.
if we made you the chief policymaker with respect to housing, what would you do different from what we're doing now with respect to the number of housing units we need?
You know, there's some reports that actually say we have enough inventory. It's just not accessible to the people who need it. That across the,
Isn't that kind of like
there's enough.
The chairs are in the room next door?
Or that some of the chairs are high chairs and or tall chairs, and some short people can't get into the tall chairs. And so there are these chairs that are there that just aren't being used. And then there's people who can't get into chairs. And then sometimes you have tall people who take the short chairs. You know, and so we're building a lot of stock for certain income groups and categories and folks, you know, who can afford at certain levels. And there's some reports that say we have too much of that.
But
and so if we
have too much of that, prices will fall in that market.
But that hasn't happened.
Which means we don't have too much.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. And the how far the prices need to fall to make it actually affordable to folks that we're working with.
Right. Well,
that's a different conversation.
Some of them will never fall that far. I mean, because the cost of construction exceeds what our clients can pay.
Yes.
And the alternative is the developer is likely just to default, to walk away.
And so we have to have a way to subsidize that housing, whether it's to bring the cost down for the developer and or supplement the rent for the people.
So how do you
who
do
pay.
that? Ms.
Those
policymaker extraordinaire.
Yeah, that's a reality. We have to have either subsidies for the tenants or subsidies for the builders, and we just have to recognize that, you know, especially in a community like ours, where in some communities the issue is that the housing's too expensive, and in some communities the issue is that the wages are too low, and
I hope that's the same thing.
But in some communities it's more about. So you can have like on some of the West Coast, the issues will be the wages are actually pretty high, and the discrepancy between, even though the housing is super expensive, the discrepancy between the wages and housing is not as much as some communities, Detroit, where the housing itself is pretty cheap, but the wages are so low that the variance is even greater. And so you can, even though the housing's cheaper, there can be a greater affordability issue when the wages are low.
And I see that, and my concern is then we, the culture, the society, the jurisdiction, is preventing the market from adjusting, because there's no market in which, if you let people make money, they will fail to build stuff that people can afford if they can make money at it. And we know at almost every price level somebody can afford, people could make money at it. The trouble is that I think we build disincentives into certain of our regulatory policies that discourage that. And I mean, I will tell you, I live in a neighborhood that's upper middle class. And if I told my neighbors what I really believe, which is that if my next door neighbor wanted to, he should be able to build a 4-story octoplex on his lot because he owns the land. I recognize this is where Susan says, no, you're not eccentric. You're bizarre. But I believe that fundamentally, philosophically, and morally. But the reason that doesn't happen is because regulatory prohibitions. I mean, my neighbors don't want my next door neighbor building that on their property because the effect it has on either just the aesthetics or the property value. I mean, and I understand that. And I guess one of the things that I think we need to do better as a society is say, there's a trade-off. Every time you restrict the use of land, there's a trade-off. If it discourages the development of some housing, there is a chance it will increase the number of homeless people. Like, I understand the impulse in the last election for the referendum on the use of green space in Orange County. I love green space. I camp and fish and spend time hiking out. But I also recognize that if you eliminate significant swaths of land from residential development, you reduce the number of houses you can build there, unless you reduce dramatically any of the other restrictions that would allow people. And the concern I have about that is the last people who should be determining what people want to buy and build are local bureaucrats. I think people, both the buyers and the developers, know infinitely more about what people want than people who want to determine those things. And I guess I don't mind, because they're protecting my property values as much as theirs. I don't mind that people do that. I guess what bothers me is that we fail to admit that there's a trade-off. One of the things and a similar issue arose on the Cayley Street shelter. I talked to a city commissioner who is a wonderful person, and that person, I said that if the city doesn't admit that having a 350-bed shelter on that property will affect people who live nearby it. Now, I don't know exactly how far that nearby extends, but if you've got a 350-bed low-barrier shelter, it will affect nearby homeowners. I'm not saying it will decrease their property value, but they will have people in their neighborhood who are not there now. And if the city denies that, you eliminate the credibility of almost everything they say. I mean, I know that because we run a 48-bed shelter right there. And that is a 48-bed shelter with pretty restrictive guidelines. And I know that that little shelter affects the homeowners 5 blocks over. Because I'm friends with them, and I obviously hear about it. But and I guess it frustrates me that the city won't admit that, look, and say, yes, this is going to affect you. But if we don't build this, you're going to have more homeless people walking through your neighborhood.
Right.
And the response I got was, no, we can't admit it. We can't admit that it causes problems, because then that will immediately defeat the vote. And my response was, what do you think the fact that they don't believe you does?
Well, I think you're right. In this situation there, or in not just this one, but where other proposed shelters, those conversations have happened. The truth is, we already have people out there.
Oh, I know.
And so there is the.
Well, it's a trade-off.
It's a trade-off,
But they don't right now. They don't have 350 people being released every day right there. I mean, they may have 30 people wandering through their neighborhoods because the other people who will sleep at that shelter are in bothering other neighborhoods right now that may be farther away.
And as you know, the way you operate a program has a great impact on those neighbors, and so we've learned a lot about
how to run it.
Yeah. And one of the things that we also need to recognize is that if we need these spaces, and we need to make sure that those spaces have the support that they need to be run well, and that's how you minimize
the effect.
Negative.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Impact.
Okay. I know I'm already over on you. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm taking up too much of your time.
No, I
could probably
loving
talk
the
to you for
conversation.
hours. Okay.
Loving the conversation.
So next thing, no camping. Everybody's favorite bill.
Yeah.
A couple things. I know you oppose it. Do you understand the intent of the people who either support it, because I've talked to people over the past 24 hours who support it, and one of the reasons, there are two reasons they support it. One reason is that's about the only thing that would have forced Orange County and Orlando to do anything about it. The fact that they may face liability, that in their words, for 10 years, our city leaders have said the single biggest priority of our political efforts is reducing homelessness. And the neighbors, all they see is more homeless people degrading their neighborhood. And they said the city fundamentally isn't going to do anything. It's too, I would tell them it's too hard. Name me a city commissioner. I'm really good personal friends with Robert Stewart, okay? He was out here 6:30 this morning. I tease him because I say, Robert, if a homeless tent sprang up in Dartmouth Park, within an hour you'd have several calls. And if it weren't gone within 12 hours, you would have a well-funded opponent in the next election. And now that he's running, it doesn't apply. And now he tells me, I wouldn't worry about that now. Well, and it's true, because his constituents are typically wealthy and politically active. And that's why you won't have any kind of, even before the ban, you wouldn't have had those springing up in College Park, when the park's there, and remaining for any length of time. And so I have enormous sympathy for the people out here in District 5, because they really do bear the burden of every single, including my two, major homeless services agency. And I know the effect it has on the neighborhoods. Now, we always say, no, it's not, we aren't there, the homeless people aren't there because we're there. We're there because the homeless people, you have the cause and effect switched. I'm not sure I say that, but I'm not sure it's completely accurate. I think it's more complex than that. All right, so I'm sorry, I didn't even give you a chance to answer. So what's your perspective on no camping?
You know, I think I certainly understand the impulse, and I understand the stated reasons, and I understand the desire. There's an element of magical thinking that by simply saying you can't be here, folks are going to.
We're not going to have them anywhere.
Then they're going to, you know, that they always had a place to go and they just weren't doing, you know, or something.
Right.
And so, you know, the reality is we know people are hiding better now.
Right.
You know, they're harder to find, which soothes some people and distresses, you know, other people. So you know, I think the challenge for us is how do we deal with the realities here? You know, that we don't have enough shelter spaces, and we need some specialized shelter spaces. You know, it doesn't necessarily make sense to put the homeless population is so diverse. We definitely don't want to mix all, you know, everybody in one space. And you know, we talk about Orange County and we talk about the city of Orlando, but there's a lot of other municipalities.
Absolutely.
And you know, many of them are not engaging and never have.
And I presume part of that is they figure Orange County and Orlando eventually will do something that will relieve the burden from them.
And there are a lot who say that, you know, it's a county responsibility and the county should do, you know, and then the county gets, I do believe that the city and the county would likely have created more shelter opportunities if the neighborhood pushback wasn't as extreme as it is. So.
Hi, Martha. Have you seen Ryan?
Ryan McKenzie?
So, yeah.
I shouldn't have told people that they can show up and I'll put them on camera.
That's why. Anyway,
Okay.
it's Yeah, so it's complicated, and this adds a wrinkle, and we know we can't. And the state legislation didn't say communities have to arrest people, but it doesn't give a lot of other options, and we know that doesn't help speed up anybody's return to housing.
Well, it gives them the option to move them to shelters. The trouble is, where are they going to put these shelters that the neighbors are going to welcome the shelter?
Yeah.
And I will, like I said, while because of my eccentric perspective, I think they ought to be able to open a shelter in my neighborhood if they want to. Now, I think there are 200 homes in my neighborhood. I think I'm one out of 200 who would say that. And I recognize why everybody else does it.
Yeah.
But until somebody steps up and says, as a commissioner, I'm going to agree to put one in my neighborhood or in my district. It becomes almost intractable, doesn't it?
Well, we've been fortunate that the county has added some, using some hotel rooms and using some other options and trying to figure out some, creative solutions, and that we have to do. But, Freddie, I love what you're doing here because this education helps, and a lot the responses of many times the responses of community members is much more emotionally based than it is factually based. And I understand you're saying that your neighbor, that folks some blocks away are aware of your shelter.
Yeah.
But I also suspect that it's not near what the fear had been.
Oh, no.
And
you're exactly right.
And so I think we have to keep figuring out ways to how can we address the emotional side of this, as well as making sure people have accurate information.
Well, I think one of the things that we ought to consider is opening a whole series of small shelters. Our 48-person
I think
shelter.
that there are a lot of people who support that idea.
And as you know, we've offered to run one for free for the city. To save them $1.5 million a year, we'll do it. But I'm not going to fight the battle about putting it in any location. The city has to. And I'm even, again, my slightly eccentric perspective is that I'm happy with the tent. I'm happy with a tent as a solution, because while I don't want to sleep in a tent, it is more comfortable than the woods, and that's the alternative, or the overpass, and that's the alternative for an awful lot of these folks. So I would have a tent with fans, and you'd have adjustable sides, so if it rained, it'd be waterproof. And
I think just so people are aware, you're talking about
a circus tent.
Yeah.
No, a pup tent.
Yeah.
Get in your tent.
So just
yes, a circus tent. Anyway, but I realize again, I'm a tiny minority of people who think that's appropriate.
Yeah. So
anyway.
But I do think you're right. I think that what we know now is the housing crisis is such, and that people are becoming homeless from every district, from every area across all 3 counties. And if everyone did enough just to take care of the people from their own community, it would make a big difference.
One of the interesting comments I heard from 3 different people during the course of this discussion is that if Christians, and these are all devoted Christians, if Christians would follow the mandate that Jesus gave Christians to serve the least of these, we wouldn't need all these government programs. And as a Christian and as somebody whose organization survives on donations primarily from Christians, but I know that from all walks of faith, I think that's true, and I think it is a condemnation of what I would consider kind of the laziness or the willingness of Christians to shift blame. Oh no. I mean, what I hear occasionally, and I think a lot more people think it than say it, is I pay enough in taxes. Look, that's the government's responsibility. I'm sure you probably hear that. Yeah, look, you're the government agency that you are homeless services, so you solve it, okay? And my response is that, well, with the transitional housing we're going to build, all right, we have to go out and raise $15 to $18 million to do that, and there won't be any government funding involved. We have to go find people who feel a personal commitment to help resolve homelessness and who recognize that we as humans, or as Christians, or as a practical matter, wealthy people have an unavoidable obligation to help when we can. And I think that's absolutely true. And I worry that our culture has eroded that recognition. And we want to pass it off to them. That's why I pay taxes, so they can do this.
Yeah. I said I started in this work because of my family, and my dad was an amazing pastor, and one of the things he would say is...
He passed that on to you, by the way. I'm serious.
Maybe, but he would say it's one. There are sometimes that Christians can get very focused on believing the right things about Jesus, but then there's the other part of Christianity is, are you doing what Jesus told you to do?
But that's uncomfortable to think about often. Yes. So I'll avoid that.
So
I want to think about it lovingly.
But I think you're right. That is one of the challenges that we face, and the reality is it takes all of it.
Yeah.
The government can't do it, and the private sector can't do it alone, and the faith community can't do it alone. The nonprofit sector is actually we're a nonprofit too. We pass through federal funds, but the nonprofit sector is the most fragile sector in so many ways, but often is looked at to resolve some of the most complicated issues. And we have to continue. And this community really strives to do this. You see it in so many places where all the different sectors, we lean on different ones at different times in different ways. But the work you guys do here is an amazing part of that puzzle. You do fabulous work, and the community should be indebted to you and recognize that. And I'll just say, for example, you charge in like during hurricanes. You're one of the front of the line, and folks that are out there, and Freddie, that's important to me now, because I think one of the side effects of the anti-camping legislation is that more people who are out there are now more afraid of our first responders because they're afraid of going to jail, and so it's going to be it could become harder to get people to understand that there's a storm coming and that you need to seek this kind of help and stuff. And you are always out there with us. You're always one of the few leaders at your level who's frontline during those kind of crisis times.
You overestimate my level.
Not at all. Yeah. I know you're big on the self-deprecating humor, and I love that. But anyway,
thank you.
I don't know if your viewers know that that's one of the things that you excel at. And so,
if you would say it one more time, they would. No. Thank you. Okay, I've taken up enough of your time. I'm sorry. You have been wonderful.
No, I love the conversation, and I love that you're doing this. Thank you for promoting this and for doing this education in the community.
I will send you a link to the whole thing. You probably don't want to, but I'll send you a link to our discussion. I'm going to do that to all the victims.
You're fabulous.
You're nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done. right, who's next? Who's our next victim? Stevie. Stevie?
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
There's so much blood in my hands from things that I have done. People that have been addicted from the drugs that I sold. These people were part of a gang. These individuals, they don't take things lightly, so either you're working for them or you're working against them. I wasn't afraid of the fact that they wanted to kill me. I was more afraid of the harm they could cause to those that had nothing to do with this. So here I am, homeless, planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. You know, I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then things start coming to my head. Well, just take your life. I lived a very flashy life, would be the proper wording. Eating in high-end restaurants, you know, insane amount of money and luxury things, whether it's clothing, hotels, it didn't matter. You had so much coming in, you didn't mind spending so much, you know. I got involved very heavily dealing drugs. So I was moving up and up the scales, but things kind of hit the fan. There was a big drug bust in the city, and they started investigating me. I found myself wanting to leave the area, so we decided to move to Florida. I could no longer deal drugs with the people I was dealing, so I had to stop. And if you're not an asset to people, then you become a problem, because you know people, you know things, you know places. So we get to Orlando and we find ourselves having issues with the persons we were staying with. When you are living in a life where you expend so much money in stupid, unnecessary things, you know, money runs out. Because I had not been working for about a year when I came out here. The moment they seen that there was no money flow from my end, they no longer were my friends. They were no longer the ones that were protecting me. It kind of switched real quick to cause us harm now. The threats started coming through, so I didn't want to offend anyone, especially people from that kind of environment. I tried actually finding a job, and I couldn't land anything. My wife was pregnant, and my son was a baby, and I had enough to put some gas in the vehicle and buy food. So I knew after that we were down to nothing. And I said, babe, we don't have any more money, you know, we were homeless. So here I am planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. You know, I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then, you know, things start coming to my head. Well, hey, just take your life. My wife, man, living in the life that we live, she was totally the opposite. She continued to say, hey, I've been telling you, we need to seek help. So in this brochure, she called the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
The folks who arrive at the mission are typically men and women who have run out of other options. Typically, they have made a series of bad decisions that have rendered them homeless. And at the mission, we want to help them change that decision-making process that will ensure they don't end up at the mission again.
I explained that we also had some issues with the people that I was dealing drugs with, and they had threatened my life and threatened my family's life. And they said, well, you're not going to be the first. you're not going to be the last. And they were willing to take us in as it was. And I kept telling my wife, I said, but I don't want to be here. She said, but we didn't have another option. I'm not going to lie, it was a struggle for me. You know, I had to remove my earrings. You know, I had to watch my mouth. Things that I was not used to doing. You know, it was different. It was a different environment. But I can say that right off the bat, one of the things they did for us was they showed us love and respect.
Our program is very structured and disciplined. They attend chapel, they attend Bible studies. The guests will work in the kitchen, on our landscaping crew, facilities maintenance, help with our preschool, or do housekeeping.
I never prayed in my life, never read the Bible, never been a religious person by no means. So it was interesting to me, you know, to hear these things. It was bringing some kind of like hunger, you know, and a desire to understand. And these brothers took the time to do that and to teach me and help me understand.
Heavenly Father,
April 17th, 2011.
I surrender myself to Him. I turn my back on the life that I had and the life that I lived. It did not matter if things that I had done in the past caught up to me, that whatever happened, I was going to be kept. And that my soul had been redeemed, that my soul had been saved.
The generosity of our donors and volunteers transforms every day the lives of Juan and our other guests. They share God's love and spread His kingdom.
I didn't think I was going to make it the year after, you know, but here we are, 11 years later. So I can truly say that if it wasn't for God using this place, I would be dead. My family would not exist. I'm forever grateful for God using this place, man. I will forever be grateful to the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself, entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4, I was confused, I didn't know what I was going to do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career, my kids are happy, I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed, I'm very excited. I feel more happy. I feel like I'm a better parent.
Hi guys, Freddie Clayton. We are continuing Conversations on a Bench, and this time we have the most magnificent guest of all. Paige Greninger is the brand new director of the capital campaign that the mission is launching. We will launch soon, let's say, to raise funds to build the transitional village that we want to develop on property we already own at the corner of Tampa Avenue and Washington Street. It is right next to our chapel, and we want to discuss what we're going to do. We're going to build 108 apartments. They will be studios, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, and they will be filled with graduates from the missions programs and other local residents who are referred by area partners, significantly a lot of the churches we work with. And this will not be a regular mission program, because the folks who live there will pay a program fee to live there. They will look like regular apartments, but we will conduct programs. And they will pay a program fee that we think will be between 50 and 60% of market rate rents. Those of you who are in the housing market or work with folks who are, recognize that right now, single moms who graduate from the mission and make $17.50 an hour, but have a bright career ahead of them with major commercial enterprises in the area, can't afford market rent of, for example, $2,200 a month for a 2-bedroom in the less expensive areas of town. They're making $35,000 a year, and they cannot pay $24,000, $25,000 in rent. It just doesn't work financially. So what we want to do is conduct a capital campaign to raise the funds to construct the village, and then charge program fees that cover the operating costs. And that's it, which we think will, as I said, will be about 50 to 60% of market rate rents. Paige is helping us design and will implement the capital campaign. We don't know exactly how much we need to raise. We think it will be somewhere between $15 and $18 million. And we have a spectacular opening gift. An anonymous donor has made a gift to the mission of $1.5 million initially, and then will match the next $6 million that other donors provide. So we basically have $6 million up to $12 million additional if we can raise the $6 million that we think we can. So, Paige, you have significant experience in conducting capital campaigns. So, why don't you describe what we're going to do, the organization we're going to set up, and how we're going to conduct the campaign?
Okay. Hey, Freddie. It's good to be with you.
Great to see you.
Hey, I'm here because I've been a volunteer. I'm a believer in the mission. I'm a believer in the power of hope and a place of foundational strength and all the things that you guys provide. And it's just been a pleasure to be a part of that over the last few years. And just to be able to be a part of lifting this community and giving people a place of hope and a foundation in a rough season of their life is, I think, will be a great opportunity in this community. And so I'm thrilled to be a part of it. So thanks for inviting me to help serve this team and just the powerful mission.
Well, I'm tickled because I'm confident that your efforts will create a legacy that lasts for 50 years in this transitional village. That will change people's lives.
and give them a chance to become productive and self-sufficient for the rest of their lives. So thank you for joining us.
You got it.
We are tickled to death.
You got it. You got it. Well, you have so many wonderful, wonderful folks who have given and been a part of the mission. And my job is just to come alongside and I also identify other companies, individuals, churches, and folks to be a part of it. So we'll be coming out with specific invitations to join, and I think it's going to be a special opportunity. Probably at the beginning of the year, we'll kick off with more details and specifics of what this will be and an opportunity to support.
Yes,
So
we
looking
right
forward
now,
to
as
doing
you
it.
know, Paige, we're in the midst of having our architects draw the final plans and construction documents so we can get bids and determine a final price. As I said, we're already very excited. This anonymous gift is quintessentially a reflection of the networking of God. The donors had been looking for 2 years for a ministry that they were comfortable giving this gift to. And they approached us. We didn't know who they were. They simply asked us for our tax return and our audited financial statements, and we send those out without questioning anybody who asks. And then he came by the mission and without an appointment and asked if he could get a tour. And I happened to literally be driving into the parking lot when he was standing in the parking lot, and introduced myself, and he asked for a tour, and we gave him a tour. And he said that our responses to those two inquiries from him were huge factors in the decision. And interestingly, another major factor was the exclusion of all government funding from the mission's finances. The fact that we have never taken and will not, at least as long as I'm at the mission, take government funds was a significant factor in the decision. And it was in all kind of ways, it was kind of a confirmation about what the mission does and stands for. We are, as you might imagine, grateful beyond measure.
I bet. Well, there's so many amazing stories of folks over the years that have contributed to the mission and the work that you're leading, and it's admirable. And I think people love your genuine heart for growing. You know, helping them launch and grow in a season of life that might be hard. We all have different seasons of our life where we have setbacks, or we're pushing forward, or we need a hand up, not necessarily a handout. And I think once folks graduate from the mission, they have an opportunity to create independence and a place of growth, and it's exciting and it's admirable. And I think there are going to be a lot of folks that want to continue to give and be a part of it, and a lot of stories of lives changed. And you know, speaking of government funding, I mean, I heard from many of your speakers, you've had amazing folks. I'm not an expert in housing and homelessness, but I do love this community, and the power of Orlando on every front is very collaborative, and you have so many different opportunities to collaborate and support each other, and each organization has a place in this ecosystem to be able to serve this community, and it will be an exciting place. Can you tell the folks more about I know you gave some more details, but what are you thinking this will provide for families, and how many? Remind the viewers how many folks you'll be able to serve and
You're
support.
talking about in the transitional village?
Transitional village.
Okay, well, it'll be basically 108 families.
Okay.
Some families may just be one person in the studios. And then there will be 3-bedroom apartments. So it's an opportunity for the mission to provide the next step towards full independence for its guests now. So the restrictions that we will impose on the participants, the program participants, include, we'll do drug tests, we will prohibit drugs and alcohol from the premises, we will require all guests to save 10% of their income, we will require all guests to give 4 days a year to working on neighborhood service projects. And we will require them to participate in things like Neighborhood Watch, because we want our guests to understand that if you're part of a community, you bear an obligation to help the community.
Right.
And
the wind is blowing my
I know,
eyes.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry. No. And
it's wind. It's wind.
And the initial tenants will be folks who graduate from the mission. And then we will fill in with, and I'm confident it will take 6 hours to fill it in.
108
yeah.
homes for people.
Yeah, but,
right.
so that we will let our ministry partners know from everybody from the churches who work with us to the Homeless Services Network. And we will give them the criteria that this is what the people have to agree to. And they have to be employed, and they have to be able to afford.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Whatever the, want to switch sides?
No, we're
okay.
good. We're good.
Have to be able to afford the program fee. And they will have to share with us their financial information, because we're going to guarantee they save 10% of their income. So it is the least expensive, nice apartments that will be available, but they have to be willing to accept the obligations that we know will make the development stable and safe and attractive. And it's just, from my perspective, I'm thrilled and excited to think that the mission has a chance to leave this legacy. The mission has a chance to expand what it's done over the past 77 years. And when you think that the mission started with 4 twin beds in a small office at Broadway Methodist Church, which was at that time in downtown Orlando in 1948, and now you look at this facility where we have 158 homeless men participating in an incredibly broad program, and we've got 174 men, women, and children at our family home participating in the same programs. What God has done to expand this over 77 years, and now this next step, it fits perfectly with our programs and with the needs of the community. So I am thrilled to be able to work on it and to work with you on it. I think it will be great fun to go around and tell the community about all the things that are now possible. One of the cool things that we've done, we've talked with some of the local churches who are partners with us, and they have agreed to give us pulpit time to talk about this, and not to ask for any money from anybody, but to tell them, look, this is, everybody, I think almost all Christians that I know of, feel 2 things: that God has called us to help the least of these. It is a divine mandate. And second, we don't know how to do that. What can St. Michael's Episcopal Church do to help resolve homelessness? Well, we're going to tell them what they can do. They can pray for this development. They can pray for this program, because there's nothing like it. I mean, this is the first time we know of that an organization like the Mission has done anything quite like this. And I think how cool that we get a chance to go tell the faith community, you can participate with the single most powerful weapon you have. The single most powerful tool on our belt is prayer. Mm-hmm. And we can go to these churches and engage them in providing that prayer coverage for us.
Right. You got it. You got it. Well, more than prayer, I'm sure they'll want to participate.
We hope that
and
too.
Be a part of it, right? So I'm here to say we're gonna invite them to be a part of it. So thank you for inviting me in. Well, we'll be thrilled to kick this off and help support and extend the mission through the Network of God.
We are thrilled that you're a member of this team now.
Can't wait to help.
The sky's the limit.
Yes, sir. Yes,
right.
sir.
Give my love to Ron and the kids.
Thank
all right?
you. Thank you.
Great to see you again. Thanks, Paige.
Okay.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and I have as our guest right now Eddie Moreton. Eddie is one of the finest people I've ever met in my life, and he is CEO of Lift Orlando, and he'll describe exactly what Lift does and their work in Orlando, and it is magnificent. We have a chance to work with them on neighborhood projects, and it is a pleasure constantly to do that. He and his team are easy to work with, and they are enthusiastic, brilliant, and talented. So thank you for being here, buddy.
Are you kidding me? Thank you so much. What a privilege, Freddie.
Oh, yeah, you need higher standards. All right. So first off, tell us what Lift Orlando does.
Lift Orlando is an organization now 13 years old, strengthening neighborhoods so people can thrive. So we help business leaders partner with residents in the community to work in a collaborative way. And much of what we do is done through partnerships. And we drive investments in the people that are in the community, really supporting their leadership, the places where people live, learn, work, and grow, and the partnerships that really bring larger collaboratives together.
So I know you have some impressive developments. Describe where they are and the names and what they do.
Yeah, so most people know us for some of the developments that have come out of the ground. We invest in mixed income housing, cradle to career education, community health and wellness, and long-term economic viability as the ultimate goal. Our first sites were housing communities known as Pindana at West Lakes. So that's a mixed income, multifamily development where we have folks that are there on subsidized housing through low-income housing tax credits, making those affordable for families based on their income and family size for folks 60% of medium or under. We also have some folks where we were able to use extremely low-income housing tax vouchers. So there, people are able to find affordable housing, some of which were through the city's Housing First program when they were helping primarily veterans come off of the streets. And one of my favorite pictures of what mixed income housing looks like at its best, and for us, is we have one row of beautiful townhomes. In one unit, you've got a 2-income household with a couple of young kids next door to a gentleman who works for Seminole County Law Enforcement, next door to a lovely woman who, when she moved into her unit, the first thing she did was to hug a refrigerator because she hadn't had one in 2 years, had been living in the woods. But when we're at the movie night, the pool party, the barbecue event, she's this brilliant, funny, amazing human being, and the idea that she can be integrated into community with her peers without any stigma or label has been fantastic for her. And so shortly after, we opened Pindana Phase 2, which is a senior housing development for seniors 62 and above. That same year in 2020, we opened our Early Learning Center, the Wessex Early Learning Center, which was really a development of Advent Health. And that partnership with Primrose Schools provides high quality early learning for families. And our Boys and Girls Club is maybe the largest, nicest club in the country. And most recently, our Health and Wellness Center in partnership with Advent Health, Orlando Health, Florida Blue, and others. And by the stadium, just up the road, the city of Orlando partnered with us to build a brand new $9 million renovation of Lake Nona Dune Park. And we still are working on a lot more housing in the area and a lot more investments in education.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. So give us a little bit of your background. Where'd you grow up? Yeah. How'd you end up in Orlando? And how'd you end up with Lift Orlando?
Yes. Born in D.C., Maryland. My parents both grew up there. They were both born in the Dominican Republic, but grew up came over as kids and met there working at the Geico headquarters in Chevy Chase, Maryland. And I was there through maybe 8 or 9 years old. My parents divorced. We ended up, my mom found out she had distant cousins that lived in the island of Puerto Rico, so we were there for a good part of the 80s before coming to Orlando in 1990. When we came to Orlando, she had, after being married for 10 years with my stepdad, that marriage was falling apart, and we actually came here, my mom, 3 siblings, myself, and 2 grandparents, and we stayed in the corner unit. If you're driving on I-4 through Winter Park over Lee Road, on your right-hand side, there's like a travel lodge or something. Yes. It's changed names like half a dozen times. That 2nd-story corner unit we were in. And I remember my mom coming in one day saying she'd paid the last money she had, didn't know what we were going to do the next day. And I, was a teenager, spent most of my time hanging out at parties and not paying attention at church when we went. But that night I couldn't sleep, and I found a Gideon's Bible. I went into the bathroom, I knelt down, and was out of practice to know what to read. So I closed it and said what was probably the most lame sinner's prayer the Lord's ever heard. I said, I'm not going to make any promises, but get us out of this, and I will try the whole Christian thing out for real. And 8 o'clock the next morning, there was a knock on the door, and it was this church planter who found us through the most random of ways, became a mentor and a father figure for me. I became involved in ministry, and for the next 10 years, I became a youth pastor, an associate pastor in that small church. But through random, funny story, but I ended up working as a schlepper at the Chamber of Commerce. And in a year or 2 was director of membership services under Jacob Stewart, when the Small Business Chamber was so big back then. And that was really my foray into the business community and getting to know Orlando and what makes it tick.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you were one of the founders of Lift Orlando, right?
That's right.
Steve. And was Terry Prather involved in that?
Terry was part of that founding board, yes. So for a year or so, to connect the dots, I left the chamber, was in consulting for a while. My wife and I owned a small business downtown, and I became involved with Life Work Leadership, the Christian Leadership Development Program.
And back when it was
golf, I went through when it was
class.
golf. Were you the first class?
Yes.
That was graduated in 94?
No,
93?
it was 91.
Oh my goodness.
It was,
I went through 2003.
I was about 70 years old then.
I remember the
you
golf
went
days.
As golf?
I went as golf as well, and we used to joke around. People thought you were away playing golf if it was on your calendar. But Jim Seneff was very connected to that work early on, and we had done research back then with CNL on what does the philanthropic and the nonprofit sector look like in town. Phil Hissom from the Polis Institute, before he started Polis, was a graduate student at RTS, was part of that project. And we learned a lot about the social sector in town. And fast forward a few years, Tom Sidema came to town. At first he was CEO of CNL, and he drove through Paramore for the first time and wanted to figure out how the business community could do more than just write checks and go to rubber chicken dinners. And we began to meet for about a year, travel to different cities, read different books, and eventually talking with the community and the stadium. Florida Citrus Sports really wanted to be a stadium that was good for the neighborhood. We arrived at the idea that became Lift Orlando.
Well, that's fabulous. Okay, so you have developed 2 major multifamily projects.
Yes. Thank God for Sandy Hostetter, who was on our board and is on our team today. She's the one that makes that magic happen.
she's a great friend, and we have, I think, 4 graduates of the mission living in Pindana at West
So
Lakes.
amazing.
I know, it is very cool. So I get to see them. They bring their kids, their moms bring their kids when we do National Night Out.
Oh, you're
we
kidding.
take our grill and cook at Lizzie Rogers Park,
That's
the
so
National
fun.
Night Out.
Yes.
It is. And so we get to feed everybody, and we get, for
It was
us,
good to
it's kind
see
of
you
a
there
home-
this year. It was quite the production this year.
It was, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was.
It was great, yeah. So, okay, so I'd love to pick your expertise in multifamily development, because I hear, in fact, it was just Martha, as you know, Martha R. was on right before Paige was on, Martha was. And I said, I hear constantly from a bunch of social service leaders that homelessness is a housing issue. And my reaction is, I agree, at least partially, but I also buy the premise that whenever there is a problem in a complex system, there is very, very, very rarely a simple solution. And housing in America is an incredibly complex system. So if somebody tells me that, oh, it's just a housing problem, I think, I agree that we don't have enough housing.
Yeah.
So focusing only on that issue, how do we increase dramatically the stock of housing in Orlando? I hear that we are somewhere between 10,000 and 35,000 units short right now in Orlando. Then Martha tells me, oh, no, we're $90,000. I mean, not those, 90,000 units short. And so my takeaway is kind of like when they count homeless people at the pit count. There are too many homeless people, nobody knows how many.
Yeah.
We have a massive shortage of housing, but nobody knows how much. But it's, so what can we do to increase that stock of housing?
Like you said,
substantially.
Yeah, it's not a simple issue, right? Even on the housing side, the kind of housing that we're developing, the way that inventory moves when you've got a massive amount of growth and influx into a market, and people can't find something at the price point that they're looking for, then they're going to gobble up things at lower price points and just spend the money renovating and improving the place. So you got stuff that's evaporating. You've got Florida has been the #1 market for large funds that buy up single-family homes and turn them into rentals. It's not it's happening here more than in most places around the country. You've got the cost of land in high-growth markets like ours that make it really. I've had multifamily developers tell me that even if you gave them the land for free, they couldn't make some deals pencil out. And so there's a multitude of challenges on the supply side. But I think also on the demand side, when you think about not just the factor of people who come with money and might be able to invest more, because even that has slowed down significantly since what we saw a couple of years ago, and homes are staying on the market longer. This year it's really slowed down a lot. But when you think about the homelessness issue, it's downstream from not only what's happening in housing, but what's happening in households, what's happening in healthcare, what's happening in employment. In Orlando, we have the terrible combination of not only very high cost of housing, but very low wages. And so very few people holding down a job or two can afford to keep a roof over their heads. So many of the folks that are experiencing homelessness are not what a lot of people imagine, the person that's been on that corner most weeks of the year asking for money. It's often hardworking folks with a couple of kids sleeping in a car. And when you think about that, I think there are things we can also do to help people stabilize before they find themselves homeless, right? To find support before they get evicted from a place, to find support when I think we need more places you could show up anywhere in town because you just had a domestic dispute or you ran away from home, or before you're vulnerable to trafficking or to finding yourself homeless. There should be places where you could show up and find help and get the support that you need. And I don't think we think enough about how vulnerable we all are. And those are the kinds of things that could happen to any of us. And investing a little bit more upstream in how people can get caught by the warm arms and loving arms of a community that has a real safety net before they find themselves in need of homeless services? And then how do we make it more likely for more people at a lower income bracket? There used to be a time when so many developers, their objective was to build entry-level homes for working families to be able to find a place. The vast majority today, what they call entry-level is not entry-level. The cost of building something entry-level is the same as building something much more expensive. But if you could pick, many are picking the kind of next upgrade, second, third tier home where someone's upgrading to something more expensive. There's a little bit more margin there. And so it's a storm of challenges. I do think that we have to think more holistically, to your point, about not one solution or one program or one silver bullet, but how do we all work together to solve it?
If, and I agree, it's the situation that we have very few starter homes anymore. And I understand if I were a builder, especially if it costs the sunk costs up front, if they're the same, whether I'm building a $1.5 million beautiful custom home or a $200,000 small starter, and if it costs me the same to go through the permitting and get and all those upfront costs, and then the same amount of time before I begin to build, I go, okay, one of them I'm going to make $25,000, and the other I'm going to make $200,000. Well, I know which one I need to build. So
it's pretty clear.
Why wouldn't the market clear for the smaller homes? I mean, in every almost every other item I can think of, from cars, you can go buy a $6 million Bugatti, or you can buy a 2-year-old Kia for $3,000, and it'll give you dependable transportation. Because there's a giant market, there's enough of a market for the very high end that Bugatti can make money making, 100 cars a year or whatever. And Kia can make a jillion. Why doesn't the same market principle apply in housing?
It's interesting. This is less of a solution, but more of an observation. Part of the challenge is that we treat housing like any other market. Real estate, without adding any value, can increase in value every year. So you can take the same property that you bought from somebody else, they made a profit on that, even if they didn't do anything to it. You sell it to me a few years later, and even if you didn't, I'm paying more for that same asset. And so you create a system that builds a market on diminishing value being created into the economy and a shrinking sort of inventory of what that same asset is. And over time, this sort of natural inflation occurs. Then that sort of stimulates and encourages other decisions that you might make, like the one you were talking about over the cost of what you build. What we can do is think about how do we make it in a capitalist housing market. There are countries that treat housing very differently, but in the West, that's largely how we do it. It's how the UK does it. It's how the US does it. How do we create tools for enabling market forces to solve the problem? So here there have been conversations about creating housing funds that stop gaps so that developers can use things like 4% tax credits, which are not as popular. The county ended up creating their own, and they've done a few deals with that structure. We probably could use more things like that. And then more systems for also supporting the leaders like you who are doing that homelessness work for people to be stable. Because I think sometimes people also need the traction to be able to put themselves in a position to be able to pursue those housing opportunities. But we have too many folks who fall through the cracks because we don't have enough of you. We don't have enough of the Union Rescue Mission as well at the same time that can enable people to find that footing, gain some traction, and then put themselves in a better place.
Okay, so now that you've resolved the housing aspect, the other aspects, and I know you're not quite as magnificent an expert in things like the mental health and the addiction and all that kind of stuff, but from your perspective and your knowledge of the overall market and your knowledge of our community, which is pretty exhaustive, what if you were the policy king,
what would you set? What kind of policies or programs or activities would you establish to address all those issues?
You know, from a housing the homeless perspective, or from an intervening in like mental health and other destabilizing factors for families?
Reducing those things as a factor in homelessness, because I know that in HUD, when they first initiated Housing First as the primary target program, they estimated that 15 to 80% of homeless people were chronically homeless. Chronically homeless. Of the total homeless population, 15 to 80% were chronically homeless, which means they'd been homeless for at least a year and they had a physical or mental impairment that probably would prevent them from being independent and self-sufficient. So let's say it's 18%. How do you address it other than, I mean, and this is a valid option, build relatively nice but inexpensive, both for construction and operation, apartments, and make them available. Because it's probably less destructive and maybe even less expensive long term to provide them something and get them off the street so they aren't bothering everybody else and they aren't danger to themselves or others, that kind of thing. But
I think you can do things on the production side that really addresses homelessness specifically. And the city of Orlando has been trying it with their kind of hotel motel conversion strategy. That's a neat idea. The city of Miami has started their food and beverage tax that's begun to really fund a lot of great work. I do think we need ways to catch people earlier in seasons of distress, places where they can show up to find their support. And somehow we got to get back to, maybe we got to get back to more multi-generational communities. There's this year, over 53% of adults under the age of 35 are living back at home with their parents.
53%?
That's 1 out of 2. So the whole idea that by my 30s I'm married with kids and have a home and a career and all that stuff is being delayed by many years for a lot of Americans. And when you talk to a lot of those parents, they're not even complaining their kids are at home because they're aging, so they think it's kind of great that they're around. And so there's a different mindset, and whatever our personal opinion is about that, you might wonder, is that signify a return to more multi-generational communal living?
I'd never thought of that. I tend to think of that as a sign of kind of social decay. That we aren't launching the kids, the young adults.
That's my first reaction to the data. But
2 generations ago,
that was the norm.
The 50-year-old adult couple had 1, 2, or 3 parents living with them. And
I just saw a story in the national news story. It was this gentleman who retired from a very, very successful career. I think had a business maybe that he sold. Point is, he built this massive home. It was like 20,000 square foot home, but he built it to share with his mom, his sisters, his aunts, his uncles, some nieces and nephews, and everybody has like a bathroom in their bedroom.
Family development.
Yes, it's like this massive home where he has, I don't know how many families of his extended family all living together. They share in the grocery budget, they share in the bills in general. And it was his way of like, listen, I can afford to do something like this, but it secures the health and well-being of my extended family. Why would I not do it? He seems completely bizarre to everybody looking at the situation, but all those family members feel like this is a solution made in heaven for them. So I don't know that we're going to make that policy ever, but it is interesting.
Is this the next market for Lift Orlando?
I do know that one way or the other, we need to start looking out for each other more and creating more community. If there's anything that is our ultimate aim in what we do at Lyft, especially the purpose of doing mixed income housing and not doing all affordable, but every chance we get, America's become economically segregated by the gated communities we could each afford, and we only hang with people that are of the same status or social circle as we are normally. There was once a time where even if you were very modest means, you knew the family in the big house on the corner, or who ran the hardware store. And if we can become communities that reintegrate folks again, we can have kids be exposed to more opportunities, build better networks, be more successful communities.
Have you figured out how to do that yet?
No, but that's the aim.
Okay, God bless you. I understand. That makes me think of Charles Murray's book, Coming Apart, which is all about that.
Yes.
How, and he, in order to avoid any racial issues, he looks just at white America, and he says the whites by themselves are doing exactly that.
Absolutely.
That they segregate by socioeconomic status, and that previously, he says one of the things that occurs is the high IQ guy now marries a high IQ woman, and several generations ago, and genetically, they probably have high IQ kids, and they all go to the same schools. And so the kid, the only people he meets who are, when he's marrying age are the other kids at the high IQ schools. And that he talked about previously, that especially in a small to medium-sized town, that everybody went to the same schools, everybody went to the same local club, and they mixed, intermarried.
Yeah.
And
across social classes and
yes.
societal sectors. I mean, the other reason for better integration, not just economically, but also generationally, and for us to start to live in a kind of more old-fashioned sense of community, it's a major driver of the mental health issues that we're seeing.
No question.
People's isolation, loneliness, lack of connection and community, feeling known and seen and like you belong.
Diseases of despair.
And so in many ways, when we're talking about these behavioral health issues and mental health concerns and other problems, even the person dealing with a physical disability used to have a greater personal support network. And when you have a major setback and all you have is you, that becomes more than any of our nonprofits combined can handle. Like we need to start to stimulate a greater sense. And maybe your biological family is not it and things are broken there, but the ability to build a family in community is something that we have done well in the past and we need to get back to.
That makes me think of, there are 4 different guests over the past day here said independently, I'm confident they didn't hear each other because we only have like 12 people watching, by the way, but okay, said independently that we need to make an effort to resolve the rancor and recognize that in the case of the mission as a Christian ministry, and as all these local churches and individual Christians, that we need to live like Christ lived, and that if Christians did that, we wouldn't need half the government programs that we rely on, and that we point to as, oh, it's their problem, they have to. Homelessness, well, that's what Martha R. does. She hasn't solved it yet. It's probably her problem, her fault. And it is so easy. And I think one of the pernicious effects of large government programs is they seduce Christians specifically into thinking, well, that's somebody else's responsibility. When, from my perspective, Christ was crystal clear. That is my responsibility. He is my neighbor.
Yeah, the posture of how human authorities and governments leverage resources to enable communities to be stronger. There are some things you expect the government to do to protect, to provide fundamental infrastructure, but you think of even the story of housing. In the when what was then the Federal Housing Authority invented the 30-year government-insured mortgage, that was transformational. It's maybe the source of some of the greatest wealth in the history of the world when you think of the generational wealth that's been created through home ownership. But you also have the story of public housing, which was meant to meet an immediate need as people needed more housing immediately.
There was kind
but
of a
that
calamity.
that really, you might argue, for some people have caused much more harm than good. And so it's almost like, the further removed you are from a child, if you're a grandparent or an uncle or a distant cousin, the less power you should have over what happens day to day with that child. The local governments, local communities, churches, families, the closer you are, the more impact you should have. The government should be a benevolent grandfather that has provided some fundamental things, but the more they try to drive directly, we just see it's not that great.
Don't they call that the premise of subsidiarity?
Yes.
That's
That's a great term.
A local unit is the unit that knows best how to handle.
That goes down almost infinitely to. We love. We quote Mahatma Gandhi a lot, who said, "What you do for me without me, you do to me." And so sometimes because we think we know what needs to be done, oh my gosh, we unintentionally do more harm than good by not working with people instead of doing things for them or to them.
Yeah. All right. Well, God bless you, my friend.
No.
Thank
Freddie,
you.
thank you so much. I so love you doing this. What a great idea. I'm
Thank you.
delighted for you to be having all these conversations. These are all people that you know and that love you and are happy to spend time with you.
Well, I'm not so sure the latter two things.
But I know it'll be just great to kind of emphasize these connections.
And I will send you, we're going to chop up the 24 hours and I'll send you and everybody else a link so you can download if you want to see it, your
awesome
interview. All right?
Thank you so much,
God
brother.
bless you.
Appreciate you.
Thank
Bless
you for
you.
your time,
Thank you
Eddie.
guys so much.
This was delightful and informative.
You are.
My name is Alexis Allen. I lived at the Mission for about 14 months. I was born in New Jersey, but I came here around 3. After high school, I went to college, and I have a love and passion for food, so I ended up going to Valencia and getting my culinary management degree. My childhood, I kind of grew up, I guess, as a regular. We had a house with a pool. We didn't really lack anything, but unfortunately, my mom, she had got divorced, and from there, everything kind of changed. We kind of lost a lot of things. A lot of things had to be let go of. From there, I was staying with my aunts, and then eventually I did move back with my mom, but it was, I guess that has been something that throughout my life that I've been wrestling with, making sure like, okay, I never want to go back to a shelter or go back to having to live with other people. At one point in time, I myself went through a divorce. And I literally had to leave where we were staying, and it was like kind of a cycle that I had went back to, but it was now I'm not the child, now that I'm the adult. The Lord told me it's time to break the cycle. And that is where my breakthrough came. He told me to get all my things together, take my things out of the storage, and me and my oldest daughter, we got all of our things out. After my divorce, I had bought all these things. Okay, we're gonna start this new life together. And he was showing me like, whatever you had planned, that's not gonna be the plan anymore. I had business plans in there where I could do my own catering, where I could do my own, do a background drop for parties and different things like that, and had cameras. As I was putting my items to the trash, I was saying, Lord, whoever this is for, that they could receive it. That was the journey of me saying goodbye to Alexis, saying goodbye to the shy person. Me and my children were staying in our car. Then eventually I was staying with my sister, and then I had left. And so from there, we were staying in our car for about 2 months. And then I had stayed with a couple from my church. And that was for about a month. And I was thinking, okay, Lord, it's in and out. I'm staying with this person. Then I'm back in my car, having to have the 3 children, having to explain these different things and thinking like, why can't this just be normal, Lord? I put in a bunch of applications. Monday morning, I got a phone call from the Orlando Health. When I went to go to the interview, I had got pulled over by the police. And at that time, because of that on and offness, I didn't have stable income and I didn't have insurance. So I didn't have good tags. So once they had pulled me over and found that out, they took my tag off. They took my license. And so therefore I was stuck there with nothing. Currently at that time we were staying in the car. So it was like everything had shut down. And that day I had asked my children's father if they can go and take them until I kind of get little things more stable. And then that's when I had called one of my church moms who volunteers here. And then that's the Lord had told me to go to the mission, and that door was open, and that's how I made it here. When I came here that first night, it was chapel, and we went to the service, and Pastor Richard said, "You were sent here for a reason, and it's that you are to get to work." He wasn't personally talking to me, but I felt the Lord was personally talking to me. Before I came here, I stayed in my car. I was worrying about where I was going to clean my clothes, where I was going to shower. And when I came into this place, it was like the Lord took the weight off of my shoulders to where I wouldn't have to worry about my needs, but I could focus on the work and focus on him. Julio, who's my boss, I saw some potential in me and helped me to get me into that leadership position. And I've been able to connect food and the gospel, which is what I was asking the Lord to help me connect. And that's what he did here at this place. I've seen where the missions program has helped people in so many ways. Having that godly counsel with them, that biblical case manager to help them to navigate, to have them to challenge them to face those tough questions or tough situations that they may have been putting off, helping them to set good habits to where they have to get up on time, they have to manage their day. The daycare service and the after school service, it helps them to move forward even after they transition to their own homes. Well, I would like to say to the donors, you, in sowing into this ministry, you are not just storing your treasures here on earth, but this is a place where you're storing your treasure in heaven. Because ultimately in the Bible, it tells us in Matthew 25 that when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. When I was a stranger, you invited me into your home. The Bible tells us that if our gift is to give generously. And so even though you might not been the person that's giving that cup of water, giving that food, you've given us the resources to do it. So it is as though you are here giving those things. Me as a staff and as a guest, I thank you for your willingness to sow into this ministry.
All you fans of the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, I'm Freddie Clayton here with Conversations on a Bench. We're heading into the home stretch now before I expire. We have an extraordinary guest right now, Kevin Wilson. Kevin is a graduate of the program here at the Men's Home. He has a fabulous testimony, and he has agreed to share it with us today. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Okay, first, tell us about yourself, where you grew up, what you've been doing, how you ended up both in Orlando and at the mission.
I'm originally from Rochester, New York.
Okay.
So I grew up.
That's not near here, is it?
Not
Okay.
even. Not
Okay.
even. That's in New York. It's upstate New York. So I grew up in Rochester, New York. I went to school at Charlotte High School, and then I went to a trade school afterwards, which is called Iroquois Job Corps.
Uh-huh.
And then after that, I went to college for psychology. And
Where'd you go to college?
Monroe Community College.
Okay.
That's in Rochester.
Awesome.
And then after, I stayed there until about 2022, where I moved here to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah. And then what landed me at the mission was a breakup from my ex-fiance. Me and her split, and I ended up going to jail. And when I got out, I had nowhere to live. So that is what led me here.
Awesome. So, and were you in the work extension program or the discipleship program?
I was in the work extension
That's what
program.
I thought. Okay.
Mhm.
So, tell our viewers what our work extension program does, how it works.
So with the work extension, program, what it does is it actually allows us who come in to stay. It allows us to be able to stay, get a job, save 75% of our money, so that way when we leave, we're not leaving broke. We actually be able to, get an apartment or get a job as well. Well, not a job, an apartment or a car.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. And so, do you remember
roughly what month you moved in?
I remember it like it was yesterday. I moved in May 2nd last year.
Of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And how long did you stay?
I stayed up until July, July 2nd.
So less than 3 months? I mean, you're talking about from May, June, that July, or July of this year?
July of this year.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
July of this year.
So just over a year.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And what were you doing? What work did you do? What was your job?
So at that time, my job was Pizza Hut.
Okay.
Yeah, once somebody was actually, who was in the program when I first got there, like literally the day after I got saved, his name was Brandon Crowley. The day after I got saved, he saw me in church before Pastor Parker was coming in, and he said, "Hey man, I seen you got saved the other day, man. You seem like a great person. Listen, I work at Pizza Hut. I can get you in." And he sent me a text. We didn't have my phone, but he sent me a text, and he wasn't playing. I actually was able to get in.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
What Pizza Hut did you work in?
Dr. Phillips.
Okay. And what were you doing? Were you making pizzas over there? Or were you delivering what?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I was making pizzas.
Had you done that before?
Never. I was, I heard about the work extension program from Joe P. And I said, okay, well, if I can get in.
For our viewers, Joe P. is Joe Peacott.
Yes.
Who manages or leads our work extension program, and also is the night manager here at Project Hope, the men's home, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So I was making pizzas, and then before I left, I was at the youth correctional facility down there across the street from 33rd.
Yeah.
So I ended up switching back in April.
Okay.
And then now I help people fix their credit and get funding for businesses. So just was moving up the ladder. That's just how God moves in your life.
Amen.
So, amen.
That's so cool. Okay, so describe for us your experience here at the mission. What was it like? What activities at the mission did you participate in? And how, if at all, did it benefit you or change you?
So when I got to the mission, I wasn't sure, but I remember before I got into the work program, I had started making beds. I was just grateful God gave me somewhere to sleep and somewhere to eat, right? A place where I could rest my head. So after I got into the work program, I said, okay, I'm not able to make beds because I don't have to wake up as early, right? Because I work a job now.
Yeah.
So I ended up doing work in the kitchen.
Okay.
I never asked anybody. I just asked them in the kitchen, hey, can I help you guys out? Because again, I wanted to give back because I wouldn't have nowhere to live if I did not come to the mission.
So had you had previous experience in the kitchen, or was it like your pizza experience? You learned on the job?
Nah, I mean, being at home, you learn a lot. I was raised by.
But had you ever
my mother
worked in
and
a
father.
commercial kitchen before?
No.
Okay.
It was Pizza Hut that caught me. I ended up
Okay.
getting my what is it called? The certification you get for food. But I ended up getting my certification.
Okay.
And then, I just asked, and then they were like, yeah, that's fine.
Great. And how long did you work in our kitchen? If you left in July.
Up until I left.
Did you really?
Yeah, up until I left.
That is awesome,
I would do that. Yeah, I would do that up until I left.
All right. So, what was your schedule like at first when you were at Pizza Hut?
Pizza Hut, it was all over the place at first, but then it started to be from 8 to maybe 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Or 5 o'clock. So it all fluctuated, and then my weekends were off. So then Sundays I would come and serve lunch.
Wow, okay. And did you attend chapel at all at the mission?
I always attended chapel.
Fabulous.
I'm not sure if you know this, but every Sunday I actually serve at Moody Chapel.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've been serving there since I got here.
Thank you, brother.
I'm just grateful. Whatever God needs me to do, that's what I'm doing. So I'm not leaving Moody Chapel unless God says go somewhere else. But I was grateful and honored to be able to have been asked to do that, and to still be able to have an effect on those who are there in Moody Chapel.
Thank you. Okay, so you start out, you're working at Pizza Hut, regular Monday through Friday, kind of by the end of it, regular hours, roughly. So it's not, 3 p.m. to midnight, anything like that. Okay.
Right.
And you attend chapel.
Yep.
Did you attend evening chapel or morning chapel? Or was it just Sunday chapel?
Soon as I got off of work, I would either take an Uber or I would get a ride so that I could come here and make chapel.
Okay.
That was how I just would make sure that I made chapel at night.
So you mentioned that just after you got saved, you saw who's it, Brandon?
Brandon Crowley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell me about that. Tell me about you getting saved.
Oh, well, I actually got saved in this hoodie I'm wearing
Well, doesn't everybody?
now. This is the hoodie I got saved in.
Is that a Smurf?
It is.
Okay.
So I ended up, I came here April 5th of last year. And I just heard it was Pastor Baxter. I know he comes every Friday, every first Friday of the month. And he was in there, and whatever he was saying just kept hitting me. It just kept hitting me. And I was just like, man. Next thing you know, I'm crying, and what he said was, if anyone wants to give their life to Christ, now is your time. Okay, you don't have no time to waste. And I just went up there. I was the only one standing there. That's why they were able to remember me, because I was the only one, and I had this hoodie. I was wearing this hoodie every day. And so I went up there, and we said the prayer. And I remember before I left, the person that he was with, Brother Solomon, has said, hey, you gave your life to Christ. I see you got your Bible in your hand, because I love the fact that you guys give out free Bibles. I had never had a Bible.
Wow.
So he said, I see you got your Bible. I see you reading your word. Read John, so that way you can know what your relationship needs to be with Jesus Christ. And I said, wait, my great uncle told me to read Proverbs first because I lack wisdom. So that was how that happened.
Because you like wisdom or lack wisdom?
Lack wisdom. I definitely did. Not gonna lie about it.
All right, so did you end up reading John?
Absolutely. As soon as I got done with Proverbs, I ended up reading John.
Fantastic. You answered an altar call in our chapel.
Amen.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
How often before that had you heard the gospel and had it at least touch you and make you think, if at all?
So, when I was a kid, we did go to church, but we didn't read the Bible.
Right.
But we went to church every Sunday, and then eventually when I became an adult, I strayed away.
Sure.
But when I got kicked out and I ended up getting out of jail, my great uncle had reached out to me, and my great uncle's story is similar to, some of the disciples here. He used to be a drug addict. And he ended up giving his life to Christ. This wasn't here in Florida, this was upstate Rochester, New York, but he ended up giving his life to Christ. And when he gave his life to Christ, he's basically telling me, he's like, hey, listen, I was in a hotel and my money's about to run out. He said, after the money's gone, where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do, right? So then after that, he said, you need to give your life to Christ, and you need to humble yourself and go to a shelter.
Really?
Yes. That next day.
Did you get the impression was when he was said you need to go to a shelter, was it simply that is a rational option for you because you have no money and you're going to run out and you don't have a place to live, or was it part of humbling yourself independently? Yeah, I mean,
anytime I'm talking to my great uncle, I humble myself.
Okay.
He's the one who taught me how to shoot the basketball.
Yeah.
And the reason I learned that was because I played basketball with him in the backyard. He only missed 2 shots out of 21. So so anytime that he speaks to me, I pay attention.
Show me your stroke.
He literally every time he would speak to me, and we didn't talk often since the 3 years that I've been here. But if he's calling me and he's telling me that I need to give my life to Christ and I need to do something about that, I'll take the information from that. Yeah. And whether I do it or not is dependent on the next steps. So that was step 1. He had already said it. I took an Uber to probation. There was a guy, he was in an old beat up van. And he gave me a ride to Walmart, and then I also had a ride to probation.
Okay.
He says, he was saying to me, he just kept saying this, and this is like, I just got off the phone with my uncle, like, last night. And he's saying to me, he was like, yeah, man, how you doing, brother? Yeah, man, Jesus Christ. He just kept on saying stuff about Jesus. And I'm like, you know, I'm one of those people at that time. I'm like, yeah, I believe in God. Just didn't say much about Jesus.
Right.
So he's just like, and I'm wondering, because in my head, I'm like, he's driving this old van and he's extremely happy. I want that. Why is he so happy? And he drops me off, and I go to probation, and they say to me, they say, do you need a place to live or a place to stay? I said, yeah. They said, okay, you have two choices. You can pick the Salvation Army, or you can pick the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. And the Salvation Army, and this is how God was working, the Salvation Army was right next door to my ex-fiance. At that time, I'm not allowed to be around there, and I know I'm going to be distracted, so I chose the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so you talked about chapel, about answering those calls. So
Yes.
what other activities, if any, did you participate in at the mission? Were there other? I know you did chapel basically every evening.
Yep. It was chapel every evening, every Sunday, serving at the church. But even on the Wednesdays, I would go to Moody Chapel. I had asked one day, hey, can I ride the bus with the disciples to go with them? And just being able to be around the disciples that were here, and having fellowship. So the kitchen as well, helping out in the office as well. Whatever opportunities that I seen that I could help, because I wasn't sure, because I didn't want to get in trouble, but I also wanted to help.
Yeah.
So.
Did you participate in any of the occasionally we do kind of community service activities. The guys will go, they did a million meal pack. They packed a million meals. There were 2,500 volunteers. You didn't do that, did you?
At those days, I was working, and I had always complained that I missed out. I always complained, because I was like, man, if I could just be there, because my roommate at the time he was participating.
Yeah.
He was participating. He was able to participate in some of those. Yep.
Gotcha. All right, so what was your overall experience living and participating in mission activities? How would you describe it?
I would describe it with everyone having the same goal, right? We want to make sure that we're helping people out. Even then, I remember when I first got here, Floyd has said to me, when I first got here, I think it was like my second or third day, the disciple Floyd, he said to me, he said, hey, anyone want to say the prayer? And then I ended up just saying a prayer. This is before I got into Moody Chapel. But my experience was being able to be around the people who are here with the same goals, with the same mind in Christ. It made it a lot easier. You know, the word says that we should be of one mind, right? So it just made it easier to be around them, because at first I was scared. At first I was nervous. So it was just like, once I got in and started to understand and just following the rules. I love the rules. I don't care what nobody say. You know, we get people complain. I love the rules. I do. And that was what kind of structured me a little bit. So, yeah.
Would you change anything about the program? You had a longer tenure in the work extension program than most guys do, so you probably have more experience with it.
Yeah.
Would you change anything about it?
No. Okay. Honestly, no. And the reason why I say that is because structure and instruction is important.
Yeah.
Right? Our Lord and Savior gives us commands, right? He gives us orders of what to do. So I just feel like, as a man, the way that it's set up here at the mission is so that you can get your life together. Like, I don't know anywhere that I can go and stay and save 75% of each of my checks. And then when I get out, I have something to where I can go. Now I can get an apartment or a car. So, no, I wouldn't change anything.
And were you able to save 75?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's great.
Absolutely.
What are your relationships with Joe, and if you worked with Dave Masterpole or any of the other team members? What are your relationships like with them now?
Those relationships, so I thought I was gonna see Joe when I walked in, but I forgot that it's probably too early. He's probably there now. But my relationship with all of them, I remember before I left, it was me, Joe, Dave, and security guard. What is his name?
Jerome?
No, the other one. Hispanic one.
Manny?
Is his name? Manny, yes. We all prayed together. They were super happy for me because they watched me this whole time, and I didn't know. I didn't know I was being watched until eventually I started to realize it, but I wasn't doing to be watched by them. I was doing to be watched by my Savior.
Yeah.
You know, so my relationship with them, even still, I was looking for Dave's not here either, so I was looking for both of them, but my relationship with them is still strong. When they see me,
awesome.
it's gonna be good. I just
That's
saw
awesome.
Pastor Shane as well, so yeah.
That's awesome. All right. Do you have anything else you want to share about your experience with the mission, or any comments about the mission itself that you'd love for the public to hear?
I would love for one thing I'll say about the mission that made it, like, it was different. It was different because I could have went to the Salvation Army, right?
Right.
But I don't think they have the rules that are here at the mission. And if you, like me, who was a child that spoke like a child, and also acted like a child, you kind of need rules so that way you can grow into a man. And I feel like the mission had that. You know, I was influenced by so many good people, pastors, Pastor Parker, Pastor Shane, Joe, Pastor Richard as well. And then the disciples here. So it was like, it's a community for men to help others. And I think that the mission has it to where you have an opportunity to have fellowship with others. I've been looking for God my whole life, but I never knew where to find him until I came to the mission and met Jesus, my Savior. So I just love this place. I really
God
do.
bless you.
God bless you too.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Boy, we appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for your time,
Thank you.
man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
There's so much blood in my hands from things that I have done. People that have been addicted for the drugs that I sold. These people were part of a gang. These individuals, they don't take things lightly, so either you're working for them or you're working against them. I wasn't afraid of the fact that they wanted to kill me. I was more afraid of the harm they could cause to those that had nothing to do with this. So here I am, homeless, planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. You know, I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then things start coming to my head. Well, just take your life. I lived a very flashy life, would be the proper wording. Eating in high-end restaurants, you know, insane amount of money and luxury things, whether it's clothing, hotels, it didn't matter. You had so much coming in, you didn't mind spending so much, you know. I got involved very heavily dealing drugs. So I was moving up and up the scales, but things kind of hit the fan. There was a big drug bust in the city, and they started investigating me. I found myself wanting to leave the area, so we decided to move to Florida. I could no longer deal drugs with the people I was dealing, so I had to stop. And if you're not an asset to people, then you become a problem because you know people, you know things, you know places. So we get to Orlando and we find ourselves having issues with the persons we were staying with. When you are living in a life where you expend so much money in stupid, unnecessary things, you know, money runs out. Because I had not been working for about a year when I came out here. The moment they seen that there was no money flow from my end, they no longer were my friends. They were no longer the ones that were protecting me. It kind of switched real quick to cause us harm now. The threats started coming through, so I didn't want to offend anyone, especially people from that kind of environment. I tried actually finding a job, and I couldn't land anything. My wife was pregnant, and my son was a baby. And I had enough to put some gas on the vehicle and buy food. So I knew after that we were down to nothing. And I said, babe, we don't have any more money, you know, we were homeless. So here I am planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. You know, I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then, you know, things start coming to my head. Well, hey, just take your life. My wife, man, living in the life that we live, she was totally the opposite. She continued to say, hey, I've been telling you, we need to seek help. So in this brochure, she called the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
The folks who arrive at the mission are typically men and women who have run out of other options. Typically, they have made a series of bad decisions that have rendered them homeless. And at the mission, we want to help them change that decision-making process that will ensure they don't end up at the mission again.
I explained that we also had some issues with the people that I was dealing drugs with, and they had threatened my life and threatened my family's life. And they said, well, you're not going to be the first. You're not going to be the last. And they were willing to take us in as it was. And I kept telling my wife, I said, but I don't want to be here. She said, but we didn't have another option. I'm not going to lie, it was a struggle for me. You know, I had to remove my earrings. You know, I had to watch my mouth. Things that I was not used to doing. You know, it was different. It was a different environment. But I can say that right off the bat, one of the things they did for us was they showed us love and respect.
Our program is very structured and disciplined. They attend chapel, they attend Bible studies. The guests will work in the kitchen, on our landscaping crew, facilities maintenance, help with our preschool, or do housekeeping.
I never prayed in my life, never read the Bible, never been a religious person by no means. So it was interesting to me, you know, to hear these things. It was bringing some kind of like hunger, you know, and a desire to understand. And these brothers took the time to do that and to teach me and help me understand.
Heavenly Father,
April 17th, 2011, I surrender myself to Him. I turned my back on the life that I had and the life that I lived. It did not matter if things that I had done in the past caught up to me, that whatever happened, I was going to be kept. And that my soul had been redeemed, that my soul had been saved.
The generosity of our donors and volunteers transforms every day the lives of Juan and our other guests. They share God's love and spread His kingdom.
I didn't think I was going to make it the year after, you know, but here we are, 11 years later. So I can truly say that if it wasn't for God using this place, I would be dead. My family would not exist. I'm forever grateful for God using this place, man. I will forever be grateful to the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Hi, Freddie Clayton again. Conversations on a Bench. We have one more hour before the expiration of your favorite nearly dead speaker. We have a really, really outstanding guest right now. Major Roger Glick, who is the area commander for the Salvation Army. that the correct title?
It is. I'm just glad you weren't talking about me being dead in about an hour.
He is, how long have you been here?
Since June.
Okay.
June 30th.
So you've been here roughly 3 months. Okay.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, the Salvation Army is a fabulous organization that we have an opportunity to work really closely with. And I look forward to working with Major Glick. We had a great relationship with his two predecessors, and Major Morris and Major Ken Chapman. Anyway, and so we look forward to establishing and implementing the same relationship with Major Glick. So, Major Glick, first, give me an idea of your personal history, where you grew up. Did you grow up in the Army?
Right.
Did you grow up, and where all have you served?
Sure. Well, I grew up in Burlington, Iowa, a small town on the Mississippi River. And so I did not grow up in the Salvation Army. I grew up in Assembly of God and Church of God churches. And so just hit a period of time in my life, had some practice issues with the Assembly of God church. So I kind of just stepped away for a while, ran across the Salvation Army because I was a high school dropout. And Salvation Army had GED classes. And so the officer, after he got to know me, said, well, why don't you take GED classes? And I'm like, oh, okay. So I started going to the classes. I went about 2 weeks, and I said, this is why I quit school. I can't, this whole organized thing is just not for me. So he paid for me, Salvation Army paid for me to go to the college and just take all the tests. I passed the tests, got my GED. And so then the officer said, well, I have another opportunity for you. Would you like to become a VISTA volunteer, which is Volunteers in Service to America? And I said, well, I'd love that. So that was really my first full-time position in ministry, was with the Salvation Army in Burlington, Iowa. And I set up their prison ministry program. I set up emergency disaster programs for the Salvation Army. And one year when we were wrapping presents for folks that were incarcerated, I said to the officer's wife, you know what? I really think I'm called to Salvation Army officership. And she put down the scissors and she said, well, it's about time you figured it out. And I said, well, if you knew, why didn't you say anything? And she said, it's not my job to tell you. It's the Holy Spirit's job. My job is to say, I see it too. And so a couple of years later, I went off to Salvation Army Training College in Chicago. And while I attended the Salvation Army Training College, I also attended Olivet Nazarene University. To which my mother goes, who are you? You hated school. What's happened?
Two at once.
So anyway, I met my wife in training college. My wife is Major Deanne Glick. She's a 5th generation Salvationist. So she grew, her parents, grandparents, all of her brothers and sisters, they're all Salvation Army officers.
Wow.
And so we met in training college. 5 kids later, I have a daughter who's a Salvation Army officer in Naples, and my son just went into the Salvation Army Training College in Atlanta to become a Salvation Army officer. So there's a rich history. So back to me a little bit. So after my wife and I got married, had our first appointment in Kansas. Our second appointment was in Kansas, happened to be in Olathe, Kansas. Mid-American Nazarene University is there. So I went back, got my degree. Again, my mother goes, who are you? I don't understand this. And then I went on to Nazarene Seminary after that. So that's, my first appointment was Atchison, Kansas. My second appointment, which was 10.5 years, which is unheard of in Army ministry.
Really?
I had a 10.5-year core appointment with my wife in Olathe. Love that. Love that appointment. Went to Wisconsin, and then my wife and I stepped out of Army ministry for about 8 years. We got out of balance with our kids, with ministry, and we were really on this track with the Salvation Army to really become more administrative officers and leaders in that way. And so there's a lot of pressure in that. So we stepped away, went back to Kansas, spent about 8 years outside of the Army, and just felt like God was calling us back. We got ourselves together. It wasn't God, it wasn't the Army, it was us. We just got, sort of cattywampus. And so we came back, and we got a call from the Southern Territory out of Atlanta and said, would you consider coming to the Southern Territory? I'm like, well, I don't know, because we're really centralized. So anyway, we came to the South, So we became area commanders, and we were area commanders in Little Rock, Arkansas. Then we became area commanders 4 years later in Birmingham, Alabama. 2 years later, we became Salvation Army officers on headquarters here in Tampa. Well, across the state, I guess, a little bit in Tampa. Then we got called to Baltimore, Maryland, and we were area commanders there. And now we are here in Orlando as Salvation Army officers as area commanders.
So am I correct in thinking that the typical assignment is 2 to 4 years? Is that right?
Yeah, usually around 3.
Oh, okay.
And around year 3, you're going, am I moving? Or some officers get an itch. It's time for me to move. They've sort of played their playbook, and some officers kind of repeat that wherever they go. Not unlike other pastors, I suppose. Maybe they do that too. But yeah. So, 10 and a half for us was a long time. 4 was good. Baltimore was 5, and I have 7 until retirement.
Wow.
So
Okay.
this
Do you
could
think
be
this is it?
I do.
Fabulous.
I do.
Well, we're lucky to have you.
So
Thank
7
you.
years. 7 years would be
Welcome.
great for me. I wouldn't mind being here.
Great. Okay. So, would you explain to me and to everybody listening the scope of the Salvation Army's ministries here in Orlando?
Sure. Well, if I've got my dates right, again, I've been here such a short time, so I'm learning the data. But I think the Salvation Army has been active in Orlando since like 1920.
Yeah, that's what I
So,
think. That's what.
I think that's right.
Major
So
Chat
yeah.
told me.
So the Salvation Army, of course, first is when the Army started, was really a parachurch organization. We didn't really intend to become a place of worship. We intended to. William Booth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, William Booth intended. When he was doing street
doing the
meetings,
most good.
he was doing street ministry. He sent people back to the church, but the church didn't want them because they were prostitutes, they were drunks, and again, you have to think about England in the 1800s, very class society. So why were those people, in church? So they ended up coming back to William Booth. So then William Booth started having meetings when the bars would close at 3 or 4 in the morning. William Booth and the Salvationists would go in, they'd clean up the bar, and they'd have worship meetings literally in bars. One of the unique things about the Salvation Army, I know I'm off track a little.
No, that's fine. I love hearing this.
But Salvation Army, we call it our song book. It's not a hymnal. Other than the American edition, there is no written music in the songbook. It's just words. So song 980 might be "To God Be the Glory." There's no music on there. There are tunes at the top, and so that Genesis came from that. A lot of the early Salvation Army songs were sung to bar tunes because that's what people knew. So there are multiple
And they just
tunes.
substituted words.
They did. So a lot of the
Adaptation.
songs have different tunes that you could sing that song to, which is kind of interesting. It frustrates some people who read music. To those people like me who don't read music, it's glorious. So here in Orlando, the Salvation Army obviously has a core community center. We have a place of worship, and we have, I don't know, roughly 120. It's not a big congregation, but maybe 120, 130 that attend each week. We have a full band that sits on the platform and plays.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't play.
I don't play. I don't read music. My wife does. Her whole family does. All my kids do. So clearly the musical gene skipped me, and that's okay. I have other gifts. So, so we have worship each week. We have youth programs, women's programs, all that kind of stuff that you would expect a church, setting would offer. Of course, for the community, we have 2 interesting programs that I really like, and it's called the Brian Smith Ministry, and it goes out on Saturdays and I believe on Tuesdays. And the one on
I didn't know it went out Tuesday too.
Yeah,
I know,
well,
I went out with Ken several times
on Saturdays.
Yeah, he got the Brian Smith Urban Ministry.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and so they go out in the community where folks are. They don't necessarily have to be homeless. It could just be areas of the community that are depressed and whatever. So I know they go there and they minister. They pass out food, some gift cards. I think they share a little devotional. So the gospel is shared because obviously, ultimately, that's who we are. We are the Salvation Army, which strikes me funny that most people go, "What? You're a church? Come on, read the name." But anyway, and then on Tuesday, that Brian Smith Ministry really goes to homeless in the bushes and to the places, and that's really driven by our advisory board. So our advisory board members, sometimes ARC guys, and then their friends will come and they actually go out. Same thing on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Our board members go out, and last year, I understand, they set up tables and tablecloths in the woods, in bushes, places where homeless were, so they could eat
have a
Thanksgiving meal
feast.
right where they were. So that if they do that again this year, I've got to get out of the gym where we're doing that. I got to go and see that. That's what a great ministry. So I know that
Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
Amelia, you need something? Okay.
Oh.
Don't apologize.
No, you're good.
Bye,
You're good.
Mac. See you, buddy.
And of course, the Army has a homeless ministry.
Yeah.
And the Army's done that forever. And so I know the shelter has 100 plus men in the shelter. Of course, we have the women and the family shelter.
Yeah.
And so we have that as well over. I think I should say, because I think, I hate to say it this way, but I think word's getting out. And there are some people who don't like it. I get it. But Salvation Army also has some safe rooms for those that might fit into the LGBTQ or the transgender. Salvation Army believes in serving without discrimination. And I always say the caveat to this, we serve without discrimination, we serve without being judgmental, but we still share the truth of the gospel. And that's what's important. And I think that we do have to love the whosoever if we're going to earn the right to say, maybe there's a better way.
Yeah, sure.
And so we've had some folks that are like, oh, I can't believe you're housing, those people. Well, God, those people Jesus loves too.
Yeah.
And Jesus would love to see them come into the fold. And so our job is, how can we do it? So anyway, we have a couple rooms that are set aside really for their protection, as well as, no embarrassment to them, but the rest of the population too.
Yeah.
So but I know it's difficult for everybody. So anyway, I know that we have that ministry going on there as well. So there's just, and of course, emergency services. Everybody probably knows all about that. Homeless prevention activity. We're engaged in all of those kind of things here in Orlando. So it's a busy place.
That's great. And
yeah,
I know, if I remember from Major Ken, that the ARC, the Adult Rehabilitation Center, is a separate command. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Salvation Army has a separate command for the adult rehabilitation centers, and of course it's here in Orlando. Obviously, what its name implies is the Salvation Army is seeking to help those that are addicted to drugs and alcohol get off of that. One of the things I love about the ARC program is they don't take any government money.
Yeah.
None. So it can be a true ministry. Yeah. They can share the gospel. They can say you need to be in church for hopefully it takes. Sometimes it takes more than once, maybe more than twice. But I'm privileged to teach the doctrine class. So I get to teach the Salvation Army doctrines over at the ARC. And it's so amazing. I said to my wife, I don't know what your church experience has been. My brother-in-law, Colonel Dennis Strissel, my wife's brother, was a missionary. And he served in Africa. He served on the island of St. Helena.
For the Army?
Yeah, he was in Johannesburg. His last command, he was the territorial commander over Ghana, the entire country of Ghana.
Wow.
And when he came home, and I still think it's true in a lot of places, and having just come back from this trip on the footsteps of Paul, I said to my wife, my heart is aching for the condition of the church in our own country. And I said it from the pulpit, at Salvation Army, and I've just said, you know what? We have got to become a real army again. We have got to say, why aren't we and why can't we take Orlando for Jesus? Why can't we and why aren't we taking Osceola? I believe that's what God wants us to do. Yeah. And he says in Africa, the church is so different. He said, those folks are so hungry for the word.
Really?
They walk miles and miles. They bring their own lunch to sit under a tent and have worship. And I said to my wife, I don't think many Americans would do it.
No.
Not week after week. Oh, they'll come to a revival meeting because it's special. But to experience worship.
For your weekly worship.
Yeah. So I said that to say that is something I find unique about the Adult Rehabilitation Center. Those men are at the bottom.
Yeah.
They know where they are and they're hungry to get out. And it is just such a privilege for me to preach and to teach to them, because I know it's not falling on deaf ears. Yeah. They're desperate for truth and for hope. And man, I love that. And I preached at a Salvation Army Corps. I probably shouldn't say this, but I preached at a Salvation Army Corps in Minnesota once, a bunch of Swedes. And I said to the Corps officer after I left, I said, were they even alive? I'm not sure anybody blinked. the entire time, much less coming to the altar. I'm sure that wasn't even an option for those folks. And he said, it's just so strange. It's just so strange. But the ARC, man, they're hungry, they're pliable, they want to learn, they want to grow. It's just, it's every pastor's dream.
Well,
it's every pastor's dream.
At the mission, we take no government funding.
That's what I've heard.
The entire thing, so that, for example, chapel's mandatory here.
Yeah.
We don't require you to believe anything. We don't give doctrinal tests, or we don't make you recite the creed, but you're going to be immersed in the gospel.
That's awesome.
And we hope that we do it in a winsome enough way that it's irresistible to them.
Absolutely.
And we know that that works a ton of times, but other times it doesn't.
Sure.
And we recognize that's not our decision to make.
That's right. Yeah.
It's not our job to do the conversion.
That's exactly right.
Have you worked with the other at all with the other major homeless services agencies? Have you worked with the folks at Homeless Services Network or?
Right. No.
Okay.
Not yet. I think I'm still waiting to kind of get those meetings set up to begin to get kind of the introduction. I did meet Eric Gray.
Yep.
I had breakfast with him and a couple of my board members, so I did have a conversation with him.
Would you be interested if I set up a breakfast with you and Eric and the new CEO at the Coalition for the Homeless? They've just changed from Allison, and Spence Fleiderer, who runs the Central Care Mission.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love that. Yeah, I need to figure out how to kind of get immersed and get my feet under me here in Orlando.
Well, until recently, the head of the coalition, Allison Krall, and Major Ken and Eric Gray and I would meet 4 times a year, every quarter, for breakfast, just to talk about what everybody's doing.
That's a great idea.
And it preceded my appearance here, and it was just the downtown service providers.
Okay.
And because I think so much of Spence and Central Care Mission is also expressly and enthusiastically Christ-centered. So I know I think he'd be a great addition. Anyway, so I'll get with y'all and we'll put breakfast together.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Good.
That'd be great.
Good.
Yeah.
Among the various ministries that y'all conduct, do you have kind of a favorite besides the ARC? You obviously love teaching and preaching there.
I do.
And that's one of the neat things about here is that among the men, it's probably 95% are addicts when they move in.
Yeah.
And we have now 158 here. So,
yeah.
And it's kind of the same thing. We get the guys who have reached the bottom and they have finally admitted they can't do this on their own.
Yep. Yep.
And it's so cool. And I know you feel the same way, that one of the glorious blessings of working here is seeing God transform these lives.
Yeah.
Especially for these guys who have been in the woods and they are literally hopeless.
Yep. Yep.
And you see God, first off, them realize that God loves them.
Yeah.
And that He wants to share that love with them, and that He has mandated that the people at the mission do that. That's the reason we exist.
Yep. To
share His love with them by teaching them and helping them overcome the addiction. So.
Yeah, exactly, and that's clearly the genesis of the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
You know, William Booth saw prostitutes and drunk men and people addicted to drugs even in that day. You know, they were different, but and having nowhere else to go because the church didn't want him, and so he felt compelled. This is my mission. I mean, literally, he declared to his wife after doing a open air meeting out in the street.
Yeah.
He came home to his wife and said, "I found my destiny." He knew. God told him that's what you need to do.
Wow.
These are your people. These are the people I've given to you to preach to share with, and show them a way out. And even in the early days, it's funny. When we were in Baltimore, we had an anti-human trafficking program. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how you feel, but I always say to people, could say, well, someone's got this really great new idea. And I said, no, they don't. I said, there is no new idea under the sun. I said, what we do is we repackage it. We put a different bow on it.
Right.
Go, hey, look at that. The principles are still the same. They are the same. And I said, there really is no difference at all. And so when we talked about anti-human trafficking, oh, this is something new. No, it's not. William Booth bought women out of prostitution in the 1800s. Well, there's nothing new here.
Yeah.
Those who have been engaged in ministry in the church or para organizations, which the Army really kind of started as, have been doing it forever. Your organization, you've been doing it forever. And it really is the mandate of the church.
Yeah.
It's what we're supposed to be doing, is to rescue those folks.
I've had 5 people, including Eddie Moriton, who was just here, say, and let's see, I guess 4 of them were pastors, saying that if the church could persuade all of us Christians to act like Jesus instructed us, we wouldn't need all this government.
We wouldn't.
I know.
I've said from the pulpit too, and I've said in interviews to people, it really isn't the government's job to take care of the poor. It is really the responsibility of the church. And the church should be at the grassroots level pulling the community together, and neighborhood by neighborhood, if that's what's necessary, to care for our neighbors, to care for those that are among us, rather than saying to the government, this is your job. My own personal belief is the Constitution's clear about what the government's role is.
Right.
If they just stick to that and leave the rest of it to us, I think we're
going to be okay.
I think we're going to be okay.
You know, one of the things that I say that generates controversy, and the guys who work with me will tell you that is a regular occurrence, that I generate controversy about stupid things I say, is that I think one of the pernicious effects of the scope of the government programs we have now is that it seduces Christians into thinking that that's the government's job, not mine.
That's exactly right.
And it's easy, it's so facile for us to point and say, no, see those homeless people? That's what the government does.
Exactly.
That's why they have the Homeless Services Network. And boy, I pay enough taxes that
that's right.
They should take care of it. And I look around and I see all these resources that members of the church have and that churches have that could be applied to that, and would do it with at 1/3 the cost, and with that combination of love, affection, and accountability.
Yeah. Not to get into a big theological discussion with you, but I think that for me, and I agree with everything you just said, is I think part of the reason, this is my opinion, why the church isn't as engaged is, one, we've experienced mission drift, but I don't think that the church as a whole, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they really believe in the power of the gospel anymore.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I think that's true.
I don't think they believe in the real power of the gospel to change lives. If they did, they'd be at it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think that I just listened to some folks and was talking with some other officers and some professor friends of mine, and I think that our country has, and the church by a whole, has shifted to a social gospel rather than the real gospel. And it's only the real gospel that has the power to save. The social gospel, no, it might get you a place to stay, it might make you feel good, but it ain't gonna get you to heaven.
Yeah,
it's
you're
not,
right.
It's not gonna get you to heaven.
And that's one of the, and it's also, the social gospel is much easier to implement in your own life.
Yeah.
Because that's they got to take care of those people, and I'll give them money and they'll take care of them.
That's right. That's right.
As opposed to, I've got an obligation to go out there and preach the gospel
Yeah.
and show people what it means.
Yeah. Well, there's no real sacrifice on your part.
Oh yeah, no, that's
that's
the good part though.
That's
I
right.
don't have to sacrifice.
I don't really have to sacrifice. The government will do it for me.
Yeah.
They'll take
Yeah.
care, because I pay taxes, right?
And that's a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's going to be a good relationship.
It is. I agree. God, but thank you for coming by.
It was my pleasure. It's good to meet you.
My
too.
pleasure.
So,
Thank you.
I look forward to getting together for breakfast.
And I will. We're going to, over the next few days. No, I won't say our smart team, members of our smart members of our team, that would be like Brenda and Rita and Henry and Nick. We will chop up all these interviews, and we'll send you the link so you can download it if you
great.
want.
Awesome. Yeah.
I'm not going to send you all 24 hours.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you.
Great
God
to
bless
meet
you again.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Oh my gosh.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieve a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us, give hope, and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Hello guys, this is the last interview and we probably have saved the best for last. We're closing out in 30 minutes. And right now we have Pastor Brian James from First Methodist Church of Oviedo, one of the churches that partners regularly and spectacularly with the mission. Pastor Brian has become a great friend. He is a delight to work with, and one of the reasons is when they have had work days where they have adopted a retirement community mobile home park, and they go out and work, clean up the yards of a lot of the widows out there. And Pastor Brian is always there leading his flock, and it is impressive and inspiring. So Pastor Brian, welcome, my friend.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you.
My
This
privilege
is a treat.
to be here.
Okay, so tell us all a little bit about you, where you grew up, how your family, how you entered the ministry and all that, and how you ended up at First Church of Oviedo.
Wow. Okay. So I've sensed a call to ministry working at a youth camp here in the state of Florida. I was born and raised in Dunedin, Florida. My dad was born and raised there before me. So
wow.
Very much Floridians. And so I was working at the Methodist Youth Camp in Fruitland Park. And I was just felt as clear as anything I've ever felt, a call on my life to pastor. But at the time, I didn't look like any pastor I'd ever seen. I didn't talk like any pastor I'd ever seen. So I was like, I have no idea how this is going to happen. But, you know, just kept putting one foot in front of the other. So I ended up not intending to be a local church pastor because I had some really serious speech impediments. And God just kept clearing hurdles every step of the way. So I ended up working as an associate pastor at a couple different churches and directing and working a lot with youth, and that became less of a thing as I moved more into adult ministries. And so now I've been a pastor 43 years here in the state of Florida, different churches, and Oviedo. I've been at Oviedo, I'm in my 10th year there, and which just proves that there are places that will put up with a lot. And, you know, blessed to do most of my ministry there with Pastor Bettino Ripke, who you chatted with this morning. And, so yeah, we love doing ministry with the folks that are there, and we got involved. I was trying to figure out our timeline.
Yeah.
And I think we were 7 years ago that we got hooked up. And
yeah, in fact, we were talking about it with Pastor Bettina today. She had led a group for the first time to serve supper at our family home. And I think that was 8 years ago, 7 years, anyway, something. And I went down and met them because it was a new big church, first time volunteering at the family home, and got talking to Pastor Bettina, and she asked if she could have a tour. And so I gave them a tour, and she was, to be candid, she was kind of flabbergasted by the scope of the ministries that we do.
Yep.
And so then, as we walked back into the dining room at the end, she said, you know, do you have anything coming up that we could help you with? And that was the first year we did the foot washing. And so I told her, and I said, we're doing this, and we're going to wash the feet of a bunch of homeless people and give them new shoes and socks if we can. And she said immediately, we're in. That's exactly the kind of thing that we want to do. And it was y'all and First Baptist Orlando.
Yep, I remember that.
Showed up in force and made the first one a success. And after that, it was relatively easy to get volunteers because everybody who does it goes back and talks about how wonderful it is at their church. And so,
100%.
So a church that had 3 members that first year, now they call and say, hey, can I bring 20 people? Or can I bring, and it even, last year, it even went beyond churches that had participated. Action Church last year hadn't participated, but I don't know if you've met Tina Comesso. She's there.
Yeah, I've met her. Yeah.
She organizes their outreach. She's kind of an administrator for the outreach activities. And she called me and said, okay, Pastor Eddie Rivera has heard about your foot washing, and first off, we have a whole lot of shoes we want to donate, and may we bring 200 volunteers? And I said, no. I said, Tina, we have room, you can bring 25. And she said, oh no. So we negotiated, and I think we let them bring 40, something, I forgot what it was, something. Anyway, but that was how it started. And then, and I don't remember, first I think that was where I met you for the first time personally.
Yeah, I came to the foot washing.
And you have every year since. And in fact, I was telling Pastor Bettina, I think I've told you this, but if not, and I apologize because as you know, I'm an idiot. And that you introduced me. I don't know if you remember Lean, the girl you brought me over to, who you said she really needs help, and she does, and she is flourishing at the mission.
That's amazing.
I know. After what, 4 months, 5, well, maybe more, 6 months. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the thing about what happens with Orlando Union Rescue Mission. You don't recognize the scope of it till you're kind of in the middle of it.
Yeah.
and you start thinking, well, this huge organization, but I love, it's always about a person.
Yeah.
It can start off, great big and look enormous, and but you guys always keep in mind that it's a person, that it's a person making a decision, it's a person deciding to help, it's a person recognizing that they need help, and it's one decision at a time. Whether it's somebody, I've been amazed every time I call, you answer the phone, and I'll ask you a question. Hey, I've got this guy on a street corner, I've got this person, and your answer is always, yes, we can help. Where are they? We're going to come get them. Can you get them to, there's always a next step. There's always the next thing. And that operates at a personal level. And I think that the folks you work with sense that. I know the servants that we get the opportunity, because people don't come back to our church and tell everybody what a incredible difference we made in the life of homeless persons. They come back talking about the difference it's made for them.
Yeah.
Literally, I've never had a person come back and go, oh, did you see all the good we did today? But they come back, their hearts are just full, waiting to get a chance to do it again.
I think
so that's why we're all in.
Well, and we appreciate that, and consequently, you help transform lives all the time at the mission. When you said that, it's you make these changes one life at a time, and several of the pastors today talked about how our goal should be to imitate Christ in everything we do, and if we did that, we wouldn't need all the government programs we have. That if all of us, and I think that one of the reasons I think that the foot washing event is so profound is that we all know we are really imitating Jesus in a really distinctive way. That a guy who, the Lord of the world, kneels in front of his friends and his disciples and washes their feet, and then you have people like you, senior pastor of a successful, vibrant church, is down there kneeling and finding out that this woman who has problems needs help. And it's, for me, that's the coolest images we have at the mission are from the foot washing.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, when you go on your Facebook or your website, or people are just looking for information, those are the pictures that just jump out.
So thank you for being such a major part of that.
Well, and very few people, very few agencies are experts on dealing with all of the different things that cause people to become homeless, because it's certainly not a one issue. There's multiple things that happen, and nobody's an expert on all of those things, but you guys are experts on people.
Yeah.
So
you're nice.
We've got to solve these issues in this individual's life, and you have programs that do that, but everybody that you're working with is going through the same program, but they're doing it on their own. They're doing it with their own issues. They're addressing the things that are broken in them or that need to get, different. Our church, we're not experts on any of that. We were blessed because the Holy Spirit put Patina here, and Patina's, she's her own vortex. If you get sucked into Patina, you really don't have a choice.
You're tied up for a while.
Yeah, it's like did I sign up for this? It's like I don't remember when that happened. But once we were partnered with you, we figured out we don't have to be experts on all those things, because we've connected with a group of people, with a ministry. They know those things, so we can give time, we can give resources, we can give dollars, and we can make more of a difference. And I think that would be, you know, my counsel to anybody that says, well, we want to make a difference with homelessness. It's like, don't go start something. Church, we always want to start something. You know, we look at what we did, and it's like, there's somebody already doing it. Figure out who's doing it really well and elevate them, get behind them. And, you know, that makes us better at what we do than let's all go out and become experts on it. That's not a passion of mine. People are a passion of mine. So by extension, people that have issues have to become a passion. So, but that's how we got involved with you all. You all do this incredibly well with people.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It is a blessing to work with our team and to see God change these hearts.
Yeah. And every one of the people that work here have their own stories of why they're passionate about what they're doing here as well. So it's really cool that, you know, almost nobody here had zero relationship with you guys and all of a sudden showed up and got a job here. They've got something life transforming that happened around this place and these people, and so they're like, yeah, I got signed up. So yeah, we got signed up. That's our tale.
If you would describe to us the other activities and other ministries you all work with, because you're really active at First Church.
We decided, thank you. I mean, it's great to have somebody say that, but we decided, Pastor Patina, myself, and other people in our strategic leadership team decided we wanted to make maximum difference with certain organizations. So we developed relationships with them, and the more we trusted them, the more. So we have what we call mission partners, and those are folks that we come into overarching agreement. We are united with them theologically. We are united with them in how they do the ministry that they do. We're united with them in the theological things that are the underpinnings of the ministry. So organizations that we find that much alignment with, we've connected as partners. So there's you all. There's Love Missions in Sanford that deals with issues of human trafficking, which there's so much carryover with the issues of homelessness and teenagers living on the streets and the trafficking that happens with them and with women. And here in Florida, the issues of migrant trafficking and those things. So we partner with Love Missions, which is a fairly new partnership for us. We've not been with them nearly as long. And then the third of our current mission partners is Residing Hope, which used to be the Methodist Children's Home.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, I remember I've met the folks there through y'all.
Yeah, they've been around for 100 and some odd years, which our church has been 152 years. And I was not the founding pastor, believe it or not. But Residing Hope used to be the Methodist Children's Home, and it used to be considered an orphanage. Mm-hmm. They do so much now with family dynamics and kids that just need a break, or a family that just needs some tools to relate to each other that they don't have. They need resources, and they now have a preschool that's connected to them. So those are the three. We have other organizations that we work with, but we are pretty selective with what we talk about as partnerships. And we also have an exciting new thing that's happening in Zambia, Africa. One of our members felt the call to be in the mission field. Wow. And so he started a 501c3 that he is now connected to a Methodist pastor in Zambia. And so he went over there, I think he's been there 3-4 months.
Good, nice.
And was a nurse with Advent Health, orthopedic nurse, and was doing a lot of telehealth things and said, you know, I think I want to be hands-on. And so we sent him to Zambia to get to know these missionaries that we had relationships with, and he has just blossomed with that. So he let go of his Advent Health career. He's full-time, living there in the mission field. Our church has been incredibly generous. They've got his first 2 years of
really
income and things that he needs covered. So those are kind of our four. Mark, I would consider to be our mission partner too. But yeah, so we want to make a deeper impact, not perhaps as many organizations. And other folks do it differently. They've got 20, 30 things that they work with, and we just want to make a maximum impact in a few places.
Well, you sure
anyway,
do with us.
Yeah.
You sure do. Your impact transforms lives. And you have your mission partner service in a few weeks?
Yes. So we have a thing in Oviedo called Homecoming. This is our 90th Homecoming. It's always the first Sunday in November. So this year we're centering it around missions. So you guys are going to come and hang out with us, and
that's good for our image.
Other folks.
I'm not sure what it does for yours.
Yeah. And we're going to eat dinner on the grounds afterwards and do all kinds of kid games and stuff. And we're doing some throwback games, you know, three-legged races and
really,
yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it'll be interesting because it coming together, but it's always interesting to see how it doesn't always come together till the last minute.
So who in your congregation is in charge of that?
So we have our lay leader is a woman named Frankie Godwin. Frankie's been a member of the church for 40 years, and Frankie has been our lay leader for the time that I've been there. But Frankie and a select group of folks that it changes every year, but we've got multiple folks that come around her. And it's interesting because the other day we were talking about, she says, well, I asked her about something. She said, I have to go back and talk to my homecoming committee. Nobody knows who they are, who the committee is. It's different all the time, but so it's just kind of amorphous, but it all comes together. The food is, you know, plentiful, and the entertainment, and it's great just to, in the past, they've had pastors come back that used to pastor there. That's kind of changed a little with the dynamics over the years, but it's still, we do one service as opposed to multiple services on Sunday morning, and it's just a chance to celebrate, because a lot of our folks, if you go to a particular service, we do 3 on Sunday morning, you don't see the folks that go to some of the other services, and you kind of lose track of each other. So that's always neat when we do that, because people go, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in forever, and so and you're going to come, and we've got Katwana McTire, who's the president at Residing Hope, coming, and Mary Karimoff is coming, and from Love Missions, and it's going to be a fun day, and I'm going to stay out of the way. That's what I have 2 things I do really well. I show up and I stay out of the way. So I'll do what I do best.
Man, thank you for including us. Have y'all noticed in your area, and I realize it won't be as prevalent as it is in downtown Orlando, are y'all physically affected by homelessness around the church, with you and Cross Life?
Us, Cross Life, there's 3 or 4 churches downtown, and Antioch Missionary Baptist, and we, as I talk to the other pastors, we have certainly noticed on our corners and our wooded areas and stuff that there has been an increase. Oviedo is, we're a bedroom community of Orlando, which, there are lots of those. And so we don't have the prevalence, the visual presence of homelessness, because I think as a community, we do what lots of communities do. We address the visibility of homelessness, but we don't address the issue of homelessness. We just push it to somebody else's border.
Even the people who address the issue of homelessness apparently don't address it successfully.
Well, I mean, like I said, there's so many. issues, but I do the climate change and the things that are happening, the mood of the country and all those things, and people finding themselves desperate, not just with their finances, but with their future and their ability to find work. And you know, there's just, so you know, you ask, you know, how do we see things? I think we do, but Oviedo is one of the, I love Oviedo. And I've served communities like Oviedo through most of my career. I think for a lot of folks, Oviedo is kind of what I would call the velvet ghetto. And I say that because
I've never even heard of the term.
Well, it's kind of, I think I coined that myself, but velvet ghetto, we have a lot on the outside, and we are just as desperate and empty and issue-filled on the inside as anybody living on the streets of any major city. So we all got stuff. The stuff that happens in the suburbs doesn't always put people on the street, but it does put people in desperate situations where they just live their lives in ways that are unhealthy and just leave them, you know, in despair. And so we have different issues, but we have the same brokenness. So I think for us, it's knowing that we can't make a difference from a distance, and the suburbs are never far enough away that you can't have an impact. So you know, you guys are the ones that enable us to do that. We could never do that, you know, by ourselves. So you know, I don't want to run too far afield and wander in our conversation, but I think that's the challenge for lots of churches is they want to do something. They sense a call to do something, to be active, but active is not enough. Effective is where we just, you know, what do you do? And so, you know, that's always been my encouragement to other pastors. It's like I have no ability to discern how to do to solve great big issues, but I see people who do that, and you know, it's just the evidence of it. All I have to do is get involved in what they're doing. To put my church in the center of the will of the Father and Christ, I just have to tag along with some other people that are doing it right. So, which is kind of the definition of following, which there's some precedent to just following somebody that's better at something than you are. So, you know, a little bit of biblical precedence there. But yeah, anyway, you know, one of your questions that you sent us ahead of time, you asked when I got involved in doing mission ministry with homeless. So when I was in seminary, I was in Atlanta, Georgia, at Emory, Candler School of Theology, and knew absolutely nothing about being a pastor. And I'm not even sure I knew that much about being a good person. It took me a while to figure out that pastor and good person were supposed to actually go in the same box. But I got a friend of mine that I met at grad school was working at a shelter there down on Ponce de Leon towards the center of town, Midtown, Atlanta. And at the time I was like, I don't think I've ever worked with a homeless person. I don't think I've ever had that experience. And so I just assumed there'd be all kinds of training and there'd be, you know, some sort of a process. And literally the first night I was at the shelter, I was there with just one other person and 30 clearly homeless people. Because if any of us would have had anywhere else we could be, we'd have been there, including the people that were serving there. I had no idea what I was going to do next. But I made it through the first night, and nobody told me not to come back the next night. So before I knew it, I had strung a whole week together, and my friend said, you know, you're really very good at this, you know, talking to people and stuff. So nobody ever told me to stop stop coming. So, you know, those folks, I just kind of keep coming to wherever. But there's no manual for any of this, is there?
No, not much. No, when we have individuals sign up to be volunteers, they go through a quick orientation. But when Pastor Patina signs up 12 people to come, they don't.
So you seem to be under the impression that she's asking them to come. It sounds kind of like an order. When Patina says it, you walk away going, I think I just signed up. So yeah, that's a whole other. You could do 24 hours just on her. Yeah, really could.
Did you work with her in Tampa at some point?
You know, that's so crazy. You should ask that. She was not a pastor at the time. She was a member of my church in Tampa.
Okay.
We lost a contemporary worship leader, and so we thought we were impressive, and we were going to do this nationwide search and find exactly. So we interviewed for months and months trying to find the right person to lead us there. Patina was a member of the choir at the traditional service, and she was on our search committee.
Yeah.
And the more I was watching her and listening to her ask questions, the more convinced I became that it's like, it's not about the type of music, it's the type of person you want to lead. And so I asked her, and we signed her up, and she had never been in a band before, had never led contemporary worship before, and I said, she's the one. And her first year or so was incredibly difficult, because people were like, we're better musicians than she is, we're better. And she's like, I didn't come to teach you how to do music, I came to teach you how to worship. And so we did that together, and then we reconnected when I needed someone in Oviedo, and I thought, there's no way she's coming, but she did. And so yeah, anyway.
It's a great team.
I don't think we talked much about about what we were
That's
hoping.
all right, because we got it done. All right, will you close us in prayer?
I will. I actually, you asked me to do that, and I got really nervous because you want your prayers to be memorable, but you want to be memorable in a good way. So I did.
I'm sure yours will be.
I worked on this last night, so thank you. Let's pray together. Loving, gracious, and compassionate God, we bow our heads and raise our voices to lift up our shared burden for those who today find themselves homeless. Those who for many reasons find themselves without a place to call home. Those who lack the sense of solace, safety, and sustenance that we associate with home. God, we ask that you would create and build that kind of place for everyone. We come to you knowing that you're the God of compassion and justice. And so on their behalf, we seek your care, your mercy, your provision for them. Heavenly Father, we pray for those who are enduring living on the streets, those who are in places of temporary shelter. Protect them from harm and provide for their basic needs of food, clothing, and relief from the elements. Surround them with your love and comfort in the midst of their circumstances. We pray for those who are experiencing homelessness due to circumstances beyond their control. Loss of employment, financial hardship, family crisis. God, provide for all of them opportunities for stable housing and resources to rebuild their lives. Lord, we pray for those struggling with mental health issues, addictions, traumas, which have contributed to their homelessness. Bring healing and restoration to their lives, and may they receive the support and the care they need to overcome these challenges. We pray for the families who are homeless, especially the children. Protect and nurture them, shield them from harm, and grant them stability and a safe place to call home. Lord, we lift up organizations and servants such as the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, who seek to offer both sustenance and solutions. Bless their efforts, multiply their resources, grant them wisdom and compassion as they serve those who are in the deepest of needs. May they fulfill their mission well and also uphold the well-being and dignity of those they seek to serve. Lord, we pray for our communities, for nonprofits, for houses of worship, that all of them will be places of compassion and understanding. Help us to see beyond the surface and to recognize the inherent worth and value of every individual, regardless of their situations. We pray for all people to be enriched with a deeper sense of empathy that seeks to end homelessness rather than simply to make it less visible. Forgive us for not seeing those who are suffering through your eyes. Father, Lord, we pray for lasting solutions that address the deepest of issues. May your justice and righteousness prevail, ensuring that every person may have access to safe and stable housing. May your love inspire us, your Son's love convict us, and your Spirit's love commit us to making a true and lasting difference. Amen and amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Love you, man.
I love you too.
At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.